Well, it's day 2 here of the CSA Cubs Week held here in Stellenbosch, and another enthralling encounter awaits us. It's that between the Eastern Warriors, captained by Randy Seiss, and then Christian Kyne's Western Legends. They will be doing battle here at the Coetzenburg Oval. The umpires are umpire Mjoli as well as umpire Maritz. They're going to oversee the toss here for us. I'm going to ask Christian Kyne if you can toss the coin, please.
Tails.
There's a call of tails.
That is tails, yes.
And that is a tail. So, Randy Seiss, you've won the toss, sir. Randy, if I can have a word with you, please. What did you decide to do?
We decided to have a ball first.
What's your thinking behind that?
It looks like a good wicket, a bit of grass cover on top, so I think we'll stay together in the afternoon, so I think we'll just get flatter throughout the day.
Yeah, it was a tough day for you guys yesterday against the Northern Champions, wasn't it? But again, the wickets look a little bit dry, but they're playing quite nicely.
Yeah, quite nicely. Yesterday was a bit different compared to this one. Looks like a proper track. Hopefully some big scores will be held today.
It's another great week for you youngsters. Again, looking forward to this week and trying to get your best foot forward again.
Yeah, very much so, sir. Just always a great opportunity to come to these weeks and just showcase our talent against the best.
Any changes to your side?
2 changes. Derek Peterson and Lupelo Mdiesha's coming in, and Caden Wilson and Jordan Damons are sitting out.
Go well today.
Thank you so much, sir.
Christian, well, what would you have done on this track?
Yeah, no, obviously also wanted to bowl first, but I don't think I spoke to my coach. Batting first also wasn't the worst idea, since it played quite well in the morning yesterday, so we wouldn't be mad with anything really.
Yeah, we've seen those pictures, as I said to Randy there. They look a little bit dry. The sun was going to bake on it. Wind is going to go across. It might dry it out for the second half.
Yeah, no, just a bit, but I think it's probably just going to be the first hour and then should be good from there.
You guys were in a good position batting-wise. Just maybe not capitalising on your starts in the batting front.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's obviously cricket, but yeah, coach spoke to us yesterday and they say, no, let's just put it behind and stay positive.
What's the changes to your side?
So Prince and Nordia's coming in, and Edwin had a bit of a problem last night with the food, so he was up all night, and him and Cullen are sitting out today.
Go well today.
Perfect, thank you so much.
That is the news here. That's the news here at the toss, where we have the Warriors. They have won the toss, and they've elected to have a bowl first. Very good morning to one and all, and welcome here to Coetzenburg, home of Marty's, for day 2 of the CSA Cubs Week 2026. And the game in front of us today, we'll have the Western Legends and the Eastern Warriors doing battle today. And it was the team from the Warriors, Eastern Warriors, that won the toss and elected to have a bowl first on a pitch that looks a lot better than the one we saw yesterday, even coming off grass. It might just skid through a little bit, maybe a little bit of moisture in it, but we'll wait and see how that develops across today. My name is Eugene Molin. With me today, it's not Johan Smith for now. We have Johan Ferreira. A very good morning to you, sir. Welcome to Cubs Week.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eugene, and good morning to all our viewers. And from my side, compliments of the season to you. My first opportunity to do commentary at the Cubs Week, and to you, Eugene, and your family as well. All the best for 2026. Some of the best young talent on show in Stellenbosch. And both of these two teams will be looking to rectify mistakes of day one, especially in the batting department. It was also interesting to listen to the two captains speak at the toss, and both were inclined to have a bowl, but that honour fell to those dressed in green. So they will have a first opportunity with the new white ball, and will be looking to make early inroads.
Yeah, that they will. Both these teams losing yesterday. The Legends losing by 85 runs to the Southern Superstars, and then the Warriors losing to Northern Champions by 5 wickets. After posting 174 yesterday, the Warriors, they lost that one in 24.1 overs. It just shows that they're looking to get their bowling side a little bit better than what they did yesterday. Umpire Mjoli standing here at the river end. He says, let's play. And he's bowling to Christian Kine. First ball. One that he just leaves outside that off stump. There's a couple of notable performances yesterday for the Western Legends there. Aiden Dodd, he got 60 of 79 deliveries. Caden Seleka, he got 37. And then Edward Dreyer, he got 25. And just not getting the runs at a quicker rate yesterday against the Southern Superstars. And that's what caused them not to get across the line, one feels. Wow, cut away hard through point. Save your legs. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Beautifully put away by Christian Kine.
What a lovely shot to get off the mark. First one was a sighter, and then it sat up beautifully for Kind, who still had to put it away, and he did that with some style, showing just the class act that he is. Product of Grey College, that very famous school that just keeps producing in the sporting department. Doesn't matter what code it is.
Oh, you're right there. And I was really honored to go there to the Majola Week in Bloemfontein, and we were sort of based at Grey College. What a beautiful ground that was. The cricket ground. And then behind us was this rugby ground that I think any international team would love to even just play at. I mean, it's just magnificent facilities there at Grey College. Beats the edge, but he hits the ground as well.
Yeah, we've seen so many greats come out of that school. I was privileged enough earlier last year. We had an opportunity to walk around in the assembly hall, and you reminisce and you look at the jerseys that's on show and the storyline that's told in South African sport. And our host was Ryan McLaren, former Protea, who is very much involved with Grey College.
Oh, a little bit of bounce. A little bit of bounce there for Beamish. Just something for Christian Kine, as was wrapped on the glove. Just having a little bit of a rub on it. I'm sure you, Johan and Johan Smith, will be joining us as well. The two of you can reminisce about Grey College and talk as much as you want. There's loads of people here. I remember walking in yesterday and we were talking about Grey College, and in walked Peter Cronier. And he says, yeah, it's just Grey College whenever you speak, isn't it, Spit?
Peter Cronier, another great character on the cricketing scene. You were talking about the pitch. I'll take the point after this delivery. Oh!
Oh, what a delivery that is! Off stump, out the ground. Simone does it again. Top of off. Christian Kine's got to go.
That happens when you speak up, players. What a nut from Beamish. I mean, that's just the ideal area. Sort of stuck on the crease. It moved and then nipped towards off stump and took it right out of the ground. That's such a good start for Eastern Warriors. What the doctor ordered. You win the toss and you decide to have a bowl, but the bowlers need to be on point, and they've put the pressure. We spoke about that. You would want some early wickets, and they've picked up one in the first over, and it is one of the big fish, Christian Kine, walking back, having scored 4.
What a delivery from Beamish. We saw the stump fly yesterday from Rowan Raza. Now we see Beamish really hitting his strap. So I think it was the ball before that done the trick, because it was a ball that bounced, and maybe that has just unsettled him, maybe not getting forward enough to the next delivery. But that was an exceptional delivery from Beamish, and one that you can expect early doors.
And the point I wanted to make after that delivery was not so much to Christian Kine, but now to the right-hander. It's just on a length off stump, let's call it off stump and fourth stump. There's a patch that's been rolled in, green patch, and it's just on a length, so it's visible. And cricketers, you just see a little dark patch that's been stomped in, and you just think, what's it going to do if it hits that sort of area? Where's it going to go? Is there going to be movement? Is it going to keep low? Is it going to bounce? So it's just an uncomfortable spot, but for the rest, it looks like a really good wicket.
Yeah, I just had a look at the replay as well, Jan. Maybe not the best way Christian Kine played that shot, but I think it happened from the ball before that bounced at him, so he didn't want to get forward, and he sort of played across the line a little bit as well. Davy for Mark. Full ball, full toss. Helped on his way. Excellent work on the boundary. That's brilliant stuff by Schechter. Davy for Mark. He got 27 with the bat, but he also got wickets. He got 1 for 33 yesterday. But just coming again to Christian Kine, maybe not the best way to play that. A bit round, not getting presenting the full face of it, and just went between bat and pad.
Well, he's dished him up 2 fullies. The ball that you would like to get first up is a full toss on leg stump, which he worked around for 2. Next one, another full one. Went for the on drive, failed to beat the inner ring. But the 2 friendly deliveries to start off.
Maybe a little stiffness. Second morning. Maybe the pool wasn't too cold enough for these lads yesterday in their recovery session. Need to speak to BD de Vet about that. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. It's coming towards our producer here. And not the start for Mark once here. 2 full tosses and then the wide down the leg side.
Yeah, absolutely. Davis Mark hasn't settled. It's loose deliveries, and suddenly the scoreboard ticks over comfortably. 4 wides. And you've just had such a good pressure over. You don't want to release that pressure, especially this quickly. So David van Mark just has to regroup. Very talented youngster.
Yeah, hails from Nicky Malan.
Another full one.
Have another one. But he's festive. Why not just let me dish you up 3 full tosses and a wide down the leg side? I think there's maybe a ploy here. Maybe the plan is to go full. You spoke about this grass. It looks like it was rolled in a little bit. Maybe he's trying to hit that, but you got to bowl the ball into the surface as well. We saw Beamish and he got something out of it. You can't just float it up there. There we go.
Yeah, much better. Yeah, Davis van Mark, second time that he's playing in the Cubs week. So he'll be accustomed to the pressure that comes with the environment. Needs to find his feet quickly. They've got an attacking field. 2 men behind the stumps, along with the keeper. Inga Mafanga is the man with the gloves for Eastern Warriors.
Save your legs, everybody. No need to run for that. Just get someone to throw the ball back. That's glorious. Papers. 4 more. Well put away by Botha.
It's just been indifferent from Vermaak. Hasn't settled on a line, and it's very difficult for the captain and the fielding team to set up something where they can sort of prod away and see if they can find a weakness in the setup. But for now, it's pretty easy pickings for the batting team.
Again, this one just steered down to third man for 1. Despite that loss of that early wicket of kind, it is the Western Legends that's moved on to 16 for 1, and that's at the end of 2 overs.
A productive over that brought 12.
Yeah, 5 runs or 5 wides does help, doesn't it? But Aiden Dodd, who's going to be, he's actually at the non-strikers end now. He got 60 off 79 deliveries. Still a youngster, 16 years of age. Played in his first Kaya Majola. It's grade 10. I mean, how brilliant is that?
And the old rivalry, we talk about Grey College, but one of the big rivalries on the rugby field is Paulrus. And Aiden Dodd in the cricket department scored 111 for Grey in their match against Paulrus last year. Grey College 367 for 9, where Dodd scored 111, and Paulrus answering 169 all out and 230 for 8. It's a pretty eventful game, drawn in the end.
So listen here, we can't be building up players here today. We did that with Christian Kine. Just let us enjoy the cricket here, Juan Ferreira. Let's just let these youngsters go out there and just show us all their skills they have with bat and ball. Good line being bowled here by Beamish. He's always attacking. Sort of hustles and bustles in, doesn't he? Big fella. Gets the ball down there. He's quite handy with the bat as well. And on the pull, that ball is racing away. Willoughby hauled in. That boundary is an absolute trek out there, and that's going to allow them to come through for 3. Excellent running.
What an arm from the boundary as well. That is long, and it's right into the keeper's gloves. Just went slightly short, and it does sit up enough for the batter to help it around the corner. That brings Dodd onto strike.
Yeah, it's just left-handed. It's just left-hand city here from the Legends this morning. But yeah, the men from the Highveld, Bloom included, when they see something just reasonably short, they go on that pull shot. That's what you normally get up there. One slip. And a man standing at like a 4th slip. Dodd to take his first ball. Not much going for you there. Definitely not much going for you. And then they come through for 2. That's excellent running from Aiden Dodd. Brilliant, in fact. 2-leg buys.
Standing umpire where the bowler is running from is Itumeleng Mjoli from Kimberley. Nice to see that he also has the opportunity to be involved. He's 7th year as an umpire. Said to me at the toss that he didn't really play big cricket, just has an absolute love for the game. Better length from Beamish.
You know, every morning, Johan, every morning we come and you meet people. You just have to greet them. You know, you got to be kind, greet them, because later on, as the day goes on, they're going to come looking for you and they're going to ask you for your opinion on certain things. And you just have to smile and wink and do whatever you need to do. But I mean, he's in good company this morning. Good company.
Very much good company.
Full toss. Oh, nearly a chance there at mid-wicket. We've seen a few full tosses bowled this morning. Through they come for 2.
Brings to an end the Beamish over. He's second. 3 gone.
Well, 23 for 1. You happy about that start?
Oh, that first over, there would have been a couple of flutters and butterflies going up in that change room, especially losing Christian Kind. But the next 2 overs, not the best from Eastern Warriors. That run rate just over 7 to the over. That's much better. That's where you want to be, knocking onto that off stump, 4th stump line.
Maybe it was a bit of stiffness, you know, not quite warmed up. Don't know what these guys do in the morning. They go through the whole routines and everything else, don't they?
Yeah, I was here when both teams arrived on the bus. They were straight onto the field, going through their warm-up routines.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Yeah, he thought it was a slightly shorter than what it was. And like you said in the previous over, more than willing to rock onto the back foot and smash it towards a vacant territory. There's no one protecting that boundary on the leg side. So a risk-free shot, but just a touch full.
You're allowed to have a look, though. That's the first real ball that for Mark got in a decent area. That is carved. Down to third man. Just another single. But it doesn't look like the men known as the Western Legends want to leave balls outside that off stump. If they recognize it, they're going to have a go.
Yeah, Nordia Botha, St Andrews College. So Grey College and St Andrews batting together. St Andrews School from these two schools, 2 St Andrews schools represented in these teams. St Andrews and St Andrews College. Nordia Botha, 111 caps for his school's first team. What a record that is.
Well, that's a lot of games. That's all I'll tell you. Maybe it is T20 games as well, and maybe it is 50 over game and time games. Well, a few balls ago, he would have had a big swing there. Maybe he's learnt his lesson. A little bit more circumspect on that one.
I was reading an article about Nordia Botha and the fact that he was going to reinvest some of what his school gave him and plough back and immediately assist younger players coming through the system at St Andrews while he studies.
Just as you say that, see the man at La Gully going now to backward point. So they've got 2 men around that point region. Sort of hit on the up. Dot ball. Much better over from Vermaak. Just the 2 runs coming off that one. 25 for 1. I think that's a brilliant idea. Brilliant. Good to see these youngsters even at a young age deciding like, listen, they want to give back to the school that have given them a great education and a good sporting platform to really showcase all their skills that they have on show. And I think that's a brilliant thing the youngster is doing.
Yeah, and to build on your point, getting to the ground this morning and you look at the coaching staff of these two teams, I walked into Mr. Mosehle, Mangaliso Mosehle, played for the Titans, former wicketkeeper batter. Had a good chat, and he's enjoying the transition and coaching and working with youngsters.
Yeah, and also Burton DeVet, they make up that coaching staff there for the Warriors. Beamish, he's going to continue. He's going to be bowling his third over, 1 for 9 so far. That wicket of Christian Kind, the captain of the Legends. Off stump, cartwheeling out the ground.
Yeah, Burton DeVet from East London, played for Border, Warriors, Southwestern Districts, Northwest. Birthday on Christmas Day, 25 December, Burton.
Oh, so we do know somebody that's a Christmas baby.
Yeah, there's one for you.
It's probably more. There's probably more that we know that we're not sure of. But again, just that delivery again from Beamish. You've seen the bounce there. And that is what this even covering across. Yesterday, the wicket looked a little bit dry, a lot barer, and you saw the ball skid through a little bit lower. This one already looks like there's a little bit of bounce on offer if you really bowl the ball into the surface. Let's guide it down to third man. The running will be good because that fella down there, third man, is on the ring. They need to come off. The playing area is quite big and quite large here at Coetzenburg, so you can come off the boundary about a good 5 or 10 feet.
Yeah, good point. And that's where you'll need your captain just to be more in tune visually, to say, okay, well, let's just work with an extra 5 meters. Let's try and stop that 2. Let's not give away easy 2s because it is that type of ground.
Oh, just short of slip. Just short of the slip. Bounced again, bowled into the surface again by Beamish. Just bounced short. Just on that point. I hear what you're saying, but at times, look where Randy Sice is. He's at Miron. And it's an absolute trek from there. And one of the coaches that I sort of grew up with, Duncan Fletcher, he always encouraged the fielders himself. You got to judge where you can save the 2s and the 4s, etc. Should I come off the boundary for 5 or 10 meters? Should I stay on it? Should I come around to the right or left? You yourself have to take the onus because you yourself know how quick you are. Randy Sice might not know how quick that player is. Driven.
Top shot. That's going to race away for 4.
Oh, yep. That's just effortless. I mean, that is just beautifully played by Botha. The over before, he played a big shot. Just didn't look great at all. But that just lent on it and just shows how good or great reward you get for good cricketing shots here.
Yeah, I love what you've said because the ownership is on every individual. You're a captain within your own right. If you at backward point, you captaining backward point. So you need to assist your captain. Takes care of the greater decisions, but you've got to be aware of what's happening, game situation, where am I? And that's not saying or suggesting that you go against what the captain wants, not at all. But it's just being mindful where you can further support your team. Around the wicket now from Beamish.
Driven in the air, and is it going to be the same result? The chase is on, but I think the chase will be in vain. Back-to-back papers for Botha.
So for me, I don't have anything against what he's doing. He's trying to maybe cramp him up for room. He sees that he's free scoring. Botha loves to extend the hands, but then I would bring in a shorter cover. Well, they've just done that now. So they've taken the slip out. They've got a short, fine leg, and they've strengthened the offside field.
Yeah. Ends the over. 36 for 1. Yeah, I'm not in favour of not losing the slipper. He's shown, from what I've seen Beamish does here, is he's beaten the bat on the outside edge already. He's also shown me he's got a little bit of bounce. So you want to keep that man in. So you got to think a little bit outside the box about where you're going to have that extra fielder. At the minute, well, it's a little bit chasing the ball from the Warriors a little bit here this morning. Just got to back the bowler. The bowler just needs to bowl his line in length and be a little bit more sterner with that. So Mark's going to continue. He bowled a nice tidy over the over before for 2 runs.
$36 for 1. We're 4 for 1 after the first party of this last 4.5 overs. That's much better and tighter from David van Mark.
Now, this is now turned into a very good start, as you said, for the Legends. They lost their key man, their captain, their talisman, Christian Kine. Now it's up to the rest here to come and do a good job and continue on in this power play. It's another full ball driven, but no run. Just for those that are not aware, in this competition they use 2 new white balls. Kookaburra regulation is what they use during this week. And after 34 overs, they will choose one of those 2 balls that they will bowl with for the remaining 16 overs. It's sort of a new sort of bylaw that has been brought in to the shorter format of the game, where there are 2 white balls used. Oh, beautiful delivery.
I love that length.
Beautiful delivery. Said the first over must have been stiffness. I mean, I knew our coach, Gordon Parsons. He always told me, listen, can you go bowl 12 balls in the nets before you come onto the field? And he used to tell me, I would be on the field, oh, you're going to come on in 2 overs time. I said, right, okay, get me off. I'll go bowl 2 overs in the nets, because at Northwest, the nets were behind the main stand or the pavilion. Oh, good hand. That's a good hand. Brilliantly done. That is Mr. Tidbury there. Got selected after performing so well for this CSA invitation side that plays in the Kaya Majola. And again, I'm going to say this every day, probably for this whole week. Brilliant concept by Cricket South Africa to bring in the invitation side. And there's been so many men selected for that invitation side that have excelled at Kaya Majola.
Yeah, Corbin Tidbury from Graham College took 9 wickets at the Kaya Majola week. That was the 7th most in the week. So just to your point, the opportunities that has been created and given for these youngsters to launch their own careers. But what an opportunity to be at a week like this.
Well, his first over didn't go too well for Mr. Van Mark. Then he followed that with an over that went for 2, and then bowls a maid in his 3rd. If I'm the captain, I'll say, right, you're going to be bowling the remaining 3 overs, because seamers are only allowed to bowl spells of up to 6 overs, and then they're going to have a break. Beamy's still around the wicket. So here's the question, Mr. Ferreira. If he can bowl a ball there, surely he can just do away with one of these men and stick him into slip there, because you are beating the bat. You're getting bounce.
Oh, this is a good battle between these 2 now, and I totally agree with you. It's now what's the ball doing from around the wicket, and what is he trying to achieve? The ball is off, so that's just the halt and play.
Well, looking at the way the field is, so he's got a 3rd man, he's got a ring of 4. So if you were asking me that question, is he's trying to keep a nice tighter line, round about trying to hit that off stump line again. He doesn't want to give too much width, because we've seen these left-handers, they just get their hands through the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly to you. But as if you've just announced it, and we've seen it there. But yeah, Eugene, for me, for coming around the wicket again, no problem with that. I would if I was the captain right now, they've got off to a good start. They're batting at 6 to the over. Both of these left-handers are more than willing to extend the arms and go on the drive. So load the offside field. Maybe they miss time one just sits up early doors, maybe a bit of bounce that they're not anticipating. Great stop in the inner ring. So important for the fielders to also support the strategy and the bowler. You don't want to get that one through the inner ring, and that just builds a bit of pressure. Not immediately, but you'll think about it. You'll be mindful of it. There was a scoring opportunity which you missed out through some great fielding. As a batter, you reset, you start again. But just based on what we've seen visually from these two, they're more than happy to go on the drive. Pulls back the length slightly, and the aerial shot is risk-free because there's no one protecting that area. Has it got enough wheels? It's cut off at the boundary. 2 more added to the tally, just slightly short from Beamish there.
Wouldn't go on that length because the man at deep square is actually behind square, and he had to cover all sorts of ground there. And another good 3 runs. And Beamish, after bowling and starting oh so well, he's just lost his way here a little bit. It's a good partnership, this partnership with 35 runs. Left-hander City. Johan Smith wasn't a left-hander, he was a right-hander. He wasn't blessed with left-hander skills. Riley Rousseau was left-hander though, from Grey. Could hit the ball a long way. Stole all his records.
And is still hitting the ball a long way.
Yep. Down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, you go back to not too many years, Eugene. It was we didn't see the left-hand factory come through as prominent as what we see in modern-day cricket now.
Oh, that's going to be the same as the ball before. Another wide.
So I want your bowling at now. He's gone around the wicket. He's come over the wicket. Is that, if you're reading it as a captain or in your own setup, why the continuous change?
I think he's feeling a lot more comfortable bowling over the wicket. That's why he's come back here. He got hit bowling over before, then he tried to just tighten it up a little bit. And that's glorious. That's over the top. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. Now then, this is an excellent start by the Legends after losing their first wicket very early on in the piece. But here, they've moved on quite nicely.
That is just an exquisite drive over the top. Lovely to watch a batter in full cry. Head was still, balance was on par. Went aerial, executed beautifully. And what a way to finish another productive over.
It's tough gig here at the minute. 45 for 1. These two put on 41. Still inside the power play. 3 overs to go. Nicely steered. All in control from Nadir. Nadir Botha, that is, from St Andrews. Another one added.
Yeah, and he's used that shot. We've seen that throughout the course of his innings. If it's just that he opens the face, guides it to third. need to find a way to apply some pressure to bring a false shot. But at this stage, after the loss of that early wicket, Christian Kind gone for 4, 46 for 1. Promising position. They've absorbed that early pressure. Lovely drive again. Brilliant fielding in the inner ring.
Yeah, it's Mr. Tidbury there again. Good stop, backward point, but good running as well. Buerta recognizing the chance to take a single, and that all shows you how good batting it is out there. Good understanding between these two men, Grey College and St Andrews. Again, the fuller delivery. He bowled quite a few of that in his first over. Since then, he bowled it quite nicely. A few men warming up. Are we going to see a change here from the river end? We'll wait and see. 47 for 1.
Always interesting to play with characters, and cricketers are characters. And on a flat pitch where runs came easily, bowlers or those change-up bowlers normally looked away and were very in tune with the scenery and didn't make eye contact with the captain too often. When the ball was nipping away and moving around, everyone was sort of stretching and running past the captain saying, I'm ready.
Well, there will be a change because Beamish is not walking very quickly to the umpire. Randy Sykes just having a quick chat to see, or will it be Mr. Beamish still? Looks like they're a little bit unsure here. Samuel Schechter is also coming in now, starts to limber up the old-fashioned windmill. And it looks like Samuel Schechter, the man as well from St Andrews. This time there in Grahamstown, Makanda. He's going to come on to bowl. He had a good day out yesterday, as I said, 39 with the bat. He has to do something with the ball here. But this, we can see why the Warriors lost to the Northern Champions within 25 overs. The Champions chasing down 175 in no time. Ooh, there's a bit of nip off the seam.
Samuel Schechter, as you said, from St Andrews, also had a long-term injury that he had to overcome to work his way back into the setup, which he has done. So credit to him. Oh, that's lovely. That is a reply. Having just bowled a wide, that's a beauty from Samuel Schechter.
Well, this ball, it's moving in the air. It must be hitting that seam because once it hits the deck, it's moving even a little bit further away. And I think that is what Randy Sykes is just having a little bit of a chat here with Samuel Schechter, saying, listen, can I put in one there for you? Maybe just a little slip. That ball's moving away nicely from the left-hander. Well, that's down the leg side, looking for the magic ball, the golden ball. Good work by the keeper.
Inga Mafanga from Dell College is the keeper for this team. Oh, no, it's a top nut. These two have settled. Absolute credit to the bowler. Asking good questions.
Where's the slip? Where is the slip?
It's coming. Not the slip, I think the edge is coming.
I'm not sure why none of them are talking about it as yet. Surely someone has to go in there.
Corbin Tidbury has had a bit of a discussion from what he's seeing in front of the wicket. Oh, goes the aerial route. This is going to fly. It's going to have more than enough wheels. Clears the boundary. Extended arms from the umpire. 6. That's how you answer that.
Well, what makes this shot are those feet from Dodd. He just had enough of just standing at the crease and just playing and missing the ball, moving away. This time he just said, listen, let me just advance a little bit down and just free the arms through the line of the ball yet again. Gone all the way for horns. First one of this match. And that also brings up the 50 for the Legends.
That's a quality strike again from Aidan Dodd. And if you pitch it up and it's there to be hit, he's going to have a full go. Change of thought process around the wicket. Samuel Schechter says he's not going to allow Dodd to free those arms, so he's going to try and cramp him up. 3 on the leg side, 3 fielders in the ring, saving 1.
Beauty. Absolute beauty. Love this idea, especially with the way he's getting this ball to move off the deck. So the lines can be a little bit straighter. The amount of movement will be a little bit less in terms of trying to find an edge. He's got a protection now, sweep on the offside as well, so third man and sweeper, so his length is going to be foolish.
So they've pushed the man back to the boundary, so it's 3 on the offside, saving 1, 3 on the leg side, saving 1. Fine leg in the circle. And that is the end of the over. 55 for the loss of the Christian Kind wicket. That was in the first over. Is there a double change?
Yeah, it's going to be Gangat to come on and bowl here. They're going to finish this power play, looks like, with a little bit of spin.
Suleiman Gangat from Pearson High School was awarded the CSA Player of the National Under-16 Cricket Week and followed in the footsteps of Caden Wilson, who won the same award the previous year.
Well, let's look at this field. They've got a man at deep mid wicket. Let's start on the onside. And he is an absolute trek away from the middle of this pitch here. So we'll see how far he comes in. The other man out. He's at long off, hiding in the shade there. Well, they can really disguise themselves here, the Warriors, with the green and then the green grass and trees and everything else in the background as well. Full toss. Not dealt with by Dodd. Maybe just a little bit of a sighter. I haven't seen much of him, probably. Or maybe he has. These two coming from the under 16 weeks.
Just lovely from Gangat right. Well, bar the first ball, it was a full toss, but the next 2 follow-up deliveries on the money. And he has the slip. That's a positive move. Samuel Schechter is in that first slip position.
Yeah, he just needs to see this over out now. It's both 4 dots. Oh, that's in the air. There's a chance. Oh, he's dropped it. Maybe it hasn't carried, but a great effort at long off. And that is not the area to hit the ball into. That is hitting into the breeze. And you can see how much that has held up.
Yeah, and Dodd was saved by that breeze. Different day, different outcome. But he was prepared to take him on. It's going to be a risky shot from this end. Nice fielding from Schechter at slip. Eventful over. 56 for one. One coming off that over from Gangat. So run rate 5.6. Just feel this is going to be a good battle between the two lefties at the crease. Power play signal comes from the umpire.
It's beautifully bowled, that over from Gangat. Created an opportunity. But this is where the game gets played now. Field restrictions are lessened a little bit. You can have 2 more fielders out up until over number 40. So how do the legends play this now? This partnership has also gone past that 50 mark.
A leg side bowl comes off. Leg side bowl to the left-hander. Leg stump bowl. So hopefully not too many problems throughout the course of the day. But here goes Schechter. Runs away from our commentary position. No, that's too wide.
Yeah.
Too wide.
Not the greatest start to the second over for Schechter. But he's definitely getting that ball to move. And with the way this breeze is blowing, it will assist the ball to move even a little bit more away from the left-hander.
Full toss, smash towards the boundary rope, won't be cut off by the fielder. The timing is there, another beauty, but helped along by just the lines being missed. Full toss, put away.
It's just inconsistent, just definitely inconsistent bowling, and this is a captain's nightmare at times. You're just not sure where you're going to put everybody. That was a full toss, and then again just lent on and driven for 4, and now the picture's maybe a little bit clearer. How come the Northern Champions chased down this run so quickly yesterday? They really need to up the game here, the Warriors. Otherwise, they're going to chase a big target here.
It's a good batting track, Eugene. One has to, again, just go back to what we saw out there. And both teams said they wanted to have a bowl. Wicket in the first over. Since then, it's just been complete control by Western Legends.
I think this is a far better wicket than the one we saw yesterday. I made mention of it earlier, and I'm making mention of it again. The grass covering's a little bit even. It is there for everybody to see, hence why I think both teams wanted to have a bowl first. However, I think the ball might just come onto the bat a little bit better. Yeah, the ball's going to move around a little bit. So you can also afford that as well with 2 new balls. So this ball now being used for its 6th over out of the 11. But then there is that. So again, I said it before in the start of this over, I think the issue with the bowling for the Warriors at this stage, early stage, is just that inconsistency. I mean, you would have been, you would have been a keeper and you taking it like that, and you would have asked more of your bowler to bowl your deliveries like that, to encourage you, listen, get a slip in there, because you can take a wicket. It's an opportunity. Not when you bowl that. Not when you bowl that. I'm sorry. Full toss off the bottom edge of the bat. It's as well, and gone for 4.
That's the frustrating part for the captain. You just can't set fields to that. And there's been 2 full tosses in this over, both put away for 4. Any idea of a bit of pressure that you're trying to build just disappears so quickly? Gets blown with the wind in Stellenbosch and out of the park.
You just can't be inconsistent with your line and length and everything. These youngsters, with the array of shots they have, they can hit you all over.
It was there to hit, and if he pierced that gap, if he had contact, that would have been flying as well. Another productive over.
Well, 11 overs gone. Productive it was, 65 for 1. Johan Ferreira has been unscathed, just the 1 wicket, unlike the Cape Fox yesterday that bagged 4 in his first spell. The Western Legends looking very good after that early loss of their captain, their talisman, Christian Kind. Beautiful delivery from Beamish. One Johan replaces the other. A very good morning to you for the first time today, Mr. Johan Smith.
Hello, Roland. Good first session there for the Western Legends. I saw Christian Kind lost his wicket in the first over, which is a pity. He's a good player. But Aiden Dodd, how good is he through extra cover and over extra cover?
16 years old. There's a sweep. There's a given. The very first time someone goes on the sweep.
Roll on. He got himself out there, didn't he? Nadia Buddha is a fantastic player, the man from St Andrews, and very, very, very much a needed wicket for the Eastern Warriors. They were going at 6 runs to the over, but I haven't been in comms, as you know, yet this morning. Is that the first over, the off-spinner is bowling?
Second over. And the point I want to maybe come on to you as well about this, because I can see how frustrating it is. Probably you're sitting with more your coaching head on than your commentators at the minute, is that was the very first time they went on the sweep. And these two, which made them so well in that partnership of 61, they were hitting the ball down the ground so magnificently, piercing the gap, running well between the wickets. Why go for that shot at a time when it wasn't needed?
So here's my take on it, Eugene, and you're right. I've got my coaching hat on more than my commentary hat at this stage, because you decided to lead the commentary, you know. So now I have to be the coach. But there's a reason. The sweep shot has become part and parcel of our game. We know that. But initially, there was a reason you played. You wanted to change the length. You wanted to change things. What do you need to change when you're going at 6 runs to the over? Nothing.
Especially in the areas that they were hitting the ball in. And also, there were so many balls that they could score off. Why try and make something all of a sudden? That's the thing that gets to me, and that is what I don't understand, why that was done. Out of the blue, out of nowhere. However, let's just park that there. The Warriors got their second wicket. Gangadi bowled a very good first over and then picks up the vital wicket there in the second.
And then, let's be honest, had he connected and hit it for 4, we would have been sitting here. What a shot. Great tactic. Good, you know, but it's... Maybe Nadia Buerta felt under pressure from that good first over from Gangat. Maybe he did want to change his lengths. Maybe, you know... So let's give the youngster some credit for his thinking. He's a thinking cricketer, is Nadia Buerta. He's a good cricketer. He's made big hundreds.
Yeah, beats the bat. I'll never take that away, because for what I saw this morning in this brief, he can play. He's got good shots, good array of shots as well. And why be under pressure with somebody? If there's going to be a bowler that's going to have an absolute blind over day, maybe it would have been Gangat. Who knows? But you can't just gift a wicket like that.
I'll tell you what's very pleasing for me at this stage is the return of the wind. I know it sounds funny, but it's hot here. It's hot here in Stallies. Early morning predicted maximum of 33. You know, the wickets, as much work as Ryan Bailey and the ground staff is putting into them, they gave it a lot of water last night. It will dry out. This wind and the heat will dry them out.
Caden Seleka is the man at the crease. 37 or 45 deliveries yesterday.
Yeah, he played nicely. I was watching next door to Tassis when I wasn't on air. He played nicely, man from Northwest. His older brother, leg spinner, Caleb. plays domestic cricket in South Africa for Northwest. Sort of a white ball specialist.
I think what the legends got caught by yesterday is maybe their scoring rate.
What you'll see in this, and as Gangat keeps it nice and tight, what you'll see in this Legends side is they're very reliant on the top 4 or 5 batters. They don't necessarily have the batting depth of the other squads. So guys like Christian Kind, Aiden Dodd, Nadia Botha, they're really so important. He's being beaten on the outside twice now by the off spinner. Bandile Kupane, the legend, gets the screen going here for us, Eugene. Now he plugs it out again.
You just get excited so easily.
I do. You know,
you see a good shot, you're on the edge of your seat. You see a good ball. Oh yes.
I saw some good rugby last night between the Bulls and the Stormers.
What a game.
Proper test match stuff. Not probably the highest quality you'll ever see, but you know, when you've got 15, 16, 17 Springboks on the field, you know, they're always going to have a go at each other.
Well, this is what I said while I was watching that game yesterday at an event. Does the surface play that big a role like it did yesterday? Because we could see it wasn't the usual standard of DHL Stadium.
I think I think that match was always going to go sort of that direction. You know, the pitch obviously wasn't great, but it was a proper test match. And you know, it's if you go look at it again, a guy that played out of his boots yesterday is a guy that everybody's written off, Willie Leroux. He was so good. He was so good in that sort of test match atmosphere sort of thing.
Why did he kick the ball away at the end?
Half of South Africa is asking that question. If we had the answers, then we won't be sitting here. Some leg spin here.
Yeah, Reece Wiblin, the man from St Andrews.
They've been having a gun season, St Andrews, or in 2025. They were so good, St Andrews from Grahamstown. Makanda.
Beautiful ground.
Rat and Parrot, yes.
That it's closing down.
Can't be. Spent many a good chat there, myself and Eugene Molion.
The problem is when you're with the coastal families, you don't want a game to finish early. You want the game to go the distance.
Play extra overs, six super
Get the lights
overs.
on. We decide.
But that's a good position this still for the Western Legends, Eugene. You know, it's important they build a partnership here, and for the first time really now in their innings they've got a right-handed and a left-handed batter together. I'll make things difficult, especially for the leg spinner.
Well, from what I've seen this morning, that's excellent running. The Legends, they're very comfortable. They've got the shots. We saw that. They've got a brilliant platform now. Power play was excellent. They really just need to find a way of playing this sort of period here.
That's the key, the middle overs, isn't it? Start manoeuvring the ball, work it around.
Well, he's decided to go downtown. He doesn't want to work the ball around. He's hit that ball, let's just say, practically straight to long on. And that is what we just said. Just as we said, the middle overs is where this game gets played. You're allowed to hit the ball down the ground for one. Dodd decides no, he wants to go aerial. That's a third wicket.
Would it be all right if I'm just quiet for a minute? Because to say that's infuriating would be an understatement. There's a one man out at long on. You haven't faced the leg spinner yet. You hit it straight down his throat. I was about to sing the praises of Aiden Dodd before that delivery, and I thought, let me do it while he's at the crease. Because he's been so good yesterday and today. He hits the ball over extra cover like I've never seen a school kid do. And now he goes and hits it down the throat of long on, needlessly. Absolutely needlessly.
Well, can I go one further maybe? Maybe this will help you calm down. They just lost a wicket as well. He's the man that's in. He's key. And folks, we are not trying to be overcritical here. This is all a developmental stage for all these players. But those are the basics of the game. Those are the basics of cricket.
Eugene, you're so right when you say this is developmental. But remember, these are the best under 19 players in South Africa. Mm-hmm. And Aiden Dodd is one of the best.
Yeah.
It was not needed. But that being said, he played nicely, made 27. Aiden Dodd. F.G. Botha from St Andrews, the new man at the crease. Leg spinner as well. He can play. He's an attacking batter.
Down the ground, firm, 4. You get full 4 balls delivered. You just got to be patient. You just got to bide your time. Don't try and force it, but well put away.
First delivery he's faced, gets a full banger. And takes care of it. Nice and positive. Full toss is a full toss, whether it's your first delivery or the 100th delivery you face. And he takes care of it, does F.G. Botha.
Allows the running between the wickets now. And just keeps it down to 1. This could be a very frustrating innings for you, Mr. Smith.
I think the disappointing thing for the Western Legends at this stage is not realizing in what a good position they were. You know, it's Nadir Botha getting out on the sweep. Aiden Dodd hitting it straight down the throat of long on. 72 for 3 after 13. They need a partnership. They're going at nearly 6 runs to the over, but they need a partnership here.
So just on your point about this week development and etc., and I'm in full agreement with you that these are the best of the best. I mean, a good 3 innings here, you could be on the verge of being on the reserve list for that S&19. Who knows? So they've come from Kaya Majola weeks and etc., and some of them just need to just build on it. They got to learn. Oh no!
Is this another chance? Is this another chance? Has he given it away? No, he hasn't. 6 runs by F.G. Botha. Sweetly struck. What a shot. But had he gone out, we would have said it's needless.
You would have. I think would have just been one commentator left in this box because Jan Smith would have just gone for a walk somewhere into town. Well, he's got the 6. He's hit that into the breeze that's blowing here. Long on was interested, but it doesn't look like these men, Western Legends, are just going to go and prod it around for 1s and 2s. If they're going to get a ball in the area, they're going to hit it.
Gives it a good hit, does F.G. Botha. For a small man, Eugene Malia. Good bat speed.
Are you happy with the bat speed or how he's going about his business here, Mr. Smith?
Look, the thing about F.G. Botha is that's the way he plays.
Yeah.
Eugene, there's a difference. You know, that's the way he plays. He's an attacking batter. Look at him. He's 13 or 4. And that's a difference. He'll be clear in his mind that that's what he wants to do. So if the ball is in his half, he's going to attack it. And he's clear, and he makes good decisions because of that.
Saw him playing innings at Kaya Majola. He was hitting the ball very hard at Grey College. Let me tell you, that ground's a little bit small for that fella.
Most grounds are for F.G. Botha, man from St Andrews, school in Bloemfontein. His school coach, Aya van Wyk, is also the coach of this Cubs side. Talking about being clear in your plans, Aya van Wyk used to captain the University of the Free State when I coached them. I think you'll forgive me to say, by a long shot, not the most talented player ever to play university cricket. bowled his off spinners with a new ball a lot of the times around the wickets into the pads. But what a competitor. Student of the game.
Well, I'm going to touch on the student, but something I picked up yesterday.
Wish you could see the smile on Eugene Moleon's face. He's about to put on the coach's hat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Well, that ends the over. 14 gone. 82 for 3. And I don't know if it was Brady. I think Brady might have told him, listen, here, you go, because Brady didn't want to be the one going there. So you see an AG here, as you say. He came into the umpires. He said, listen, seamers are allowed to bowl 6 over spells, aren't they? So the umpire said, yes, not allowed to bowl more than that. He says, okay, what happens if the keeper stands up? Does it still count?
Always looking for a way. That's my boy. That's my boy Badge. I'll hear from Vak. Look, he's a fantastic coach, Eugene. I've seen him evolve right in front of my eyes there in Bloemfontein. He's even as a captain, he was a real thinking man.
Oh, no. No. It's gone for 4. Let's start there. You said he's just going to play his game. He's going to play his game. Seleka now also deciding, listen, he's going to go. But I think that was misjudged. Let's just go with that.
I just want you to send a note on to the batters here. Tell them it's a 50-over game, please. Look, that's a good shot in the end. The fielder, that was quite farcical in the field as well. But, I mean, he had every opportunity to catch that. It would have been another wicket.
Well, the dive came a little bit too early. Well, the power play was good. I thought there was good cricket in the power play from the legends. And I saw some real good running, good positive batting, the areas they were hitting in. Since then, I don't know what has gone on.
Look, it's one of those where we might look silly at the end of the day. Because the FG Botha, like I said, that's the way he plays. You almost expect that drop chance. It was hit firmly, but it was, in layman's terms, a sitter. It was straight at him. It was hit firmly, Eugene, but you got to take those.
You told me FG Botha packs a punch. That was hard.
You're the best fielder of your own bowling. Everyone knows that. He should have taken that.
Oh, how's the running? Here they come back for 2. Do apologize, folks. The Bulls lost yesterday to the Stormers, and Johan Smith is in a different mood this morning.
I woke up angry. Just case in point there, the bat speed that Botha generates. He hit that one through extra cover so firmly.
He's literally going hard at the ball here. Every ball.
It's a good surface, though.
Much
if he
better.
can do that.
But this surface, just to let you know, is a lot better than the one we saw yesterday.
I think I'm just so excited to be on comms with you again, Eugene. It's
been a while.
It has been. It's been a good break, though. But 89 for the loss of 3 after 15.
I will say the last time we won comms in Cape Town, we were up on the scaffolding, and I was holding the umbrella for you when the wind was pumping like it is today.
So you'd almost want to say honours even here, Eugene, if you look at 89 for 3, because, like I've mentioned to you, there's not the same batting depth in this Western Legends outfit than, let's say, the Coastal Conquerors or the Northern Champions, even the Southern Superstars. So once you have them 5 or 6 down, they might be in a spot of bother.
Batting outside off stump almost.
Could have been one on the ground as well, pushing it too long on.
Well,
what's the plan there, Eugene? Batting outside off stump with an open stance. What's the plan there? Is he looking to access the leg side?
Well, if he's going to go straighter, he's going to go through, hopefully over mid wicket. That's where he's looking at.
Can we
Because
not just go on the ground through mid wicket?
well, I don't think these lads think that at the minute. If he gets with that, if the bowler goes a little bit wide outside off stump, he's going to go over the cover area. It's coming around the wicket here. Now, he's got to get it right because if there's going to be an element of width going across Botha here, he's going to free his arms. Or maybe he'll just have a sighter.
He defends it.
Well, he has that in his locker.
He's a very good player. Believe you me, he's a very good player. He can play the game. It's all about clarity of mind for him. Trusting his processes. And I think that's the disappointing thing for the Western Legends being 3 down now, only making 185 yesterday. Their top order is as good as any at this tournament.
Comfortable. Christian Kind. Nadir.
Nadir Botha. You've got Aiden Dodd.
Yeah.
You've got FG Botha. Seleka. Their top order is a couple of gun players.
Well, if you can have the likes of this guy, Botha, coming in the likes of over 30.
That's what you want. They ran nice and hard, looking for 2, but it's good fielding on the boundary as well.
Just a word on that coaching staff. Arje van Wyk and Brady Burns. They're very positive guys. But we saw Brady just walk past, and I don't think that was part of the game plan. Just by the looks of it.
Now you could see he was disappointed.
Now that's, for me, is a much better shot.
It's safe. It's risk-free. It's still 1. You know, and that's the thing. In the middle overs, I think that's the key to batting through the middle overs. You want to keep it low risk as a batter. As we have the first drink breaks. Because there is risk involved going the aerial route because there's more guys out. It's not the power play. They've got the bases covered.
That's right. We'll continue that chat. 16 overs gone. 93 for 3. We'll say it's evenly poised. Just the way the Legends are batting. Maybe some calmer heads or calmer chats will be done here by the coaching staff. So join us in a moment. We will resume this first innings. Andile, we off. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
93 for the loss of 3 Western Legends after losing the toss earlier this morning and were inserted, losing the first wicket with a score on 4. Then a bit of a partnership between Dodd and Botha resurrected things. They got to about 65 after the power play, and then it just lost some wickets here. With me, Johan Smith. There's a log. Smith.
Yeah, Northern Champions, Southern Superstars and Central Gladiators, or Coastal Conquerors rather, the victors yesterday. Losses for the Central Gladiators, the Western Legends and the Eastern Warriors. Good net run rate for the Northern Champions. A good performance yesterday against the Eastern Warriors at a stage in their chase in the pursuit of the 172 made by the Eastern Warriors. They were 50-odd for 4, but a good innings in the end from Riley Miller, a fantastic innings, in fact. He was the star of the show yesterday, 86 of 60-odd deliveries.
But yeah, again, let's talk about we use this word development, but there's also this word planning. So you, the legends, and I'm saying the legends because that's where your heart lies. You look at that bowling performance from the Warriors yesterday against the Northern Champions, and I made mention about this earlier. The Champions got that in 24.1 overs. So what does that say to you? Yeah, the bowling might have been a little bit indifferent. There will be balls that we can score off, etc. So you can be a little bit more patient. You don't need to make something happen. Hence why we look at today where the 2 wickets that fell and they were really soft. They tried to make something happen. The sweep shot, first and foremost. Then the hit down the ground for 1. There were more opportunities of scoring.
Yeah, you want to go the way and say Christian Khan. I didn't see his dismissal, but he was bold.
Oh, it was a good done. Oh, well,
So any batter can go out early, to a good delivery. But that's what you want to see. You want to go out to a good delivery. Nod your head, say, well bowled, chap, and walk off. You don't want to get yourself out. That's the key.
Well, Botha's still going to go on his way, yeah. Reese and Andy Sice here just in front of us, not sure what was going on. I'm going to come back to Christian Kine in a minute.
That's nice.
The ball before Christian Kine got out, he got a delivery. He got a delivery that bounced. So it hit him on the glove. The very next ball was a good delivery. It was a good delivery that he came forward to, but it was at a cross. He sort of didn't come forward to the delivery. So he sort of went cross-batted and played across the line. Good running for 2 runs here. So I can forgive him for that. If you're overcritical on a Christian Kine and say, listen, he didn't present a full face of the bat as an opening batter, as you can.
I've got an observation to make here. I think Christian Kine is sort of caught in 2 minds at this stage in his young career. Neatly worked into the leg side by Seleka. Remember, in his grade 11 year, or in his grade 10 year, in fact, at the end of that year, he played on the SA school side. And he's a fantastic young player. He's plays some strokes that you just can't believe, and maybe he's just not sure how to get himself going at this stage, protecting his wicket, sort of a bit more in his shell, and maybe, just maybe, that footwork not as positive as it can be right at the start because of that, because there's doubt in the mind. And he's a fantastic player. I've seen him play some innings that you can't believe.
And speaking to this morning, he said that he's made captain. He's never captained before. He said he doesn't captain his school. He comes here, captains in a week like this because he wants to get him involved. He wants to give him that sort of responsibility. You're always involved. And I think that's a good thing from him. And the way he spoke earlier at the toss was good. I thought, can't believe you haven't captained the team. You speak well about others and where you want to go. So all those aspects, I think, will make for a good cricketer. Much better. Good use of the feet from Seleka, punched it down the ground. Maybe Seleka is the one that's just going to try and bat through the innings here, and FG Botha is going to try and just give it a little bit of impetus. He's going out better than a run of ball at the minute, Botha.
It was 13 or 4, remember? Started like a house on fire. Did FG. This is a very, very crucial partnership for the Western Legends.
Oh, that is smoked. Absolutely smoked. Long off will come around, will be 2. Just shows how big this real estate is here at the Coetzenburg Oval.
When I come back in my second life, I want the hands through the ball like FG Botha. That's my wish.
Well, that brings up the 100 as well.
Look at that. Look at the hands through the ball, Eugene.
What I like is he's waiting so well for it. Gets that strong base.
Wait, smash. It just fizzes off the bat of FG Botha. That one to deep backward square.
Well, he will be loving the fact that they're using 2 white balls from either end because it will keep and stay hard enough for him to bludgeon all over the ground.
And you remember, right at the start of our amazing friendship, how we advocated for the change of ball at the university weeks? It has since happened, huh? They didn't listen to us, they listened to somebody else, though.
No, they needed us out. You from Kofshi's, me from UCT, and then get others in. Oh, let's play with the balls that they said we should use.
But it's a massive change, isn't it? You know, the 2 regs up to over 34, and then the fielding side has the option of selecting one of the 2 to bowl the last 16 with. You shared a story on air yesterday, me and JD, about Mr. Thompson, A.G. Thompson, that started Kookaburra, still a family business. 4th and 5th generation Thompsons now in the office at Melbourne. Got offices across the world now. And in South Africa and Australia, Kookaburra balls being used. Obviously in England they use the Duke. But fantastic cricket balls. The Kookaburra Regulations is one of the best cricket balls around.
More good work there on the boundary. Not the best of delivery, just pulled around for 2 more runs.
And that's something that I've noticed in the 8 overs that I've been in commentary. A lot of loose deliveries from the Eastern Warriors. A lot of scoring opportunities. So don't go looking for it.
Things make just greater sense once you start writing things down. Oh, he's put it down. That is a chance. More than a chance. Should have been snaffled up.
I'm done. I'm going. Why? We were just speaking about it. Now he goes on this big slog sweep straight to cow corner. That was a
Well, I'm going to go back to the
opportunity.
balls. I'm going to go back to the balls for you. And I remember it was a few years back. I think we started our commentary stints here because it was Kai Majola was here. And then a couple of weeks later, it was going to be Cubs as it is today. That's hit down the ground, risk-free for one. And I remember Kai Majola. It was, I think the average score was about 175, maybe 180. 2 weeks later, at Cubs,
300.
Let's just say that the ball, that's beautifully driven by Seleka, again risk-free, again getting an opportunity to get his hands through the ball. How's it running? It'll just be 2. Maybe they could have pushed for 3, but that's much better. And the ball that was used was a Cooker match. at the Kaimajula. 175, 180. And that was a good score. 2 weeks later, it was near 280.
I remember, I'll tell you off this delivery. Remember a USA week in Stellenbosch when I just started coaching the Koffsies outfit. And unfortunately, when I started there, Koffsies was languishing in the B division. And if you made 150 that week in Stellenbosch, it feels like Polrus Gymnasium because of being in the B section. You weren't playing in the big stadium. You were playing on the school grounds. And if you made 150, you were well in it. Guys like Reinhard van Tonde, Leas de Plooi, some of the better players you'll see, struggling to get the ball away. After 10 overs, then you knew something has to change.
Down the leg side wide. Just getting back to this again. I mean, sit with their coach's hat on. Surely when you think about who you're going to be playing, you look at this bowling attack today for your legends and you would say, listen, they were conceding. Over 5-6 runs to the over. So what does that say? Now we're going to present us with some scoring, surely.
I like the bowling of Suleiman Gangat. He varies his pace very nicely, Eugene. Sort of dangled a carrot there for FG Botha, but Botha's sort of matured in the 5 or 6 overs that he spent here. He's was 13 or 4, got away with a couple, and now he's knuckled down.
Well, change.
Just for those, always in commentary we say if you're around Stellenbosch, get yourself here. I'll tell you what, stay in your room with the aircon on, watch it on the telly, put YouTube on. Don't come here. It's hot. Fluids is very much needed today. It's a powerful throw comes in, clears the keeper comfortably.
I tell you what, it beats looking on your phone when you're in Bloom at the lightning alarm that says, oh, it's 15, 20 k's away. Get yourself indoors.
Bloemfontein's no place for sightseeing, Malia. It's been good spending some time with you again on the microphone, Eugene Molion.
Sparingly. We've got to use it sparingly.
Yeah, we can't do it too much.
But I'm sure the man that's going to take my seat in the next few balls, Johan Ferreira, has got a few questions about Grey College. And what a man to ask. I mean,
I'm looking forward to spending time with Johan Ferreira. I'll tell you that. Growing up, he was a man that I listened to, So I'm going to sit here and spend some time with him. I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, that's one way of getting off Nelson.
I say growing up. I've still got some growing up to do, as you know, at the ripe old age of 40.
That's why I didn't answer that question. 112 for the loss of 3 after 20 overs. And I'm going to vacate my seat now, and I'm going to leave in the capable hands of the two Johans, Ferreira and Smith.
Thank you, Eugene Molion. What an honor. The first time ever that I get to commentate with Spoot, the legendary Spoot Smith.
It's a good way to start. Making me blush here, Johan Ferreira.
$112 for 3. Botha knocks this one down the ground for another single. He's a powerful hitter, strong at the crease. He's already shown that he has all the shots in the book.
Yeah, he's not the biggest man, Johan. That's the thing. The bat speed that he creates is so impressive.
Oh, there we go. H. The breakthrough, as is Seleka, who is going to make the long way back to the pavilion. And what a time to strike. He's gone for 16. He's just found some rhythm in his batting. And now it is a big moment in the match. They've just looked pretty comfortable. Partnership of 46. But the breakthrough does come. 1-1-3 for the loss of 4. It is the end of Saleka.
Yeah, and he was crucial to this innings of the Legends. Some turn here. That's the thing. That's what got him. Look at that. That's a beautiful leg spin delivery. He's bowled a few indifferent ones like you'd expect a leg spinner to do. But that was top notch.
Aiden Dodd departed in the 13th over. This is the 21st, and it is again Wiblin who gets himself into the wickets column. Reese Wiblin.
The leg spinners, they're always part of the action. They'll give you a few freebies to score from, but then they bowl those ones, the ones that really grip it and rip it. And Reese Wiblin, the much needed breakthrough, and that's been sort of the theme of this innings, Johan Ferreira. Legends getting a partnership going and then sort of putting themselves back under pressure. You go for that. Marumagai.
So you know the story about two Afrikaans-speaking guys sitting in commentary. This is the story unfolding now.
Prince Marumagai, the new batter. It's the Western Legends made up of Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest, and sort of a central South African side. Had a tough day at the office yesterday.
Marumagai, you've got it spot on. Well done, Sput. Slaps this one and beats the inner ring. It'll turn quickly. Easy 2 on offer.
So I've got it correctly. Let's just
No, you do.
assume. Let's assume.
No, you
that's
do. I checked this with Mangaliso Mosete at the start. We're going through the pronunciations.
Mangi, what a keeper that man was.
International cricket for South Africa as well, 7 T20s. Enjoying the coaching setup.
He's a real student of the game, is Mangi Moshetle. And he spent a lot of time with Gerard Maria, former Titans and Knights batting coach, and sort of sees him as a bit of a mentor.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Tossed up, inviting the drive. He's got the slip in play and then that short cover fielder. Still new at the crease. Marumagai, Bueta on 28 from only 30 deliveries. Reese Wiblin, want to finish strong. This is the last delivery of his 5th over. 2 for 25, his return. I'll just bring that field slightly tighter. On the offside. Oh, off chance again. That's been a storyline for the fielding team. There's been opportunities that's been grasped. And how will that come back to bite them in the final analysis?
I think the encouraging thing for all spinners watching Reese Wiblin bowl is there's a bit of turn. It's day 2. We know about the wind yesterday. We know about the heat. These wickets will be dry and they'll become drier and drier. Look at that. That was a fantastic delivery. But the key there is there's turn for the leg spinner. That's when they become dangerous, Johan Ferreira. A leg spinner doesn't have the control of an off spinner. And you don't expect them to have it. So if there's no turn, they sort of become cannon fodder. But if there's a bit of turnaround, that's when they come into their own. And Wiblin, 2 for 27, he's going more than 5 and over. That doesn't matter. He's picked up 2.
I agree with you. I like what you've said there, because it's not always about that run scoring department. Yes, it's important, of course, but you would have taken the 2 wickets if they offered it from the position that he came on. Remember, he was introduced. It was 65 for 2. They went bang bang, struck in his first over. Now a big one as well. So he'll take the analysis, and Gangat has been impressive. I love the sight of Gangat. I love his control, his variety. Could have had another one in his column as well, but it's not a game of ifs and buts. It's what the scorebook says. There's no comment section. But he's threatened. Oh, there's another one that goes down. There's an edge there. The reaction will tell you. not sticking in the gloves. They'll tell you that it's a tough one, but the keeper needs to stay down. Oh, that could have been so different. The storyline could have been so different. Oh, he thought he had him. He thought he had him. Oh, it's heartbreak.
I love the pace he's operating at. And we spoke about this yesterday in commentary. Every wicket whispers to a spinner, this is the pace I want you to bowl at. And Gangat has found that. And that's why you see Botha lunging at the ball. Because he's got that beautiful pace going. Look at that. That's perfect on this wicket. We saw yesterday, as the wind wreaks a bit of havoc here as well. We saw yesterday that going too quick on these surfaces as a spinner bears no fruit. Got to slow it down.
I just love the questions that Gangat is asking. He's consistent. He's at you. You've got to make the play. And with the new man in, Manu Magai hasn't settled yet. He's on 4. Botha has been starved of the strike. He's on 29. Can only be the onlooker standing with the teapot at the non-striker's end. Can he finish strong? Gangat gives it a bit of air. Promising over. Could have been, should have been. It's not. 118 for 4.
Western Legends finds himself in a funny position here, Johan, because they don't have the batting depth of the other squads at this tournament. So when they're 6 or 7 down, they're really in a spot of bother. Now, they've lost 4 wickets in 21 overs. And yes, they're going at 5.5 to the over. They're playing some nice strokes. But this partnership needs to go deep for them. Probably to over 35, 36 at least for them to post a big score here.
Wiblin, slightly short, and he'll give it the kitchen sink and clear the rope.
Yeah, FG Botha, he's not going to miss out on that. He hits the ball an enormous long way. It does Botha, and I've seen him play strokes at his home school in Bloemfontein, St. Andrew's School, where he's threatened some cars in the Bloemfontein area, but that's a big hit. It's a big field, the Coetzenburg Oval, but that's cleared the ropes by at least 15 metres.
Yeah, he's a powerful player and scored 100 in a T20 match, 119 not out. He's got all the shots. He can accelerate, he can play the defensive strokes, but even the defensive strokes, it's with power. There's meaning, there's purpose.
Best speed.
Yeah.
Got good wrists.
Tossed up again, off chance, will clear the inner ring. And just right in front of us. It's good to get the commentary as well from the players, and you just hear the frustration. Come on, man! Oh no!
Yeah, it's lovely to see Randy Sice so animated here at Long On. He's really in it, and it's good to see, because often fielders, when they're outside of the circle, sort of go to sleep, but not Mr. Sice here.
Also interesting to know, it's not often that you'll see a captain down at the boundary rope. Normally they're tight in the ring and setting the fields, but your keeper comes into play as well as a supporting function.
It goes two ways. When you're in the power play, you want your best fielders in the circle. But then, once you start spreading the field, and especially in the death overs, then you're sort of thinking, listen, I need my boundary riders to be proper fielders, quick to cover ground.
Yeah, again, I love what you've said there, because he's saying, okay, I'm going to take the onus on myself. We know that Botha is aggressive. I'm going to take the lead, and I'm going to go to the boundary rope and anticipate a catch. I've got to be the lead, and I've got to take the catch and execute if it does come my way.
There's so much planning that goes into a cricket match. I'll give you an example. The man standing at cow corner now, I can't see his number currently. He's not the best fielder in the Warriors side, but it's a very crucial position for a leg spinner.
Always a run there. It's vacant real estate. For me, again, it's so easy to sit and do the analysis. I would have just swapped the two of them, because for me, Botha's more inclined to go to Cal
100%
than what he is to Long On.
100%, John. You've got that spot on, and that's where I say, and the Western Legends coach, we referred to it earlier, Arje van Wyk, used to be the captain of the University of the Free State cricket side when I coached them, and he's a meticulous planner. He'll go and he's a real student of the game. He sent me a document that he sent to his side before this tournament, literally stating who's going to field where, who covers ground the quickest, batting plans, bowling plans. He's a real student of the game, and I believe all coaches should be.
To build on what you've said, and that's the advent of the technology that we've seen from the COVID era, where it forced sport to be translated and the stories to be told differently. And suddenly, there's video footage available of any side on any given day, where the professional era, it would have been analysis from the likes of Supersport and the look backs at what players do well, and now suddenly everyone is available in the public eye, and you can go and search for a player. You'll find enough data to analyze, to bring forward and put into a document and say, this is what we need to do, this is how we need to execute.
Yeah, and I love that, because I'll tell you what, I've got a 6-year-old at home, and the stuff he comes to me with is absolutely amazing. He finds it. You know, he's a massive Cheslin and Colby fan, as most youngsters are, but he'll bring me videos, he'll bring me clips, you know, and he found it on YouTube, somewhere on the internet. I've told his mom she's got to take his phone away, but she's not listening. Do they ever listen?
No, they don't. I was shaking my head thinking about my own two. So I've got two daughters, 14 and 10. I would love them to do hockey and netball analysis. At the moment, it's more about Ariana Grande and everything that goes along with social media and likes and shares and
It's
photos.
the internet and technology has made the world a very small place. But I want to come back to what you mentioned earlier. Suleiman Gangat is the key here for the Warriors, because he provides the control, allowing Wiblin to be attacking, allowing the seamers to, you know, sort of try things. He's going at just over 3 runs to the over.
And that's what they lacked up front from a seam perspective. They took a wicket in the very first over. Christian Kind was dismissed. But from the other end, they leaked runs. So 4 for 1 suddenly became 45 for 1 in 7 overs. So you've got one of the key wickets. You build from there, and suddenly you say, but we're leaking 6-7 to the over. How do we find a stop? And then they found the partnership, and that's exactly to your point.
Just before I came to the venue this morning, I quickly had a look at the score in the first over, and I saw Khan lost his wicket. And I'll tell you what, the viewers at home, you've been robbed. Christian Khan is one of the best stroke players in under-19 cricket in South Africa. He's a man that has played for the SA school side, not this December, but the previous December. Originally from Pretoria, goes to Great College in Bloemfontein, and a fantastic player. But the key here is FG Botha. He's got himself going. He's on 38 of 35. That's the way he plays. He'll always be hovering and run a ball, or even better than that. If he stays in, they score big. If he doesn't, the Warriors restrict the Legends.
I like what Wiblin is doing. He still has that first slip. It's in the back of the batter's mind. He's still new at the crease, dabs this towards vacant territory, and he'll get one, they'll think two, they'll easily get that. One guy has to also just be mindful now that with what you've said, tick it over, your job is to get the single. Get the man that's going to get you the bulk of the runs. Give him as much strike as possible while you use the opportunity to settle in.
I love sitting in this analyst chair. It's growing on me, because I'm going to tell you one thing now that I've picked up. There is turn, right? We saw that. That's what the reason for the first slip. But their point is too square. He needs to go behind square because of the turn. You saw that dab that Marumagai played. It was too easy to score 2 there. And the reason for that is because the man at point, he's actually moved a bit further behind square as we speak, which is the right thing to do. He can even go 3 or 4 meters further to his left.
And there you go, straight into what you've just said and described. And naturally, you would be further behind square for a leggy. If it sits up and you play with the turn, you're going to play behind square. You're not going to play in front of square.
So what you never want to happen, and that was good. That's why I said he moved 3 or 4 meters, because you don't want that previous delivery to be a single, because the batsman actually got beaten by Wiblin there. He got the outside half of the batter, was bit of turn, and it went straight to him. So he's well placed right now. At the start of the over, he was 3 or 4 meters further to his right, which created that 2.
Lovely from Wiblin. Brings to an end the over, another over. Still 4 down. The scorecard hasn't caught up yet. It's 132 for 4. That is the official score.
You know who's not happy about these 2 spinners operating in tandem? That's Eugene Molion, because his break's not going to be very long. Yesterday I had my timing so good, because on a couple of occasions and a couple of stints I had 2 spinners operating in tandem, and that 10 overs takes like 20 minutes. So
well, self-inflicted. You had the choice. Great to have Eugene in commentary with us, along with you. Oh, what a delivery! Cleans him up.
Trouble now for the Western Legends as FG Botha has his stumps uprooted. What a delivery. Look at this. Once again, the pace. Absolutely perfect. And that is a classic off-spinner's dismissal. If you look up in the dictionary how off-spinner wants to get a wicket, that is exactly it. A bit of drift away from Botha gets him through the gate. And trouble now for the Western Legends. 132 for the loss of 5. Who's going to be the man to be counted here?
That is just pure magic and class. To do that from around the wicket, pitch it in the right area, get the turn back, beating a man that's well set, and he can bat. If Botha can bat, he's a proper batter. To beat him when he's set, the way he did, Gangat is serious talent.
He is. He's got an older brother as well, Suleiman Gangat, who's also played at this Cubs week as the new batter makes his way to the crease. Just off screen here is still, I spoke about it yesterday, one of the weirdest signs I've ever seen next to a cricket field. The sign reads, "Keep off the grass." And I had a bit of a debate yesterday. Maybe some students with golf clubs and balls comes to the oval and hits a few, but to keep off the grass at Coetzenburg Oval is kind of difficult.
That's where you need to play the game, unfortunately.
He's lost for words here, Johan.
Where they expect us here, but we're literally looking at the board in front of us. Maybe it's a clear sign to the two of us.
No, we've had our chance.
They're saying you just stay where you are. What a moment. 132 for 5. Gangat. Oh, it's another edge right away. Big chase coming towards the boundary. Will be 2 more. Oh, this is just such a good bowling performance from Gangat. Jordan Damons is the man chase there, and much more controlled, much better. So Faizan Kaji, what is he going to bring to the party?
He's a youngster. There's Faizan Kaji from Kimberley, goes to Northern Cape High School. Very, very talented player. Still under 16. Well, decent medium pace as well.
Well left. Okay, St. Patrick's Christian Boys College. Former Springbok captain Tommy Bedford comes out of that school.
Now, he used to go to Northern Cape High School, so he's moved. As Faizan Kaji. He's a prodigious talent. I've seen him score big hundreds. Still a youngster, still a baby in this squad.
Yeah, talk about his bowling attributes. 5th most wickets at the Kayamajola week, 11.
He bowls, you'll see him later today, you know, most of the times the keeper is up to the stumps. I'm sure Nadia Botha will be up to the stumps, especially in these conditions. Great control.
This is wonderful, wonderful to watch. You might sit at home and say, where's the fours? Where's the sixes? This is the battles. The battles
proper.
within the battles.
You know, and we've often had these debates about the role of off-spinners in cricket. If you ask somebody like Rohit Sharma, when he bats, he believes off-spinners shouldn't be bowling at that level. Says it turns into him, he's going to smack them. But then you see Suleiman Ganga, 2 for 27. And you just see the guile, you see the changes of pace, you see him coming over the top, and then you see a little bit more of a round arm delivery. He's got all the skills and proving just how effective off-spinners can be.
Yeah, you cast your mind back to when we came back into international cricket, and spinners were frowned upon in South African conditions. It was fast-paced wickets, and then fast forward to your SA 20 and Paul Royals, and they say, wait a minute, let's just bowl spin from over 1 to 20. And we've got leggies, we've got offies. Paul Adams, when he was introduced to the world, people went, what's South Africa doing?
Yeah, and in more recent times, just how successful was Imran Tahir in white ball cricket, you know, leg spinner. And that's the thing, and I'll get back to that after this delivery. It's good running. It's you need the control from the off spinner so that the other spinners express themselves, your wrist spinners. I mean, Nathan Lyon has been the glue of the Australian side for 10, 12, 13 years without people realizing it, because he's given their seamers the opportunity of attacking. Bowlers like Brett Lee, Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie, you know, the likes. You can just keep naming them, and it's thanks to Nathan Lyon that Pat Cummins, you know, these days, and Josh Hazelwood, Mitch Stark can really go in and attack the batters.
And we'll go through this delivery, and then I want to build on what you've said. The role of the modern day cricketer offering something in the bowling department. Let's just take Donovan Ferreira. The one moment you're keeping, gloves off, ball in hand, gets a wicket, smashing the ball to all parts. So if I can advise a youngster watching, if you're not a bowler, that's okay. Go and concentrate on your batting, but try and get the art of an option. The more versatile you are, the more you can be used in various scenarios in white ball cricket. Red ball cricket, I say it's a specialist position. You're there to play for 5 days. You're a batter, you're a bowler. That's your job. 5 days of cricket. Although the Ashes, you might argue and say, well, where's the 5-day cricket? We're definitely guaranteed for day 2.
I remember a conversation I had with Reinhard van Tonder. Probably, I'm getting old, but probably 5 years ago. He was playing for the University of the Free State on the Knights, and I remember the conversation. Don't be a one-trick pony. If you're a batter, and only a batter, you need to be the best fielder on the park. I think he's bowled him. I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, it was an interesting moment. They went up for the appeal, but the bail was dislodged.
And I think it just nicked the off stump there and just dislodged the one bail. Fantastic bowling by Suleiman Ganga, well deserved. He's third that he's picked up. And the troubles, unfortunately, for the Western Legends just keep growing. That was sort of a funny moment because the keeper went up for the appeal and then looked down and saw, well, I think the nick that I heard was the off stump.
How quickly this has all changed around. Cricket, you know, again, we don't often say enough about leaders in a team and saying, you know what, I'm gonna persist with my tandem spinners, and I'm going to try and remove the threat Botha, which was done. I'm going to keep with them. I'm not going to hold the overs back. So often you can be in a mindset with, okay, this bowler is on a roll. Let me take him out of the attack and keep him for later. Why have a later in the mindset if you can have the now?
For sure, I agree. And the good thing here, it's working out perfectly for the Western Legends because now batter number 8 strides to the crease. So you'll see the seamers returning in a little while. Because the one thing that tailenders love to do is bat against spin. Because they don't feel threatened. There's no fear factor for them. So now you'll see the seamers starting to return. And it's working out nicely because he'll get to bowl out Suleiman Gangat. He might pick up another wicket. And then you'll see seam return. Remember, after 34 overs, they'll choose one of the 2 balls to continue with the fielding side. And now you might actually see them going for the harder ball because the seamers will want to use that. This is good stuff. This is so good to watch.
Yeah, he's going to be watchful now. I'm sure the instruction would have accompanied him and said, hey, Gangat's almost done.
Yeah.
See it out. Wait for the rest. Don't do something foolish now.
50 overs. That's how long they want to bat. You've got 50 overs. Don't get bowled out. That's the key. Fight. Work for every run.
Beautiful forward defence. And, you know, Spoot, what I would be, if I was the captain, again, very easy to sit and do the commentary, but I would push someone right in front of him for that forward defensive strike that might pop over length.
Yeah, I think they're missing a bit of a trick here. Gangat's got him on a string. So I agree with you. He's not going to attack him right now. So he's looking to see out his overs, as you said. So get a man. Put a helmet on his head. Put him at silly mid off or silly mid on. And the eye line. Oh, so nicely bowled. Slowed it down. Dangled the carrot.
Yeah, what a spell of bowling from Gangat. He needs more than the handshake. He needs high fives. He needs to be carried on the shoulders.
Yeah, it's just the control he bowled with, the changes in pace, the changes in length. It's been really good. At 5 down after 27 overs, the Eastern Warriors in a good position here. Faizan Kaji, at the tender age of 16, becomes so key.
Oh, another half chance. Tossed up beautifully from Wiblin. Inviting exactly that stroke. But different day, different outcome. Evades the first slip and they'll get 2.
This is what we spoke about bowling in partnership. Wiblin has become better and better because of Gangat. Because now he's got the chance of expressing himself. Getting it up there, turning it.
Yeah, shouldn't be one there. And he's just moved him a bit wider towards the left. So
we spoke about that earlier. You know, he was too square at that point for the ball that's turning. Eugene Molion is turning a hot dog here next to us, as only Eugene Molion can do. Some onions, a chili.
Better than watching some of the shots here.
So Sput, new batter facing Wiblin for the first time. Still that slip in play, wideish slip. Oh, that's what you want him to do. It's exactly.
You know
forward.
who's interested in this spell of Mr. Wiblin is FG Botha, the leg spinner. He's really interested here because if he can get it to turn a bit, he bowls quicker, does FG Botha. Mr. Niels Momberg, is on lap number 3. He does 10 or 15 of these laps during a day. He's got the counter going.
Well, remember, it is the 4th of January, so a good time to get those steps in. Those steps and those points, Johan, it's good to get them done early in the year.
He was quick to point out the mountain here in the background and saying he's Momberg. But the step counter doing its job here. It's a hot day in Stellies. Need to take in a lot of fluids. It's got nothing to do with the Bulls and the Stormers game last night.
Oh, what a game that was. Boy.
Ferocious.
Back DHL Stadium.
Oh, that's fine. That's played very, very fine indeed.
We'll go through for 2. Nice and verbal in the field as well, trying to support Reese Wiblin. Can he get another one? Well, the over is done, so he won't get that opportunity right away.
142 for 6. You know, it's one of those days where you sort of, as we heard Nelson and Eugene Molion talking about Bears ball and strokes, it has been a stroke of ball, you know, and now, like I said, now it's a fight for survival. So you'll see a very contrasting next sort of 20 overs if they last that long. Spoke about their batting depth not being the same as the other 5 sides here. Morseman.
Yeah, Gangate's out of the attack, done with his 10. Corbin Tidbury comes into the attack, 9 wickets at the Kaimajula week.
He was a bit of a revelation at the Kaimajula week. Didn't he play for the CSA Invitational side?
Correct, yeah.
And then got picked for the SA Colt side.
Took a nice catch as well earlier today.
Another man that played for the CSA Invitational side, we'll get there now, as a good start, was Riley Miller. Yep. Didn't get into the Titans side. Set the field alight yesterday with 86 not out of 60-odd deliveries. Man from Waterkloof.
Too full. Won't be punished though. Seen a lot of full tosses today. He'll need some time just to get into his rhythm, into his stride. Kaji on 5, Scott on 4. There we go, that's better.
He's a classic player, is Farzan Kaji. Very good technically. Not the biggest man. Still young.
No, that's too full, needs to be punished. Got away with that. Should have been through in 4. And then that's the other thing. You find yourself looking at a bigger picture, and then you miss out on the scoring opportunities.
100% correct. Sort of climb into your shell a little bit, and you forget that you are going to get loose deliveries like that full P. Oh, what a time to come on to bowl for Corbin Tidbury. He's bowled 5 dot balls. He's bowled 2 poor ones.
Yeah, and he's going to close it out with a maiden. First up, 142 for 6, score unchanged.
Is that me? Eugene Molion getting ready. He's finished that hot dog with a bit of chili. So Eugene Molion now joining Johan Ferreira.
Yeah, thanks, Put. Lovely as always. First time that I've had the pleasure to commentate with Johan. Welcome back, Eugene. It's been eventful in your absence. We've had some wickets and the departure of the very dangerous FG Botha for 38. And suddenly there's the complexity. It's all changed around. 65 for 1 at one stage, and now 142 for 6.
Well, what I want to see here from the legends is how they can approach the next 20 overs. That's what I want to see, because it's been a little bit helter-skelter. The first 10 overs, I should say. That is a full toss, and that's going to go for 4. Got a hand to it, but that hand just didn't stop the ball. The first 10 overs was some really good cricket that I saw from the Legends after that first wicket that fell. And then after that, helter-skelter, shots are plenty. It's almost like, as Johan Smith said, shot the ball at times. They were about 3 down for this. You would say Legends are in a very good position. They only got 4 wickets left. There's another chance, gone. Oh, he got both hands to that, and I think Wiblin thought he might just snaffle that up.
And it's not the first one of his own bowling.
He's had a few sighters at that, hasn't he?
Yes. He's had his fair share that's come back to him. Reese Wiblin. He's conceded 51, but 2 big wickets. Gives it flight again.
What do you make of this innings from the Legends? I've heard from Sput. I'm going to ask you. We sat together, watched the first 10 overs. We saw some good cricket, and then you went away. There was all sorts happening. What did you make out of it?
Yeah, so for me, that early strike brought what was left-hander, top 3 before we saw Saleka as the first right-hander. For me, they negotiated the loss of Christian Kine, worked their way to 65. Bang, bang, went the Warriors. Complexity changed drastically. Botha came in, played an aggressive hand, done with an absolute beauty, a peach of a delivery. And now doors are shut. Period of freedom in that sort of from over number 2, allowed to get away by some indifferent seam bowling. Spinners pulled it back. Okay, that's the storyline for today. That's the threat. They're going to race through for a single. Spinners, no surprise. We've seen spinners traditionally on these wickets always have their say and play a major part in the potential outcome. I just think from where they found themselves, 65 for 1 after 11 overs, 65 for 2, 67 for 3, then another rebuilding phase, and then another couple of wickets that went down. So I think to answer your question, there were moments, but they allowed the Warriors to get back into the contest. And I'm going to not answer your question with a question, but it'll be interesting to be in the thinking tank now, to understand what they feel a score could be that they, I'm not going to say necessarily defend, because I don't think 148 at this stage is defendable. Considering that both teams struggled with the bat, between these two, they didn't score more than 180 yesterday. So with that in mind, what's the thinking process about, we've got more than enough overs available, still 18 to go after this. Let's get to 200. Let's start by saying 200 is not negotiable.
Well, the previous couple of runs brought about 150 coming in the 32nd over. And you make some good arguments, some good points. Just for me, I think just getting ahead of themselves here a little bit, the Legends. How do I say so? Well, I don't think there was smart cricket played for most of that. Ends over number 30, 250 for 6. I don't think there was smart cricket. And the way they went about it, I'm not one to overthink the happy hour, the power play. I'm not one to overthink that period of play. I mean, but where the Legends found themselves, they were in a very good position then. However, since then, it's just been, I think, too many shots, too many risky shots, not great thinking. However, this is where they are, and I think from here on in, it's I don't even think they're thinking of a score, to be honest with you, Johan. They're thinking at, if you look at that overs column, 18 overs to go. That's what they're thinking about. That is it. So if they can take this as deep as possible, if these two can even go up into over number 44 per se, and give them a chance with 4 wickets in hand to really make a big go out of it, I think that's where the thought pattern should be.
So Ganga to me was just superb, but also supported by women. So the two of them worked beautifully in tandem to get the Warriors into the position where they find themselves having taken 6 wickets. It's so important for those bowling now to keep that pressure, that squeeze on. So force change.
I just feel the legends got themselves in this position. The Warriors were just sitting watching as the carnage happened all around them. However, don't let's take anything away from the Warriors. It's still a game to be played, 150 for 6. A lot of time still left. Sinyane. Left arm spin, as you said, more spin.
That does not surprise me. I would do exactly that. I wouldn't go back to the seamers. And you have Leseko Zinyane from Graham College operating at the moment.
Oh, that's beautifully driven. Just ask somebody to throw the ball back. Surely the chase is on. And the chase is going to be in vain. Glorious shot for 4.
Every run matters. And I'm on your point that you shouldn't preempt a score, but you should be mindful of what you're working towards. There should be a clear goal, and the dressing room would have evaluated the position. They know what's left in the batting department after this. So what is realistic? And at the same time, those in green will be mindful of what happened in their batting display yesterday. So another game within a game.
Big appeal, maybe just going down the leg side, just going on with the arm, says umpire Njoli.
I'd be curious to see, hear from Randy Size and say, what would you take right now? What would make you walk off the park, apart from the obvious, 154 for 6? But where would you be happy? Where would you want to pitch the score, considering what went in front of you?
Oh, let me tell you. Scott just left the ball. And from the camera position that we have, I could see off stump and middle stump. It's not what you want to do when you leave a ball.
Well, he goes over the top, and it'll be 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it will be 4. Man coming towards us is Randy Sice. So 2 boundaries in that over.
Yeah, a good positive shot as that ball made its way into the area where we're sitting. Just missed Shoaib there. I'm sure he's glad to get his hands on a white cricket ball. Follow that ball to its completion. Good for to finish the 33rd over, 158 for 6. 2 4s in that Zinyane over. Not the start he wanted. However, I think the captain could have put some sweepers out for him. Just a little bit of protection, because the important thing here as well, Johan, is you don't want to give momentum back here to the legends and make it easy for them to score.
Tidbury continues.
Good representation from Graham College in this side, from the Warriors.
And you get to a phase in the game now where it's quiet and it's almost just moving along, and there's what you want. You need to force a bit of the play, do something different. They won't want to allow this just to labour on. The last thing that the Warriors would want is the opposition facing the 50 overs. It's everything you get in the bank is balls that you have in reserve that you can face later when it's needed. Tidbury only conceding 4 well into his third over.
Just half stopped. Onto the stumps it goes. It's a live wire, is Corbin Tidbury. Yeah, the important thing is for the Warriors is still to defend every run like Trojans. That's what they got to do. They don't want to be chasing too much. Oh, beautiful square driven. Another 4. And again, I ask the question, why are we not seeing protection out there for the bowlers? Another over ends with the boundary.
That's a great shot from Kaji. Beats the inner circle. And I'm on your point there as well, because every run is really going to be critical in the final analysis. That's 34 gone, 16 remain, 162 for 6.
So certain people should just stay indoors behind a laptop. They shouldn't be outside. There's better things to do than walking around, I think. Especially when they have good company with them.
It's a beautiful day.
They feel the need when they have good company to be walking around.
Have to.
The conversation must be better than ours.
Well, the one thing that is happening now, strategic time, 34 overs gone. So they're having a look at the 2 balls that's been used. And seam is going to be reintroduced.
Well, I, for one, am glad what I'm seeing. And I'm just going to sort of say what I want to say while the big man behind me is here. There were 2 or 3 men deciding which ball. Some of them were seamers as well, which I like. So the likes of David Vermaak was there. The likes of Samuel Schechter was there. Guys that both seam. And obviously Randy Seiss, he's the captain. He was also there having a look. Because yesterday, the captain of the Gladiators, Mr. Loveland, he was the only one making the decision. And for me, I think it needs a little bit more input from the bowlers that were actually there. It's worked on the onside. How's the running between the wickets? It's going to be good. They're going to come back for 2. The other thing that I also saw yesterday, so one ball that was used looked like a dog chewed it. It literally looked like it was chewed to bits by some Rottweiler or something. So my question was to the umpire, do you guys still have the authority or permission, or whichever the word you want to use, to change the ball if it gets discolored or it's not fit for purpose? And they said to me, yes, you can. But this is where the smaller things come into play, the gamesmanship, call it. Because if I was batting and somebody bowled with that ball, I would say, listen, all you have to do is just make him aware. The ball sort of looks the color of the side screen, just have a look. That's all you need to say. That's how I got Lawrence Matruss to change the balls for me. You just need to plant the seed, and then you just place, now and again, just water it. Let it flourish, let it grow, and then once it grew, you're right, huge. But I'm thinking that is the sort of process.
And then suddenly gadgets appear out of pockets and balls go through rings. I was listening to a funny story that Marie Erasmus told about his arrival in Dubai with one of those umpire gadgets where you test if the ball is still round and in a suitable position. And they kept Mr. Erasmus. They wanted a full rundown of what he was bringing into the country because it didn't look umpire-like.
Let me tell you, they must throw the stuff away. Do you know those rings are exactly the same size? But one particular ball cannot go through both of them. No, now I'm told it's not the same size. So why not the same size? It's the same size ball. We must get Lawrence Matruss in. We're gonna get this done. You're gonna get told off now. Short ball. One of the few we've seen. will probably be called one for the over as well. Well, in fact, that is the end of the over. So it won't be called. No need for that. You surprised by going back to seam? I know you're an advocate for more spin.
I am, Eugene, and no, I was never a spinner, but just in the match condition, the situation, I just asked myself, what would I rather be facing right now in their position, Kaji and Scott? What would I want to come to me? And seam would be my answer. You can use the pace. Suddenly you look up in a couple of boundaries where you've got to work. You've got to do more work to get the spinner away. When William Beamish, yes, he took the opening wicket, but from there he hasn't really found his rhythm. And we saw the shorty that he used in that previous over, his return into the attack. He hasn't been quite there for me just yet. He can still change that. He has enough overs up his sleeve. But I just say in the current match condition, the situation that's in front of us on the scoreboard, what would Kaji and Scott want, and what would they not want?
Pace on the ball so you can work it around, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how this over's going to go here. He's got conceded one of his first ball, Tidbury. Still no sweep on the offside.
I would like to complete that point and just say to you, and again, it comes down to every batter. Your setup and what you prefer is different to what I prefer. You could say to me, Johan, I would much rather face spinners. For me, I would have wanted the seam back because you can use the pace. Oh, that could have been tight. Good judge of a single then, Kaji and Scott.
Well, this partnership grows to 34. It's vital. It is vital. As I said, those men, the legends, will be counting down those overs.
It's been a valuable partnership, and it's come pretty quickly. The previous wicket fell in over number 30. It was with the score now 135.
The other thing it does is you go through your overs so quickly.
More flight from Tidbury, driven down the ground for another single. Previous over from Tidbury finished with a boundary. It was a lovely shot towards the offside boundary, and now he drops the man back, anticipating that it could potentially happen again.
Now he's learned his lesson from the previous over. I think this over will bring about drinks as well.
Oh, aerial for a bit of the journey. We'll be mindful of turning that one into two. So, end of Tidbury's fourth. His analysis 0 for 13. 172 for 6 as they head towards the change room. They'll stay on the field. We'll have our second drinks break. And then it is the business end of this innings. 172 for the loss of 6. Kaji on 16. Scott has 23.
172 for 6. 14 overs remaining. A run rate achieved of 4.8 to the over. Probably the legend would have loved to have had a few more wickets in hand. However, Botha 38, Dodd 28, Nadia Botha 23, and now Scott with 23 not out, getting themselves in. Nobody capitalizing, and it seems to be the same story from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, Schechter, apologies. Yesterday, Dodd, he got 60, he got a 50, but then Saleka got 37, and then Dreyer, he got 25. So, same story, different day.
Now rolled out for 185, though 172 for 6. 14 overs remain, and it is the business end of the innings. They're going to persist with Beamish. He'll restart after the drinks. Man that picked up a wicket in his first over. Big one, Christian Kind, gone for 4.
It seems ages ago now, doesn't it?
It does. But what a delivery that was. Gangat's one that got the star. That was Botha was a gem. If Botha bowled by a beaut.
Well, slips coming out. Just reinforcing that offside field here for Scott.
When I say guided towards third, and because it's wider, they can think too. They'll easily get that.
Well, you spoke earlier about this third man fine leg position and deep backward square, and that man is way too fine. I mean, the minute they got a hit, I mean, that was two all day long. And again, now the captain has to get him right, and this is where the ownership should be on the player themselves.
Yeah, and as you finished your sentence, Randy Sice looked up, did exactly that. And it's just, that's the pace of the wicket, the pace of the bowler. It's not that quick that it's going to fly fine. It's going to be much more square. So he's moved that third position by at least 5 to 10 meters towards, as you look at the picture now, towards the left.
But it's not not the captain either. Why is the bowler not doing anything? It goes against his analysis, and he's shouting, "Oh, come on!" I mean, you also got, by all means, the right to move the field like you want and where it's going to go, because you got the ball in hand.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because we haven't seen too much of that. Gangat has been involved and has had subtle moves, but for the rest, it's almost been, it's down to you, Captain.
Beats the edge yet again. Maybe just a little bit lazy from Kaiji. Yeah, it's almost still that, with all due respect, that schoolboy adage, "Oh, captain will sort our fields out. Don't worry, don't need to do anything." You've got the ball in hand. You're in charge. You're in control. Well, that's going to be easy picking. That's going to be a 4. We saw early in this innings, Beam is dropping it short, and at his pace he can't. And even a man down the order like Kaji, he latched onto that.
Yeah, it's just dropped too short, and no one there, so it's a free shot, which he's taken full advantage of. Eugene, I'm just not convinced. I would be seriously going back to something different. Beamish, apart from the wicket, and again, I'm not hammering him. I just think at this stage where we are in the match, I just think it's not set up for him. As an out-out seamer, I just have a different view. He's leaking runs. It's easy pickings. Yes, he's beaten the outside edge on a couple of occasions.
There is this thing as well, and I need to just I'll speak under correction. Let me just say that if you're a bowler, you need to bowl 20% of the overs. So I think he needs to get to over number 6, I think, to make that 20%. More seam.
Yeah, there's David Vermaak who's back into the attack. Our scorecard hasn't caught up just yet. So 178 for 6. A 2 and a 4 in that previous over. Over to you, David Vermaak. Scott facing up.
Good length. Maybe that's why they chose the ball, because they're going to say, oh, we want our seamers to come in. Let's take the better one. That they did. You can still see you hit this deck nice and hard. You get some reward out of it. A little bit of bounce there for these men. One thing that has surprised me, Johan, you being a former keeper. Is the lack of chatter in the middle over the last 2 days that I've seen from all the teams. Now I've yet to see the legends when they come in. So 3 of the teams that I've seen yesterday and today, there's no chatter about them out there in the middle.
You make a stunning point, and it's very notable. That's short. Just helped around the corner. Will be 2 at least. No, for me, it's just too quiet. You've got a team. You're controlling the game at this stage. 179 for 6. Yes, there's still 13 overs remaining, but I would have expected a bit more of a vibe. Kaji's done well. Scott has done fantastically well. They've built this partnership. 181 for 6. So they've done a great repair job. But you just haven't seen the follow through and a bit of a stare or verbal or unison clap. You look at the body language, you won't see it on screen now, but towards the leg side, arms folded, the body language speaks volumes. But to me, it does start. The person that's responsible is the keeper. And again, now we're not picking on the individual. It's everyone's responsibility in their own dynamic. But the verbal needs to come from the man with the gloves.
I'll go one more. I'll go one more with you as we see over number 38 comes to an end, 181 for 6. So yesterday we saw the Gladiators in the field, and it was just going through the motions. It ended up in a very tight game going down to the last over. But they were so quiet, and I made the point that there need to be a little bit more chatter, not just for chatter's sake. It keeps everybody alive, keeps everybody engaged into the game. It keeps you engaged into the game. Because what happens if the guy just drops it down in your direction, right? You're going for it. You anticipate well. Or if a cat goes in the air, you can go and take the catch. We saw yesterday the catch being fumbled, and unfortunately so for Matza, he's out of the tournament due to that finger injury, and we wish him well. But who says that's not going to happen here? It's almost like it's meandering again. And it's just that, like, from the Warriors here, that they just want to get to over number 50. Instead of, listen, we've got 4 wickets to get. We need to make it hard. Let's get into the bubble. Let's get around into the bubble of the batter. I'm not saying go right up to him. And that is what with sides like Western Province, when I was playing, they were good at it. Ball goes in the ring, they all come in, and then you can't go back out. It keeps you a little bit alive. And here, as you said, the ring fielders just basically on the ring. They walk in, they do that, and then just will walk back. It's just not enough.
Yeah, we're going to keep. I wish we could have the wide view, and you'll just see what is happening on the offside. There's one of the 4 fielders on the offside has had a quick clap, 1-2, and now we'll listen. And there's 1 or 2 little chats about keep it going. Keeper is quiet. Captain is quiet. We used to do it a bit differently. We used to team up. As you tour, you have a roommate. So we would actually task it within the room setup. So immaterial of who it is, me being a keeper, that didn't matter. I normally shared a room with my brother, and he was the opening bowler of the team. So we would start it off. We would always go keeper, opening bowler, because opening bowler goes to fine leg traditionally. So you stand there, you start it off. You get the verbal going from the boundary rope. Someone hears that, they pick onto that, and then we do it in spells of 5 overs. That's what we used to do. We used to make it a team dynamic, team effort, and we used to get points if we took wickets in the play that you were assigned to get the vibe going. So we would have a point system for everything, and then our scorer would make notes, and we would bring that in. Just a fun equation to do a different dynamic as part of your tour.
If you take all these men in green and put them around a pool, you reckon they'll be as quiet as they are now?
Not at all.
So why not bring that onto the field with you? It's a lot more fun. It's all about attitude for me, fielding and being in the field. Oh, that's where you can't bowl. Lesson not learned from just his previous over.
100%. He did that in his previous over, dropped short, was punished, did it again, shot is replicated.
You still want the spinner, that's what you were.
Absolutely. I'm going to advocate. I'll advocate for it all day long, because he hasn't found his rhythm. He's just not there at the moment. And that's the only reason.
Do apologize, folks. The two Johans are having an absolute Barney here. One is on about the cricket, the other one, or the rugby. The other one is about the spin. I don't know what's going on. I'm fighting a lone battle here. Over 39 to an end, 186 for 6. Maybe that's the end of Beamy's short spell. I mean, you guys are keeper, and Johan Smith's going to come in. He says he was a keeper. Looking at those hands, I'm not sure. But, I mean, you can't be at a loss for words, surely, you blokes.
No, well, the good news is that you're going to be joined by another Johan to take you to the close. We've got them lined up for you today.
He's not short of a word anyway. But, I mean, you said it in spells. For me, it was about not that. It's about the enjoyment, staying in the game. That's why I was a loud Mad Hatter. Nicely driven down the ground, just for one. I was crazy. No, in a nice way. I tried to keep everybody going and everything else. And for me, it's just a fun element. That's it.
So there's a good word that you've used, because it should be fun. You've got the opportunity to share a change room with people that you play against more often than not. Here you are combined to form a team at the Cubs week. The pressure is off in the sense that it's not school derbies. That's aerial, and that's going to escape once again. But it's the release of the typical derbies that we're accustomed to in South African school sport. That's put away. And you can strengthen relationships. You can make friends that will last for a lifetime. That's the reason I played sport, Eugene. It wasn't to be being at a Cubs week or getting national colours. That was important. But the friends, the lifelong friends that you made, that continues, because your time span to play is limited. But the friendships is forever. That's cut away beautifully, but there is protection on the boundary and will be one. So therefore, use the opportunity that sport gives you to make lifelong friends, and you would want that to be notable and hearable in this sort of environment, because you take this back, and now when they see each other at the cricket field, there'll be a hug, there'll be a high five. Hey, we'll play hard on the field, but off the field, we'll build relationships between schools, between families, between people. And that's the greater good of why we do sport, not just cricket. That's why sport is such a great and powerful tool to get people together.
You know, if you two were batting, you two Johans were batting, I would be in your ear. I'll just plant the seed, because the two of you just have a go. I've given you a seed, and you basically watered it yourself. The seed being the topic, folks, and they watering it, and I just can't get them to stop this morning. Do apologize. Oh, there's an edge. Oh, who's going to get there? Oh, the dive from Beanie, she's in vain. It's 4 more. Great effort by the big fella.
Now that was such a good delivery from David Vermaak. Reduced the edge, no slip and play. Probably wouldn't have even carried, and flew to the fence.
I'll say Beamish moved a little bit late towards that one.
Good fielding it back with point four. Can't prevent the single though. Now Beamish had a full dive and he's up in front of us and wiping his arm and a lot of dust on his clothes. It's probably about 10 steps away from where that ball crossed the boundary rope.
Yeah, that it was. But Mr. Ferreira, it was good seeing you for 10 overs, and you're going to leave me with the final onslaught here with Sput.
Sput is coming in with high speed.
So listening to Johan talking about lifelong friends made on the field, I'm very happy that I never played against you, Molion. Otherwise, we would have been friends now.
Tell you what, we would have had the odd word or three to say on the field. You while you're batting, me while I'm bowling.
I would have loved facing up to Eugene Molion having a go at me. That would have been so nice.
Never really did it.
Are you more of a starer?
Just a stare.
Big frame? Yeah, well, you'd have scared me. I know you would have scared me.
So the Yexgate Derby brings other things out of you.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember one. They had the likes of Morkel, Fuff, Heine Kuhn.
Some proper players there.
It's nicely driven.
It's been really good, this. Eugene from Olibechong Scott and Faizan Kaji, 61-run partnership.
It's just been normal cricket. But why must you be in trouble to play normal cricket? Is the question I always ask myself.
They kids, Eugene, they kids.
You
Let
can't
them play.
look back on yourself what you told me in the previous thing about development.
Yeah,
The
I
best of the best.
I went into the shade, spent some time with myself. You know, you don't need to have a go at me. I have a go at myself, don't worry. Got out of the bed with the wrong foot this morning. Do apologize. 196 for 6. I've been particularly impressed by Scott. He's on 38. It's very good, once again. Very, very good. Good fielding as well on the boundary. Another couple.
The shot selection, the running between the wickets, been impressive. That's why the partnership is forever growing. They need to go to 45, these two. That's the next goal.
It's all about those mini battles, isn't it? Setting targets. And I like your verdict on go to 45. Forget about the runs. They're coming anyway. They're scoring nicely. So if they can score another 20 or 18 in the next 4, they'll be fine for a little bit of an assault at the end. Remember, they only got 4 wickets in hand.
That's the thing. That's the key. I remember Sput telling me his goal was not to get hit by the opening bowlers and get on the non.
It's also a goal, Eugene. Goals vary.
That's what I'm saying. It's up to you. You achieved them quite well.
that new ball hurts when it hits you. Those were the days. But I'll tell you what I'm not missing. And I was listening to you guys about the Eastern Warriors being quiet in the field. It is currently about 104 degrees Celsius on the field. So maybe the sun's got something to do with their quietness.
I'm not falling for that, Chestnut.
Yeah, but you're sitting in the shade, Eugene, with cold water. No wonder you've got a lot to say.
Just trying to bring as much as the info to the folks sitting at home. It's a change of bowling.
Ndesha.
That to me is a good cricket shot again. The running between the wickets is good, and that brings up the 200 for the Western Legends.
Yeah, it's a brilliant partnership this at a stage. It didn't look like they'll get there. Tell you what's not a surprise for me is Faizan Kaji. I know he can play. Came in better at number 7. He'll bowl his medium paces later on as well. Still a youngster from Kimberley. He will be well accustomed to this heat. It has been rumoured that the hell is between Kimberley and Uppington. Oh, he's given it away, has he? No.
It gets seriously hot there. Dry.
We've spent some time at the Wilderklaver Rugby Tournament.
Oh.
Luckily, that's in April.
Beautiful time of the year, although we did have a cloudburst of note. Never seen a rugby game postponed for rain. It was serious that time. I think you did the game, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a few drops.
Affie and Paul Ross, I think it was.
Indeed. Tell you, where I saw a bit of rain as well was fortunate enough over December to be at the Global Schools Challenge in Spain. And commentating, no gazebo, no umbrellas, cloudburst of note. And then after the match, I had to walk back 2 kilometers to where I was staying. It was still raining. I haven't been as wet in my life. I did ask the director of rugby at Grey College, Bobby Joubert, if after tidying up, he'll just, hold on to me for a little while. I'm really cold. He declined. Couldn't believe it.
It is winter in the Northern Hemisphere.
So I'm once again questioning those lifelong friends.
Are you much of a chatter behind the stumps?
I'll tell you what, yes, but never got below the belt, Eugene. Never turned it into a personal thing. Had I played against you, it might have been a different story. But no, never too personal. But enjoyed the good old chat.
Who had hitting?
Has made his ground. It's good running. He was slow to set off, was Faizan Kaji. Made his ground, and then I'll tell you what the secret was, and Johan Ferreira will know. You needed the batter to engage, to talk back. So whatever you had to do for him to talk back. If only, they scared me when they just kept quiet and started hitting you harder and harder. But once they engaged, you knew you were on top.
Sure, you had quite a few things to say there at Grey College, especially who would be the big rivals in cricketing terms? St Andrews?
St Andrews and Bloemfontein. I must say they've really come on nicely. They've, especially the last 10 years, they've played some really good cricket. Back in the day, we were lucky we had the wood over them. And then you had your King Edward School St John's weekend, where we played both of them on one weekend. I ran into a rampant Vaughan van Jaarsveld on a couple of occasions.
Hits the ball an absolute mile, that guy. Tidy over here.
Just to get back to that point, also had your weekend where you played Affies and Pretoria Boys Eye on the same weekend. Played Selborne College, Grey High. So the guys in Bloom are really fortunate. They play the best of the best. They go on tour almost every weekend. Parents not that fortunate because they've got to subsidise those tours. But not a lot of competition in the province, Eugene. So you got to go searching for it if you want to develop the players.
Well, I will tell you this much. That was a 7-ball over.
You bowled a lot of them. 8 balls, 9 balls. But that was because of wides and no balls.
No. Not a lot of them.
Is it? Okay, you were Marsley with the extras?
Very.
I'll ask now.
Big feet, never overstep.
How much over's going?
No, I did overstep, but that was before the free hit. You remember Merrick Pringle?
Very, very, very well.
Pringle,
One of the best swing bowlers I've ever seen.
and he wasn't shy of the odd no ball. And they brought in fines for no ball wickets. He had to cash out.
Would he pay before the match? Would he give something?
Just pay on credit. Thanks, Duncan. Yeah, Pringle helped Dorsey a lot with his bowling.
He's a class act, Merrick Pringle. I remember Nissan Shield final. Remember when we used to be televised, the Nissan Shield, 4-day competition in South Africa. Eastern Province playing Western Province in the final. And I remember that for 2 reasons. Inspiring spell of bowling by Aldine Baptiste and Merrick Pringle. And Kepler Wessels making a runner ball 185. And he wasn't known for his big hitting, nicely played by Faizan Kaji. He's a very skillful player. Not yet with the power of the big boys, but he's very skillful indeed.
That's nice to see. And now, for one, I'm glad. I think I said to Johan Ferreira earlier, I'm glad I went to the Kayamajola this year for 2 reasons. One was obviously I love the tournament so much. Oh, there's an edge. This is going to be a chase. Who's going to win this race? Beam is just there. Oh, he just about get there.
Forgive us for laughing. He's cramping up here right in front of us, the big man, baby. It's a good chase. He's been through the wars a bit. He's got a few grassies to show for it. It's a good chase nonetheless. And some more runs for Kaji.
As I said, the first reason is that I've always been fond of the Kayamajola Cricket Week. No matter where it's been, and been fortunate enough to go to these tournaments, especially when it's away from the Western Cape region. But the other one is I wanted to see Bloem and the facilities around there. The reason why I say that's good, that's carved away. Come back for the second. And 2 it will be. I've always felt Bloem being the heartbeat of South Africa. And not just South Africa, but South African cricket. Many good cricketers, top-tier cricketers have come from that region, and you need to get back to that.
I'm going to tell you something interesting after this delivery. Bloemfontein got some of the best schools in South Africa. Grey College, Unisi, Waranya, Macy School, Fighout Park, Jim Fisher, a lot of quality schools, but international cricketers, ODI cricketers. You speak about Grey College and you speak about their rugby pedigree and the best rugby school in the world, this and that, which is all true, of course. And then no school has produced more one-day international cricketers since readmission than Grey College. Boeta Dippenaar, Victor Mpitsang, Riley Rousseau, Piet van Biljon, Hans Cronje. The list goes on. Ryan McLaren, and even Corey van Zyl played for South Africa. As that one drifts down leg, the keeper misses it as well. So that's going to be another couple added to the score. So yes, it is a real hotbed of South African sport, Bloemfontein, and for various reasons. It's the biggest town in the Free State. A lot of kids from throughout the province come to hostel at the 3 big schools. Very neatly played once again. He's been so good, Oliver Scott. Goes on to 48. Oh, there's going to be another one. 2 turns into 3, so he goes to 49.
I'm sorry. That gentleman cannot be saying, come on, man, when you're the one that should be coming off the boundary.
He's the only guy in the vicinity, so he needs to be there. He needs to back up.
That just doesn't make sense.
Take that man a pillow and a sleeping bag. They're batting beautifully, yeah, Kaji and Scott. So, getting back to Bloemfontein and the various reasons, I often think as well, Bloemfontein is the sort of town with less distractions or distractions than...
There's a lot of distractions.
There's a lot of distractions. There's a few hazards there. I've been there for 40 years, so there's a lot less distractions than, for instance, Cape Town, Joburg. Guys are quite focused. And then that champions mentality, if that makes sense. It's often one of the only mottos I have in sport is winning is a habit, but so is losing. And that winning habit, that winning culture is created from a relatively young age in the town of Bloemfontein.
No, I hear you. And I think that's where it needs to be, because when I grew up, Free State, they were strong at cricket.
I remember when they won the Benny and Henny for the first time late 80s, Benson and Edges, Johan Volstedt, the great college headmaster in later years, was the first Free State cricket coach to win that trophy. I had a West Indian playing for them with the name of Franklin Stevenson.
Best slow ball. One of the best in the business.
There was a stage, I'll get back to that now. That's 50 up for Oliver Scott. Well played, young man. Playing a crucial hand here for the Western Legends.
Well, this was just magnificent. Team in trouble. And look where he's taken his team. 221 for 6. He's on 50. I think maybe after this over, they could probably say, listen, let's put our foot down. We can lose 1 wicket per over from here.
Is that going to be a couple, or is it coming back? Good running by Kaji.
Not the best 2-3 minutes for that fella out there on the sweeper boundary.
So, just to get back to that Free State side, late 80s, early 90s, there was a stage where they had 4 of the quickest bowlers in South Africa and 1 bowling attack. Franklin Stevenson, Alan Donald, Nico Pretorius, Corey van Zyl. All express. Then you had the backup of Brad Player. Could swing it. Names like in the batting department, Gerardus Liebenberg, Louis Wilkinson. Mickey Arthur played for Free State for a long time as well. So, those were the days for Free State cricket.
Made my debut against Free State, and I got, as the saying goes, Quissy.
Old Chris Venter, the big man.
Yeah.
Very famous story of Quissy Venter playing against the Aussies. And as that's the end of the over, 223 for 6. This is really a fantastic partnership. So, Free State was playing the Aussies. That's the match that Ansi Cronje announced himself by scoring a double ton. And Tim May, the off-spinner, was bowling, and David Boone was at silly mid-off with Ian Healy behind the stumps. And Ian Healy said, Timo, throw in the Mars bar. Perhaps he'll go down the track for that. Because if Venter turned around and he said, no, don't do it, because David Boone will beat me to it. Some characters.
Well, here's a question for you, Swid. Can the Legends get about 10 to the over here with 4 overs left?
No.
They've got to try now.
No, they don't. They need to bat the 50 overs. Because if they lose a wicket here, Malian, it can go downhill quickly. That's my take on it. Okay. So, if they get another 25 in this 4 overs, they're happy. Because that takes them to 249, 250.
So, run a ball from here.
Run a ball, I'm happy. That means they'll bat through the innings.
I'm telling you, I remind you about that in the second innings.
Knowing the youngsters, though, they'll go for it. But I'm just conscious of the fact that if they lose a wicket here in the 47th over now, then maybe they only score 10 or 12.
Okay. Well, this over started with 3 dots.
Oh, that's not ideal. He's missed out there twice in a row on the cut. Pretty much a shot in anger there. After missing out and facing 3 dots, gets a couple. This partnership is golden for the Western Legends. They lost yesterday, remember,
Yeah,
as did the Eastern Warriors.
both these teams lost. One of them will be victorious today, unless it's tied.
I'll tell you what, Faizan Kaji is going to be a very good player when he adds a bit of power, when he grows a bit. Technically so solid.
He's played plenty of those, hasn't he? Good
Yeah.
running by Scott as well.
So you can see that he just lacks that power at this stage. The release shot, the slog sweep over Cal for 6. He doesn't have that yet. But he's a very, very prolific run scorer in the power play. Almost like Hashim Amla, remember?
Yeah.
I used to say before I commentated and really just watched T20 cricket, I used to say Hashim Amla was my favourite opening batter in T20 cricket in the world, because with normal cricket, the field up, he would score a strike rate of 160, 170, and then after the power play, he needs to run himself out, because that was just the way the game developed, as in T20. It was a bit similar for me in a certain sense as Reza Hendricks. He's a wonderful exponent of the power play, but doesn't always have that massive power game in the after that, But Hash, what a player that man was. Jeez.
I'll tell you what, Reza's still one of the players I love watching.
Oh, he's so pure on the eye, isn't he? That cover drive.
Yeah. Well, this is just chipped in to a vacant area. Will be a couple again, but this is all good for the Legends.
I'm gonna throw you with something, yeah.
You always do.
Well, Leon, I have not seen an innings where so many runs have been scored to the extra cover boundary in a very long time. Not all of them boundaries,
No,
but
100%.
2s and 3s and 8 and dot, and there's been a hell of a lot.
There's been plenty. Well, this could be another couple. It should be a couple. And this is what this partnership has been a standout feature of, the running between the wickets.
This has been, without a shadow of doubt, the best cricket I've watched in 2 days. This partnership. For what it's been, for the moment, they know after this there's not much to come. It's been brilliant.
No, and I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching it. I've enjoyed 2 men knuckling down, identifying what's needed.
I imagine if I batted with Johan Ferreira, it would be a lot like this. Hard running between the wickets. I was sweetly struck, really sweetly struck. A little bit disappointed in the running there. They didn't really attack that first run. There was a distinct possibility of a second.
It's a big area here at Coetzenburg Oval. Oh, is that one of work from outside off onto the onside? Could attribute to all those 2s being run today, especially in that area.
What always amazes me, though, Roland, is the fact that now there's 2s. In the 47th over. Now the 2s are there. Why didn't you run hard from the start?
You should ask your batters. I mean, you were a batter.
It-
I mean, it's always when you're in trouble. Well, what I don't understand, this is cricket for me, and I saw it at the Kaya Majola, especially when teams are in trouble. You see the laps, boom. I saw it at Yusowi, people lapping. right? Team's going well. Everybody sits down. All of a sudden, you're in trouble, like Legends were today. A lot of sticks down for not too many runs, and then you see, oh no, we need the urgency. You clap for singles like it's a maximum.
So yeah, it's always amazed me, and at a reasonably young age as a high school learner, get back to that after this delivery.
Well, surely you can put your foot down now. There's 12 balls left. Come on, Spoot. Surely now's the time.
Yeah, you're on with good hands there to the side of me. I'm not sure either of these guys have the power to clear the boundary. So I think they're doing fine here.
Well, the shortest boundary here is straight. They should set themselves. I would love to see him get an off stump. Maybe he's doing that here now. He's Scott. He's going to go on off stump. So now he's going to give him a chance to score both sides and trying to hit the ball downtown.
Yeah, that's nicely played. Run hard. Come back for two. No. So
Beami's has done good work.
that hamstring cramp. The big man. That's you know that feeling. You know it's going to come. It's going to come when he sits down for lunch. That's when it's going to come. To get back to my point, Andre Volstedt, the son of Jan Volstedt, who we spoke about earlier, was our coach at high school. He taught me one of the best things I've ever. He's bowled him. End of over, Scott. What an innings it was. And when he hit out an anger like Eugene Molan wanted him to, he loses his poles.
Yeah, didn't want him to go maybe across the line. Maybe go more straight, but it's been a very, very good knock. Yeah, that was just a big hoik. When we didn't see that throughout his innings. And then just at the end, brought his demise, but he's put his team in a much better position from where they were.
Just to get back to my point, Eugene, and he taught us the following. 3 is not enough, and 5 is the magic number. That pertains to singles in an over as a batter. So 3 is not enough, because you're going to bat a 3 and over then. But 5 is the magic number. If you can somehow get 5 singles and over, I can almost assure you the 6th ball is going to be a bad one, because the bowler is so frustrated, he's so angry, because his good balls are going for 1. And that was what this partnership made me think about. It was good running, lots of singles, lots of 2s. Golfryer, Cully, as he's known, the man from Rustenburg, perhaps the quickest bowler at this tournament. He runs and he's got some serious gas. He's played a few times for the SA Under-19s as Cully Fryer. His older brother Rico, also a very good bowler.
Yeah, and like most bowlers coming on back end of the innings, they'll probably wheel the willow. We'll see if he can. I'm more excited to see how he's going to do with ball in hand. I think both of us are.
He's quick. He's quick, and it's all about rhythm for those quicks. So let's see if he has some rhythm today and really pushes it up. His partnership with Otto Kraus for the new ball will be very, very key. There's not going to be wandering here, Cully Fryer.
Well, he will have the power to clear any boundary. Just needs to find the middle of the bat.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a good javelin thrower as well.
That's right.
He's pumped that as Cole Fryer. Cully, as he's known, comes back for a couple. Faizon Kaji will have the strike for the final over.
Oh, the bounce there did for the fielder. As it bounced over his head. But we're moving to the last over. The Legends 240 to 7.
Don't know what it is about today, Eugene. I'm being so nostalgic. Perhaps it's the new year, but when I mentioned javelin throw, remember Tom Petranov?
Yes.
South African record holder in the javelin. He was a superstar, wasn't he?
Threw from one side of the field to the next.
Regularly threw more than 85 meters, Tom Petranov. 80 meters, sort of the magic mark. Once you get over 80, you become a serious
Yeah.
javelin thrower. Spin in the final over. That's not neatly played by Kaji.
Well, he might not be able to hit boundaries, but he's worked this ball around this ground for twos quite effectively. 45 from 62. He'll be happy with that return there. Still 5 balls to come.
Oh, they're going to come back for a second. Only the single. Kaji moves to 46. They need 7 for that 250 mark, Eugene. Faraya's going to try and get 6 of them in one blow, I can promise you. Surely it's 2. Kaji comes back leisurely.
He's done a lot of running. He has done a lot of running.
Yeah, even he's tired now. Look at him there, the youngster. 3 balls left. Oh, it's going to not carry. That's pulling out the parachute quite soon there on the cow corner boundary. Kaji needs 4 for a 50.
I think that's Pedersen out there.
That's out. Eventually extra cover. An area that they've been peppering. And right on the edge of the circle, the catch is taken.
Yeah, trying to go for it. It is that final over, and again a good knock from Kaji. 46 from 64 deliveries.
Yeah,
Give them a chance.
both him and Oliver Scott deserves high fives from the teammates in abundance. They've dragged them all the way from 130 for 5, 246 for 7, a couple of deliveries left, and it's Otto Kraus. Simo is on his way to the University of Northwest, the Northwest University Eagles, as they're known in the Varsity Cup rugby.
Yeah, I did see Craig Alexander here as well, the coach of Northwest. Do find a lot of them around this neck of the woods this time of the year.
Scouting, searching for those talented players. 1 ball for Otto Kraus. What's he going to do with it? Oh, he has a go. Why wouldn't he? Doesn't make any contact, and that's the end of the innings. 246 for 8. Would you say that's round about par or just below?
I reckon it's below. However, both these teams yet to record a win. It's going to come down to how well the Legends are going to bowl, to how well the Warriors are going to go about the batting. That's what it's going to be about, and getting through that first initial stage of that first power play.
I'll tell you what, with a score of 246, I'm glad I've got it on the board. I'm glad that I don't have to chase it. I think it's one of those targets on this field when if they bowl well, and especially if their spinners bowl well, I think they have a serious chance here to do the Western Legends. And that's mainly thanks to Oliver Scott and Faizan Kaji.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's going to come down to their captain, Randy Sice. He's going to have to lead that attack with bat in hand. There's other men that also need to step up. And they cannot afford to lose wickets in clusters, because if you do that, you just curtail that momentum that will be lost. However, here we are. 246 for 8, or 50 overs for the Legends. And let's get to a 30-minute break for lunch. So we are going to have a short break and join us again in 30 minutes or so.
Fabriski. What's that? Speaker. Johan, ek dink daar's iets om eerder binne hoor.
Ja, 100.
You could have left the tripod in, I'm not. Stay. Come. Don't run, don't trip. Doe jij in de zee? Nice. Look at my arm, look here. Hey, look here. Look here. Cook, and I'm putting something in the whole time. Hey, who's that? The Mac charging.
Cubs Week, day 2. And we have a battle on our hands. What a fight back. In parts, a storyline that started for the Western Legends, losing a key man, Christian Kind, in the first over. 4 for 1. That quickly moved along to 65 for 1. Then a double strike, 65 for 2, became 67 for 3. Another fight back. If Bota's key wicket fell in the 27th over, 132 for 5, and you thought, well, this could get nasty pretty quickly. But then a wonderful partnership to the latter stages of 103 propelled the Western Legends to a competitive total, and one that I think Spoot Smith, they would be happy with.
Yeah, I do think if you take into consideration where they were at 130 odd for 5, as you said, and not known for their batting depth necessarily, so very good work from Kaji and Scott.
Both teams got rolled over on day number 1. First run in reply, they think of 2. It is Beamish who is opening the batting as he did the bowling. He was the man that was responsible for the wicket of Christian Kind.
Definition of an all-rounder if you open the batting and the bowling. Beamish, big lad as well. He was struggling with a bit of cramp here on the boundary earlier on. So hopefully he's recovered, taken in some fluids, maybe a magnesium tablet. They're not nice, those cramps on these hot days.
Definitely not. So opening with him is Reese Wiblin. Together with Gangat, they played a big part in the initial fight back that came from the Eastern Warriors. But just in between, that's where they didn't follow through. So now they have to set their stall on a target of 247, and they've got to deal with a pretty rapid Carl Fryer.
He's probably the quickest around here at the Cubs Week, Carl Fryer, as he's known by to his mates. Man from Rustenburg in the northwest province of South Africa. Close to Sun City. There's Rustenburg, mining town. Gold mines in the vicinity.
That's a beaut. And it's even lifting after it passes the bat. So he's extracting the bounce that is on offer.
Yeah, he's got something about him. Cully Fryer, strong action. Nice rhythmical approach, and then explodes in that crease. Just straightening off the seam a touch as well.
What strikes me immediately, compared to the opening partnership of the Eastern Warriors, look at his follow-through, the momentum through the crease, and listen to the verbal. They're up for this challenge. That's good areas again. It will be tapped towards third. A run to Reese Wiblin, but a good start from Carl Fryer.
For the viewers at home, what you'll notice when a guy's got a bit of extra pace is things tend to happen. Not a lot of balls will be left alone by the batters. They tend to throw their hands at it. It's almost that fight or flight kind of mentality for the batter.
No, Spoot, the one thing that I would take into the dressing room, if I was the coaching staff, I would say, okay, what did we learn from the first innings? Application is key. Building the partnership without being too aggressive. There's runs to be made. This pitch has offered something to the new ball, and we're using 2 new balls, so there will be a bit of movement up front. Fryer is one of the danger men in this bowling lineup. We'll complete the point after this. Nicely, just up on his toes, and rides the bounce and guides it to third and gets another single. But if application is there, we can work our way. We don't have to lose wickets up front. 247, you don't have to chase from the onset. Let's set the foundation, see off the new ball, regroup, re-strategize. Let's get to drinks. Let's maybe get to drinks 1 or 2 down, and then see where we're at and what we need to do to chase down the remaining runs. That's the game plan, and in theory, it's always easy to play cricket, but it doesn't quite happen like that. It's about the moment and playing the key moments. The team that plays the key moments better will come out on tops, but that would be my message at the halfway mark.
Agreed, Johan. I think the key at Coetzenburg Oval, which is a very nice ground to chase on, because it's a quick outfield, value for shots, key is not to feel threatened. You only need to go at 5 and over. 250 sounds a lot. If you break it down, it's not that much. Break it down into 550s. Otto Kraus will be opening the bowling with Kali Fryer. He'll swing the ball back at Beamish, Otto Kraus, and away from the right-handers.
Oh, nice start, lovely start. Two behind the stumps grabbers next to the keeper. That's what you would expect to see him up.
Took 3 wickets in his opening spell yesterday, Otto Kraus. Ended up with 3 for 40 against the Southern Superstars, who made 270, so he bowled nicely. Man from Bloemfontein.
Oh, that's a beaut. But not to be critical of William Beamish, but no feet. Stuck on the crease.
As they say, the feet was in the toilet there, but this is a perfect length from Otto Kraus. Nice and tall. Play
Almost
that.
on the walk. It was quite an interesting analysis at the Ashes that was done on Cameron Green. And also going walkabout and not being settled and in a balanced position when he plays the ball. That's just a waff outside the off stump.
That's a good start here for Kraus, who's got Beamish unsettled. The knives are out for Cam Green through parts of Australia. Hasn't had a brilliant series. I see Bo Webster in the side as well for this final Ashes test that started this morning. Only 45 overs in the day.
Well, at least we're going to go to day 2 and past day 2, you would think.
That's a good start for England. 211 for 3. Edged.
Yeah, just quality bowling there. Oh, that's naughty on the boundary. Shouldn't have been 4. That should have been cut off, really. But a round won by Otto Kraus. First runs conceded. Not his fault. Produced the false stroke. This one, Beamish wins a mini battle, but the war is on, and Kraus is on the money, showing why he is rated as one of the big prospects in youth cricket in South Africa.
Yeah, he's going to the University of Potchefstroom. Northwest University is Otto Kraus. Oh, another good nut, another good nut. This is beautiful from the Grey College opening bowler, Otto Kraus. Spent the evening with his father last night, Heinz Krause, professional hunter by trade. He's very proud of Otto as in his matric year, he finally got that academic tie. Over 70% in matric, Otto Kraus.
Yeah, his mathematical skills is right up there. He knows what to do. He's got the formula.
Yeah, he's got the angles right here from around the wicket. It's just straightening ever so slightly. There's his approach, nice and rhythmical. He can perhaps get that bowling arm slightly higher. It's a little low at point of release currently. Conrad de Swart there at the Northwest University would know that and work on that. But he's got all the attributes. He swings the ball away from the right-handers. And a quality prospect indeed.
So let me get your coaching opinion about his approach around the wicket to the left-hander. We often see that, so it's what works for you. But interesting that he goes around the wicket from the onset. Attention now falls with Reese Wiblin, who will just whip this around the corner. Has it got enough legs? The fielder is trying desperately, but won't reel it in. That's 4 runs from the bat of Reese Wiblin.
Yeah, it's nicely played, but just back to your point on Otto Kraus going around the wicket. It's some bowlers just feel more comfortable. But I would, in fact, like to see him over the wicket with the ability to swing it back. Maybe just create that angle almost going across and then bring it back to the left-hander. So, yeah, maybe worth the effort for Otto Kraus just to bowl a few deliveries over the wicket at Michael Beamish.
Oh, that's lovely again. Just Fryer is up there. He's got a good length, and credit to Wiblin who pulled out of the shot. thought about it momentarily and then said, no, not worth the nibble.
Things will happen quickly when Cully Fryer is bowling. There'll either be some runs on offer, or he'll grab a wicket or two.
It's a full toss that's just tapped into the covers. No, you know, Spoot, that you sit and you watch and hindsight isn't the exact science, but those full tosses up front, it's something you don't expect. You're not mindful of it. And we often see the opportunity that presents itself up front is often missed because you're just not thinking about.
I agree with you 100%, and it's almost like opening batters, especially. We'll get to that after this. Gets away with one there, Cully Fryer. Opening batters are so conditioned to protect that fourth stump channel. That's what they're thinking about. That's which one can I let go? How do I cover my off stump? This and that. So there's so many technical things going on in their mind that here comes Cully Fryer, probably north of 130 clicks, and all of a sudden full toss presents itself and you're just not ready for it.
It's short cuts. Now the race is on again with the speed of Fryer. Won't be cut off. 4 more.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries in the over now for Reece Wiblin. That was a good shot. Got on top of it. I think he might have even left the ground here. Now momentarily did. Nicely played. Gets the second boundary of the over.
This mindset, put pads on, it's the halfway mark. You're pretty tired, it's been warm. Wind's been going from the start, second day of cricket. And the key for me is that mental reset. Just the talent that you have, or the ability that you have to go back to start again. I've got a big role to play. I've got to be responsible. I've got to go out there. I've got to be protective, watchful, mindful, but I've got to look at the scoreboard as well. I don't want to put my team under early pressure. There's so many mind games and aspects to putting out on pads and walking out. It's not that easy, not that simple.
It's always easier for numbers 3, 4, and 5 because they get a little bit of extra time to reset. But opening the batting, sometimes, even if the break is 30 minutes, you feel rushed. You've got to hurry because you've got to get something in the stomach as well. You've got to rehydrate.
Nice and full from Cross. Did you have a certain way in setting up yourself before you went out to bat? Was there a formula, left pad, right pad?
It's funny you should ask that, yes. Left first, left spike before right spike, left pad before right pad, left glove first to go on. So yeah, it's those little superstitions. I think we all have them, even though not everybody shares them. He's got it on a string, yeah.
And would you shower in between innings?
If there was time, yes. Depending on what I did the night before, you might need a shower. If there was enough time, but the one thing I hated, because I did open the batting and I also kept wicket, was to feel rushed. So I sometimes didn't do the shower, just giving myself that extra couple of minutes to sort of get quiet.
That's better from Beamish. They appreciated the line, the length, and then just shouldered.
I like this opening partnership of the Western Legends because you've got the control of Grass, you've got the pace of Fryer, and if Grass bowls as nicely as he is bowling right now, it sort of gives a bit of freedom to Cully Fryer to really run in and try and pick up those wickets.
And it's partnerships. As a batting partnership is important, a bowling partnership certainly exists. And you feed off one another. So important that one continues the good job that's been done at the other end.
And you'll also find Otto Kraus might pick up the wickets because the guys will tend to play more aggressively to him, although Beamish is leaving nicely on this over. Can Kraus get it to shape back at him?
Shot in anger over the top, safe, and will be at least 2. I'll think 3. That should be easy. Good running by these 2.
That's a big boundary out there towards the scoreboard. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Reese Wiblin. Kraus will get it to nibble away from him, bringing those catches behind the stumps into play. 2 slips forward to Kraus.
Reese Wiblin is a real talent. You would have seen him split as well in that Switch School SA20 final.
Indeed. He's a good player as Reese Wiblin. Bowls leg spin as well. Bowl nicely picked up a couple today, 2 for 51.
Yeah, that final that I'm mentioning, he scored an 87 not out. It was against the Grey High, which they won, St Andrews.
They've been having a very good season. St Andrews from Makanda, previously known as Grahamstown.
What a lovely part that is.
Some of the worst roads I've ever seen, but a lovely, lovely town.
Yeah, once you get there, yes.
It's a lovely town. It's St Andrews, Kingswood, Graham College. The most amazing thing when I spent some time there for the first time was realizing that some of the schools has pubs on the school ground, which forms, open to the, obviously not to the kids, but to old boys and patrons alike. Nadia Botha behind the stumps, the wicket keeper from St Andrews School in Bloemfontein.
Oh, you need support from your fielders. That went through the hands, but there's backup. But that shouldn't have been 2. It's 2 that's been given to the batting team. Now with so much happening at schools, the whole target audience has changed. I mean, where I come from, we never had the old boy tradition, and old boys is really such a key ingredient. Old girls, old boys, a key ingredient to making a school tick over, and it's the media, the unpaid media, your voice out to the public.
Indeed, and it's you speak about how times have changed, that sport is playing such a big role at school level these days. It's such a great marketing tool. Sport for your school draws in people onto the campus, and the television coverage these days and coverage on YouTube like this CSA Cubs Week, etc., has really enhanced the profile of sport at schoolboy and girl level.
It was uncomfortable, Beamish, but he tapped it onto the leg side and get 1. And that's the beauty, where your team would travel to a tournament in Bloemfontein, or where it's not easily accessible for an entire family to pack up and go and watch your son or daughter play. But now you can get together at your clubhouse, at your school clubhouse, and still watch on this platform.
And
have a good cry.
A lot of the schools do that these days. Open their clubhouse or open their deck or whatever they have and put it on a big screen. It's good in the field.
I just think we're really blessed in the modern era to be able to bring you the heroes of tomorrow. I say we. I'll speak for myself first. I didn't have a platform to showcase myself anywhere except in my community, at my school. Now,
everybody knows you.
Absolutely, there's a hero status, which brings people closer to the game. I mean, again, so my residential address is Paul, and I'll go to a Marcus Miller. A Marcus Miller walking around in Paul attracts youngsters for photos. We were just ordinary kids going to school and enjoying sport without any status or profile.
Marcus Miller is as famous as the box.
Correct, 100%.
Him and Ethan Adams, they're doing photo shoots all over this December. Oh, that was quick. That was rapid.
There's a bit of frustration out in the field because you're building the pressure. A bye is signalled. It was a tough one. It continued to lift after the fact, after it passed the bat. But Carl Fryer has been pretty rapid in showing what we spoke about, the pace that he does possess, and rating him as the quickest in this week.
23 without loss after 5 overs. Solid enough start. Fryer, none for 15.
And that will take me to my cricket point that I want to build on from a rugby perspective. And this is not excluding the hockey or netball community and all the other sports. But if you just take a like for like with what we are doing with today, cricket and rugby. There was a time where, I'll take myself back to 1992, South Africa had just come out into the international space, and I watched my first test at St. George's Park. India were playing South Africa, and I was a youngster, and I stood outside the change room with an autograph book, and the Team India came down the steps and they were exiting the building towards the bus, and I stood there with my white sunscreen painted on my face because I wanted to be Alan Donald, and Kapil Dev and Sachin Tendulkar and Mohammad Azharuddin, they all signed my book, which I still have today. Forward many years later, you would sit at a 4-day game and there would be nobody, and that really broke my heart. Of course, cricket is a big passion of mine. And now you have a product like the SA20, where it's so pleasing to see people go back to a stadium. Yes, it's a shortened format, but people are back at the stadiums. They're creating a vibe. There's geest, there's a presence, and these young cricketers, they now have a platform to aspire to playing in front of big crowds, as rugby often has that opportunity to do week in and week out. And that to me is really, that's fantastic. So these youngsters are taking the opportunity to hopefully put themselves onto a platform or auction one day where they can play in front of a full house.
Couple of singles of the first 2 deliveries. For the first time in his spell, Kraus just missing his lengths ever so slightly. That was too full. He's got to continue to bowl the ball. Get those energy levels up. It'll jump through the roof if they can pick up a wicket here. Too straight. It's just not shaping for him on that line.
You talk about superstitions, and 2-2-2 is the runs required to win. Famously remembered David Shepherd, dancing up and down and bouncing up and down. The characters of the game.
Yeah, what a guy he was. The English umpire, David Shepherd. I remember how he used to hobble on one leg when it was Nelson. That's better from Kraus.
What's been impressive, this is a quality opening pair. Let's be honest, I'm talking bowling first. So very, very good quality opening partnership coming at you with the new ball. And what they've done well is that they've negotiated the threat. They haven't really offered, there was maybe half a chance here or there, but for the rest they've been pretty compact, pretty sound. I think more so Wiblin. Beamish to me has just been slightly stuck on the crease at times.
Another single to finish off the 3rd over forward to Kraus has been Misley. 3 overs, none for 10. Fryer, 3 overs, none for 15, and it's 26 without loss, 1 bye added to the equation.
As batters have their little column that they walk off to, and very, very aware of their stats, strike rates, and how many 50s and 100s. A keeper, the bye column hurts. That's your column.
I used to get so angry at umpires, and they give a bye against you, and you know it was a wide. You're like, no, sir, that messes up my day. It's good to have a clean sheet behind the stumps.
Now Fryer still looking for that breakthrough. 26 without loss. Beamish 13, Wiblin 11. Wiblin on strike, he's the right-hander. Look at cricket equipment and how that's evolved. Sput, I'm sure your pads was very visible outside your pants. Nowadays, it's hidden away, it's small, it's almost hockey-like.
I would have loved it.
Oh, absolutely.
I would have loved it.
We could have
But
been more mobile.
Sometimes the kneecap. I'm just worried about that kneecap. Shot.
Right at the top of the bounce. They're not even running. It's 4. Lovely shot from Reese Wiblin. Didn't have to do much, to be quite honest. Just get yourself in position, bat on ball, timing was there.
It's beautifully played. Here's another look at strong action from Cully Fryer. Once again, rides the bounce beautifully. This Reese Wiblin. Always value for money or value for shots here at the Coetzenburg Oval.
At this stage, the score is not too far off at the end of the 7th over. Western Legends at 45 for 1. It's 30 without loss. Eastern Warriors in reply. That without loss is key. You'll press the repeat button and you'll get the same result.
Yeah, he's got to learn his lesson here. Cully Fryer can't give width to Reese Wiblin. 2 fantastic strokes of the back foot. Back-to-back boundaries for the Eastern Warriors and Reese Wiblin. It's a replay.
Just a touch too wide now. Come back towards that 3.5 stump line. There we go, but this time he overcompensates. So he's 2 straight, tucked around the corner, helped along the way, 4 more. Wiblin on a roll.
Quality batting by Reese Wiblin as he flicks that one through mid-wicket. 3 boundaries in succession, and now they're going to be really close to that 45 after 7.
And it's so often the case where you overcompensate for what you've seen happen from the 2 previous deliveries. You don't want to give more width. Now you overcompensate, you do straight, and Wiblin is classy enough. Whips it around the corner. Vacant territory 4. So how does Fryer react? Suddenly his analysis, 0 for 27. He's a big threat in this bowling lineup. 0 for 27. 2 balls shy of completing his 4th. More watchful from Reese Wiblin.
It's moving well now, Reese Wiblin. That's what 3 boundaries in succession will do. I'll give you a lot of confidence. Just coming back to that equipment chat of earlier. Wicket keeping gloves these days. Absolutely marvelous as well. I used to spend 5-6 seasons wearing the same pair of gloves. I'd have them refurbished. The softer they were, the better. I found a Bowen shoe repair in Bloemfontein back in the days. That did some refurbishment on the gloves, put in new sheets, make sure the grip was still there. But I had distinctly remember before I was fortunate enough to be sponsored by Kookaburra, I had a pair of Kookaburra gloves that I used for 8 years. Just couldn't get rid of them.
I wish I could. I'll take the next topic on what you've just said. For me, a new bat, a new willow with linseed oil on it, with beautiful straight lines on the grain that you gently knock in as if it's your first date. You just want to be mindful of doing the right things, going to the right restaurant. Just tap it in, and then I tell you, my bat was next to me on my bed. It was a laser 5-star willow. Now, for our youngsters, don't go and look for a laser. You won't find it. That's how old I am.
But for the folks back at home, if they want to see a laser, Jacques Callis, when he got into international cricket, playing for South Africa, used to be sponsored by the company, the bat manufacturer Laser. Lovely willows.
Spoot, that was my first willow, and it was my pet, my girlfriend, my best friend. that was all I lived for, was that cricket bat. Oh,
Chance. Is it a chance? No, it's going to be safe. Frustration forward to Cross.
I think what would be important now is for Reece Woodman. I would walk down the track and I would just say, listen, calm down, it's okay. We've survived, we've done all the hard work. This is not needed. It's not there to play that shot. He's going across the line for a ball that's on off stump. Not needed. Yes, if he pulls that off, we'll say great shot, but it's not needed at this stage. So just get back in the bubble, restart, and I think it's a good single in hindsight as well. Give Woodland that opportunity to take the pressure off Beamish.
Drifts down the leg side. Does Autocross looking for that magic delivery. Third man and fine leg. Back on the fence. 3 men in the covers. Couple of slips. Mid on. Mid wicket.
So I'll finish my topic and I'll say that getting to the nets, I used to walk to the bowlers and look at the balls that they brought from home. What did their parents give them to come and bowl at the nets? And then I would decide if I was using the school bat or my own. And often there's a big appeal. They can't review, of course. There's no luxury of a review process. So there's a lot of hands on heads. Still no favourable decision from the umpire, 40 without loss. And then I would say, sorry boys, it's not happening. And I would go, sir, where's the school kit?
Yeah, it's amazing how protective one gets. I mentioned earlier I used to be a massive Kookaburra fan. I would write them every year asking if they would consider sponsoring me. And I think they grew so tired and eventually they said yes. And the day that box arrived, used to bat with Kookaburra Ridgeback. I don't know if you remember that. Ricky Ponting used it.
Absolutely.
And Kookaburra Bubble. But eventually I settled on the Ridgeback. Just love the pickup. As an opening batter, weight was very important for me. Used a very light willow. Bowlers can be quite rapid at the start of innings.
And it's also the ball manufacturer that we use in South Africa, Kookaburra.
We spoke about them yesterday. A company started by A.G. Thompson in Melbourne. 4th and 5th generation Thompsons these days at the offices in Melbourne. They also have offices in India and in England. It's a beautiful delivery from Autocross. He's been really good. 4 overs, none for 13, slightly unlucky on a couple of occasions. Huge appeal against Wirblen. So he could have easily had a couple of wickets.
Yeah, Beamish escaped. Could have gone to hand, different day, different outcome. And then the big appeal that wasn't given. 41 without loss. That required run rate is manageable.
Very.
4.9.
So.
They're going at 5.4. Wickets column. That's the important one if you're sitting in the dugout, the Eastern Warriors dugout. They won the toss, decided to field. And now they're trying to chase. Ooh, thought about one.
It's good from FK Botha at backward point. Keeping Wirblen honest.
He looked very good when he batted Botha.
Yeah, if he kicked on, he would have had a much bigger total than the 246 they ended on.
Scott and Kaji, absolutely phenomenal. 103 run partnership that put them in this position where they can have something to bowl at.
Hayden Dodd got a start, got himself out. Botha got a good one. FG Botha got a great ball from Suleiman Gangat that cleaned him up. It's those starts that you need to convert.
Scott is to our right, where we're sitting at the moment doing commentary, he's probably still running through some of the shots he played, but he was magnificent. Fielding at third man at the moment. That's too full and on the pads again. It's going to race away to the boundary.
He does put the bad balls away, doesn't he, Reese Wiblin? He's been very, very good. He's been good off the back foot, but he shows he's equally adept on the front. Good balance. That's the key to a shot off your legs. If you're a right-hander, often tend to fall over slightly and miss out on those opportunities. Well, that was good balance.
So immediately now, Cole Fryer has made the change. I spoke about where Scott was fielding at third. They've put him up into the circle, so they've vacated the third man area, and they've pushed the man back towards the square leg fence.
Don't set fields for bad balls, Gully Fryer. You don't set fields for bad balls, young man. Okay, that was the reason.
Yeah, often you'll have the double bluff. You'll put the man back and it again make sure that the batter sees that you've moved someone, and then you expect the short one and it's full. But this time that was the plan. Let's go short, see if you want to take on the short ball.
Yeah, it does indicate that he's going to change his length. Yeah, and bang the wicket. And so the man at the deep backward square.
Oh.
Then he over pitches.
It's so unlucky for Wiblin. It's pure straight drive and then into the stumps. So he'll get one where he thought he had maybe a bit more.
Really like the look of Reese Wiblin. Balanced, poised. Packs a nice punch for a small man.
Yeah, for me, the unsettled in this partnership is Beamish. If he can just take a step back, just take a nice deep breath, say, let me start again. I need to be work through this tough period where I'm being challenged. It's not a bad idea to take his mark again. I like that from Beamish. That also says it's part of your reset strategy.
Yeah, it's such a mental challenge, batting. Whole game of cricket, in fact, is a good mental challenge. Around the wicket now.
Yeah, good. I like that tactic from Fryer. He has the two players, well, fine leg is back, and then he has the man for the short ball, and he gave it an opportunity. Beamish has shown through the innings that he's more than willing to take it on.
6 over spells, that's what seamers are allowed at the CSA Cubs week. So if a seamer is going to bowl his 10 overs, it's going to be at least 2 spells. Gully Fryer has bowled 5. Otto Kraus is now going to bowl his 5th as well.
So if you could see that worm tracker on your screen, there is none, so don't look for it. But just for interest's sake, 55 for 1 was the Western Legends score at the same stage. So slight difference, 9 runs, but more importantly, that wickets column is still showing a 0 for the Eastern Warriors. That's important.
They require 201 further runs of 41 overs.
Drifts down leg. Wiblin taps his thigh pad in disgust because he'll know that if he had a bit of willow there, that would have raced along for 4. Yes, there's a 1, but he felt that he missed out on 4.
He just lost his wrist there. Otto Kraus. Can happen with the way swing bowlers. Sort of just missed the ball to the outside. And he sprays it down leg.
There we go. Edge. He's got him. He's got him. He's got him. Well, we've praised how compact Wiblin has been, and now he slashes outside off stump. Edge is there, taken behind, and that is the valuable breakthrough that the Western Legends have been after.
Took a little stride down the wicket, did Wiblin. Big Nick left it up to the umpire to raise his finger, which he did. First wicket down, that of Reese Wiblin, caught by Nadia Botha behind the stumps off the bowling of Otto Kraus.
And one has to say that Otto Kraus deserves it. He's been knocking on the door continuously in his 4.1 overs. Now gets that valuable breakthrough.
Right on cue, as the first wicket falls, Eugene Molion wanders here to the commentary area. And a good hour's lunch, needed every minute of it. Randy Seiss has scored a lot of runs in 2025 and also made a 30-odd yesterday.
Very productive at the Kaya Majola week. Fourth most runs, 233 at an average of 46.6. So they'll know from a bowling perspective the premium of his wicket.
Yeah, he's a good player. What a cross. We'll have other ideas yet. Can he double up?
A shout out to Woodridge College, that's where he's from. School that gave us Colin Ingram and James Cumte, the golfer. Mark Rushmere, you remember Mark Rushmere? Philip M, Mark Rushmere,
Played on
Kepler
the
Vessel,
Eastern
Kenny
Province
McEwen,
side.
Dave Callan.
Dad was a massive fan. Flam Michal.
Flam Michal, that's a name I haven't heard for a long time.
Rudy Bryson. That was a mean Eastern Province side.
Rod McCurdy, you remember Rod McCurdy?
Those were the days, as we said earlier, when the Nissan Shield was still televised. And final used to be a 5-day affair. The rest of the season, 4-day games.
That brings back so many memories.
I was a real youngster back then. The passion my dad had. There was a left arm tweaker by the name of Tim Shaw as well in that side.
Very tall Tim Shaw.
Played for South Africa later on as Seiss takes a good single to get off the mark.
What an imposing figure as a spinner. You would see him walk up, and I guess if you never heard the name Tim Shaw, you would get to the ground and you would look at his length, you would go, oh boy, here comes 150 Ks.
It's been a really good spell this from Otto Kraus. Not giving anything away. He's 1 for 15. He's got one ball left in his fifth over.
And then, of course, Johan, we cannot talk about Eastern Province cricket if we don't talk about the band. Synonymous with St. George's, Eastern Province cricket. I sat with the scorebook numerous times in between those band members. They played the music. I scored from my own scorebook that I bought at the local sports shop.
Attacks the stabs to Kraus. It's work to mid on. No addition to the score. That's me for this session, as Johan Ferreira will now be joined by the imposing figure of Eugene Molion.
Almost thought Tim Shaw was in the house. Great to have Eugene here, someone that played at the highest level, giving his insights as well, thanks to Sput. Nice to look back at some of the glory days of our youth and these youngsters creating their own memories. 48 for 1, that's the state of affairs. 48 for 1 after 10 at the same stage. Western Legends had 56 for 1, so we're tracking pretty evenly. 247, that's the magic mark that the Eastern Warriors will be after. William Beamish has survived a couple of chances. He's on 14. Randy Seiss is new to the crease. And so too is Eugene Molion, who starts his afternoon stint. Welcome back, Eugene.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferreira. Yeah, it's sort of neck and neck, but we all saw what happened in that first innings after the first power play, and it just didn't go according to plan for the Legends. And this fella has been bowling with some heat. Only thing I will say when watching him is he needs to just channel that aggression a little bit better. We've seen a lot of enthusiasm, He's steaming in. Also feel didn't allow him a little bit. Not sure I would have him at wicket. Somebody bowls with the amount of gas that this fella does, you need to have your square leg in place.
But he has some good gas, Eugene, and I take your point, especially to Randy Sice, who's new at the crease. He's going to be watchful in the beginning. Previous over, Wiblin took a liking to him, hit him for 3 consecutive fours, but he's back in the pavilion.
Yeah, and this will be his final over in this spell for Carl Fryer. Seamer's only bowling spells of up to 6 overs.
Right behind it is Randy Sice. And he'll know that that's exactly the situation. See off the threat. These two have been magnificent. Yes, the scoreboard might suggest that they haven't had too many difficulties, the opening partnership, but they were tested, presented a couple of half chances. Now they have lost the man who was more settled of the opening partnership. So Sice walks in. And will get a single.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run chase, I think. 247, that's a target. Now under 200 to go to that, still 9 wickets in hand, and it's going to be interesting how they play this initial phase here after the power play. That's what I'm keen to see, how they're going to go. Oh dear, oh dear. I think that came straight off the face of the bat, that. Keeper initially went and then first slip, couldn't get his hands to it.
Oh, that's a massive, massive chance. They've got hands folded, arms folded, and the slip Gordon.
My oh my. Well, that single also brought up the 50.
I don't blame Fryer for going short again. I think he's just so frustrated. He's working very hard for his team. Hopefully we get an opportunity to look at that again.
Well, he's not happy. He's not happy at all. As he's storming off to his fielding position. That was a gilt-edged opportunity. Had to be taken. Kraus to continue. This will be his final over.
I think that's one area. Yes, there is a big win. Let's acknowledge the win factor. But these two teams, they're better than what we've seen so far from a catching perspective. So that the Eastern Warriors also grasped a couple of chances.
Yeah, they did, and yeah, maybe we should say the fielding is not maybe at a standard where it should be with these youngsters. They're young, they can throw themselves about, they're energetic, they're athletes. I haven't quite seen that. It's been few and far between.
Otto Kraus has been impressive, so tidy, 1 for 16, busy with his 6th. So I spoke to Spoot as we started our commentary stint, and this was very evident from Otto Kraus to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander and over the wicket to the right-hander. Just your thought process on that?
Yeah, well, I think it's all a case of what's easy for him to hit the line in the length. Now, I'll give that more to this delivery. It's nicely played. So if he comes around the wicket as a right-hand bowler to a left-hand batter, you just feel you can be a little bit more taller at the crease and you get the wrist behind the ball. And that's initially what you want. You want to get everything in line and line up correctly for where you want to go, because that will determine what you do with the ball. Sometimes when you bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, the wrist goes, and that's the time the ball just goes even further away. So it's just a case of alignment. And he's bowled some nice deliveries here to Beamish, I have to say. Played and missed at a few balls. It just feels like his alignment. He's a tall man, he's Kraus. And he wants to keep that length that he has. And sometimes when you do come over, you just collapse and fall away because you're so conscious of the fact that it's a left-hander.
It's been a good battle between these two, and it'll be interesting to see if Beamish can contain himself. He went for a big wick not that long ago off the same bowler that fell in no man's land. He's looking up at the sky, Beamish. He must just hold his own, just reset, restart every time. Acknowledge the fact that this is a good spell from Otto Kraus.
But often we see a youngster open the bowling and the batting. He's covered a lot of ground in the field. Beamish dived around here in front of us, stretched that hamstring. Well, drives this one uppishly. There's no sweep on the offside. Just be two.
It was very interesting to watch Beamish before the delivery. As Kraus turned at the top of his run-up, Beamish had a look towards the leg side boundary and then looked for a second time and then set himself up, and you thought to yourself, if it was in sort of off-stump line, he was going to drag it across. There's no one there. And it was full, and he just pushed it onto the offside uppish again, but there's a clear tactic. If you just look at the body language, what Beamish is trying to do, maybe just take the bowler off his line. And sometimes you'll find that the risk is worth the reward. But Kraus has just been fantastic. 1 for 19 off 6. And now it's going to be a forced change as per the tournament rules. So 54 for 1. At the same stage, it was 65 for 2 for Western Legends.
Well, change of bowling here. KG, he's going to come into the attack here. Batted nicely. So we're just going to go through this field. Keeper standing up. So it will be third man fine leg, deep square on the boundary. They're bringing the sweep on the offside up into the circle as well.
Kaji and Scott, how superb that they bat, brought their team right back into this game, assisted them to get that 246. Now he has a job with ball in hand, Faizan Kaji.
Yeah, and he can only just bowl a maximum of 6 overs, irrespective of whether the keeper's standing up or not.
That's nicely worked around his legs. Beamish, there's a fine leg in place. Who is Scott, man that played that big partnership with Faji, 103. Faizan Kaji and Scott put on. Ole Bocheng Scott.
And what you'll find here from this fella here, he's just going to be bowling line and length. Just try and build pressure. Just going to sort of dangle the carrot. If you want to get run straight, you can have the option of hitting it over mid on and mid off. But the breeze is coming in from that end, so just got to be wary that you will be hitting into a breeze.
As Eugene spoke about that, I flicked a piece of grass in the air, and it's a strong gust of wind. It's blowing. Well, it's basically right behind Kaji's run up. So he's running with a strong wind behind him, and the batter will. It's going to be a pretty decent stroke to even clear the inner ring. You've got to time it.
think these two just want to play risk-free cricket. They saw what happened in that first innings with the Warriors. They were well placed, handily placed, and then all of a sudden lost a barrage of wickets. And they just want to go about their business here, trying to get into the still 190 runs that's still needed for victory. That's worked off the hip. Work for Scott to do here. It will be a couple. Good arm from the fella. Can't prevent the two. Ends over number 13. 59 for 1.
And this was the period where Western Legends lost their way somewhat. Nordia Botha was dismissed in the 12th over and Aiden Dot followed in the very next one. So suddenly it was 67 for 3 and after the over 72 for 3. So at this stage 59 for 1 at the same stage. And this is where a little partnership formed. They took it on to 113 before they lost their 4th wicket, and then FG Botha took over, a bit of aggression, and then he was dismissed. So it was patches where if there's continuity in the partnership here, this can go a long way in determining the outcome.
Well, spin. Party from Volkskwil Potchefstroom into the attack here from the river end, and he is going to be bowling into the breeze. Now this presents a different obstacle for the batters in the sense that they can now be hitting down breeze if they so wish. As Christian Kynes is ringing the changes in the field as well, and I think there's a few men that should be coming off the boundary. Just looking at it, there's a lot of real estate out here, so we'll see how this fella goes. 4 men in the ring, saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg, which is a short, fine leg.
Ja, Potchefstroom Volkskwil, Arne Jacobs. Also, oh, that's naughty. That's really naughty. You've given away a single, which then with an overthrow, for no reason, gives them a 2. Potch Volkskwil, Arne Jacobs, now a professional umpire on the scene. Also comes from those parts, as does Inamari Venter, Protea netball player. And Willie Esterhuizen, the famous actor, writer and director.
A few legends on those parts. Was fortunate to play with Arno. Good cricketer he was. Left-hand batter.
Then you talk about a left-hander and an umpire, the synergy now. Stian van Zyl has started umpiring, moving along the ranks as well. Former Protea left-hander.
He was down at Kayamajola, had a good week. Got asked to do the final game, the Schools versus the Colts game. That's nicely worked for a single. Good start here by Party. Just the 3 so far with a couple of balls still to go. Man at 45 has now gone to mid-wicket. So the paddle around the corner is there. There's acres of space there. But there's width on offer. Driven square is going to be in about another couple.
This is that time where Gangat came into play, and this is what they would expect from Party, doing a similar role, playing his part, getting them a breakthrough. Northwest under 16 colours as well. It's conceded 5.
Oh, that is good cricket. What an over. As easy as you like. 6 from it. 65 for 1.
You were talking with Sput earlier at the close of innings about your enjoyment out of the less flashy cricket today. And it is that type of day. It's not always going to be about fours and sixes, but I like how you've summarized that. That was a brilliant over. No risk, a runnable, and that required run rate is 5.1. It's less than runnable. 9 wickets in the bank. They're playing the ideal cricket, having survived the opening onslaught. 2 quick opening bowlers. Did a lot of talking with that new ball. Yes, they lost the 1 wicket, but they'll take this position any day of the week.
Well, it's not the type of cricket that's going to get you crowds coming in, is it? But for me, I love it. I simply love it, playing it to what is needed, less risk. They want to keep the board ticking forward in a positive manner, but without sort of playing a game of risk. And I think this has been shown in evidence here. As it looks, it's going to be the youngster, Aiden Dodd, the man from Great College, that's going to come on and bowl again. He batted nicely and then just gifted his wicket away at such a crucial time for the Legends.
Yeah, it was a shot that wasn't needed at that stage. And he was caught on the fence, attacking the bowling, having just lost his partner, Nodia Botha. So maybe he'll feel at the back of his mind he owes his team 1 or 2. And no better time than to do it right now or in this bowling spell. Keep it tight, maybe get 1 or 2 wickets, all will be forgiven.
Oh, there's an edge. There's an edge. Immediately, I like what I see. I have a keen eye on this kid. He's only 16, going to grade 10. Still got a lot of school cricket ahead of him.
So you've been advocating for aggressive field sets. From what you, yes, it's only 2 deliveries in. Would you have a slip?
No. I don't think I would have a slip. I think what I would do is give the youngster what he needs. Is that added protection somewhere. Already it's saved a run, that short third. And then it brings about that. 2-3 dot balls, it brings about a big swish. And how often don't we see that? The reluctance of these cricketers just to hit the ball down the ground for 1. I praised him the over before. Sorry, I can't do that there.
Beamish, just every now and then, he tries to manufacture something that's not quite there. He survived every time, 26. Maybe he feels it's his day. Cuts and beats the inner ring, splits the 2 fielders. They'll get 2, they'll think 3, but they'll wisely decide against that.
Yeah, just managing to get the edge, maybe just a little bit short in length. Beamish not fully capitalizing up on that, just getting a couple again.
So, looking at these scoring opportunities, he wants to go for the boundary. I like what Dodd has done. He has his mid-on in the circle. And there it goes, off to the fence. Oh, I thought it was an interesting ploy, but the invitation was there from the angle he was bowling. He just gave that slight flight. Beamish said, I'll advance. And just see it here. So mid-on is up, waltzes down the track, frees his arms, and bang. Welcome release of pressure for Beamish, who moves on to 32.
Yeah, he's grinding it out there. Like I said, and like you said, the use of the feet was the standout feature there. And the area where he looked straight, that was better. Definitely not the hoik that he played there early on in that over. 73 for 1. This is turning out to be a very, very good platform for the Eastern Warriors in pursuit of 247.
It's nice and productive without too much risk. And That's where I would just whisper in Beamish's ear to say, you see, that's all you need. Just play with the straight bat. Don't manufacture, don't preempt.
It's good from the captain. Just nudging it around. He's 8 now, or 9 of 18 deliveries. Just don't give him width, buddy. Don't give him a chance to free those arms.
Ah, it's such a lovely shot. Freed his arms, Eugene. Will be at least 2. It is cut off. I think there could have been a bit more hustle between these two. They could have turned that 2 into a 3.
A bit more haste in the running you were looking for there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again,
More urgency.
that wasn't there. Fielder did stop the ball. Nicely put away by Beamish.
Ah, it's good. Just knocked down the ground. If you're prepared to work for the runs, they're there. Beamish still going through the stretches. He's had his fair share of moments throughout the day. Stretched his hamstring, had cramps. Now opening the batting. Almost a tip and run approach, and thankfully Sice just stops in his tracks, especially for a man that's been cramping in the morning session.
He's been there for every ball
He
of
has.
this match.
He has. Well, lovely bowling.
He's been there since this morning, 10 o'clock, where he bowled. He had a half an hour break for lunch, and he's back out there. Beamish with bat in hand. It's a typical hockey shot, that from Randy Sice. Just see how he worked the wrist there. Ends over. It's number 16, 77 for 1. And one thing that these two teams have done very well, thankfully, I'll have to say, is their over rate has been impeccable. Very good. Dodd's going to continue.
Yeah, talk about the over rate. We took drinks after 16 in the first innings of the match. This is over number 17.
Yeah, I would have thought. Ball's been flying around in that first 10 overs.
Waits nicely for that Beamish and then pierces the inner ring, but there is protection. Will only be 1.
The feet. Oh, no. And this is, we saw it happen literally 2 or 3 overs ago. The game does not stop. If the ball gets hit on the offside, the men on the leg side needs to come off the boundary and stop that. They were just ball watching then, and that just allows the men to come back for 2. It happened 2 or 3 times now.
Eastern Warriors were guilty of that. This is a good lesson for our younger viewers. I like how you've summarized that, Eugene. Your work never stops. You've got to be mindful there can be a mistake. Keeper's not perfect. You could miss it. So come off the boundary. Do the extra yards. Stop that single. That single that's not needed. You're gifting the opposition. And it's not the first time it's happened in this innings. So they've already given the opposition a couple of runs where they are chasing a sub-250 score.
Again, use of the feet. That frustrates me. It really does, because that forms part of the basics of the game. And 2 or 3 overs ago, I wanted to make mention of it because the guy that was running in, he was like pointing someone else. You can't be pointing to anyone else. Just look at yourself. What can you do better? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Oh, well, Beamish was, he set off on a half a run. He had 2 or 3 steps and then realised, but it wasn't hit hard enough. The bowler was coming around and doing fielding and then had to race back. Well, that is going to be the drinks interval. I think Eastern Warriors will be quite happy with where they stand. They require a run rate of exactly 5 to the over to win from this point on. They're going at 4.8. It's 80 for 1. William Beamish has 38. Randy Sice has 9. We'll take a drink as well. And when we come back, we will resume with the Eastern Warriors on 80 for 1.
Drinks have come and gone. First one done. After 17 overs, run rate is, or over rate I should say, is impeccable. 80 for 1 Eastern Warriors in pursuit of 247 for victory. And Beamish on 38. He's batting with his captain Randy Sice, who's on 9. And they want to prolong that partnership for as long as they possibly can and edge the way even closer to that magical total. And then for the legends, they have to find somebody here, maybe someone with a golden arm, somebody that can throw the cat amongst the pigeons here to see if they can maybe grab a couple more wickets. That's what they got to believe. They got to stay in the game here, the legends. Don't just drop the heads.
So at the drinks and interval, it was quite evident that the Western Legends team had taken up a position away from where the bowler is running towards now. They went towards the opposite side screen, and they were having a pretty animated discussion about what needed to be done. And I like that. I like that there was a couple of players talking, and they were laying down the law to say this is not good enough. We've been sloppy in the field. Let's regroup. Everyone take ownership, and let's fight back and restart. And the fight back has to be led by Party, who's bowling at the moment. But they were very far across the field, in a huddle, together, taking their drink, but having a good discussion about what needed to change.
Beamish is looking very fidgety here. I think something's going to happen here. He's just a bit too fidgety. Again with the gloves. Looks like he might want to get after it. Maybe an area he's looking at is over the head here of Christian Kind at mid-off.
And I like that that Party is going there. He's saying, okay, I see your movements. And let's see if you're prepared to take the risk.
It's 3 dot balls. It is 3 dot balls. These youngsters don't like dot balls being bowled at them. Tossed up over Christian Kind's head. Gone for 4. Think we all saw that coming.
It was scripted beautifully, Eugene, and you saw the movie play out. You could just, the plan was there. He looked up. Give credit to Western Legends for trying that plan, but there was just too much flight there. He could just get under it and take it on, which he did.
Quicker through the air. Understandable. But you just get that feeling, and yeah, we keep talking about, yeah, Eugene, you knew that was coming or whatever, but you get that gut feeling. That is what, as a cricketer, you got to have that. Captain bowler.
It's lovely to be so close to the action, and you can listen to the fielders. They often stand in front of us and they hear our commentary, and I can tell the viewers. So Christian Kind ran past us as he picked up the ball from the boundary rope, and Eugene Molion looked over to him and he said, sorry, because we were talking about it and he could hear it. So it's very nice to be that involved and so close to the action. Had a good couple of laughs with Mr. Beamish as well, with his stretches throughout the day. Just 85 for 1 it is.
You just know something's going to happen. I saw the bat twirl. You saw the re-grip of the gloves and everything else, and the bat twirl. You know something's going to happen. Bowler did also help me out there. He tossed it up, didn't he?
Good to have Hannes Nienaber with us as well. I haven't seen him with a camera before.
Did you say good to see
Sorry, let me take that back.
I mean, what is going on with the two Johans today?
Too many compliments for one day.
I don't know what happened this morning. They had fire in their belly. Now they're all sympathetic, apologetic.
That's what the sun does to you.
I mean, really now? Bloemfontein is telling me, this is too hot. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I think we need to have more conversation about Grey College. Maybe.
Well, then you can just hand over the mic to Sput and sit back.
Well,
that's down the leg side.
But a good take. Yeah.
Very good take.
Oh, well, you as a keeper, that should be. Forget about the ball.
I'll tell you what is the best take. Is a seamer down the leg side into the gloves. Nothing beats that, Eugene. And if you get the leg side stumping, man, that's pudding at Christmas. That's a trifle bowl.
Pudding at Christmas, leg side stumping.
Oh, Eugene. That's a love letter.
Oh. You keepers are... Oh, that's nicely just turned around the corner. Again, the chase is going to be on. Krauser. The old slide, pick up and throw. You're a special bunch. Because you have to be special to be standing behind the stumps with all that gear on, catching every ball. Because that's what you do. You have to wait for every ball. You could be waiting long, though.
I must be honest. I must be honest. I wouldn't have it any other way. If I could redo everything, I would do it again.
Good work at the cover. If you're good at it, it's good. Because, I mean, you only got to go 22 yards every time after the end of the over. Everybody else, seamers have to run in about double that length at times. Wobbled. Well, saw him coming down. This is a good little challenge, this.
I tell you, the most frustrated person in our house was my wife, because I would sit on the couch and watch sport and throw the ball, not a cricket ball, tennis ball against the wall and catch it the whole time while she was watching a movie. And I would tell her, listen, that's the keeping drills I need to do. It was actually to get the movie off. Oh, that's a big one. And it's into vacant space, and it will be full. Just too full, picked up the length, picked his area. Beamish helps himself to 4.
That's just pure power from the big fella. No one out there. As soon as he hit that, no one moved. Only 2 men moved, were those retrieving the ball. But this partnership is growing now. Beamish moves.
What I like about what he did there, he stood still, he was in a balanced position, and then picked his spot and executed. Where the rushed shots, where he offered the half chances, balance wasn't quite there, head was all over the place. That's much better. He's helped himself to 4, which takes him too shy of a milestone. 93 for 1, 154 to get. All set up nicely for Eastern Warriors at this stage. Who is going to provide the breakthrough for Western Legends?
Oh, they need a golden arm. Maybe Johan Smith is going to be that golden arm for them. He always has a knack of getting something right like that. Party is going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs for 15. It's all happening at Tussie's here next door. I think that's 7 wickets down there for the Northern Champions.
Size has been more quiet of the 2, 11 of 25, so still finding his way. They only need to go at 5 to the over.
Well, now, Christian Khan has moved himself from mid-off to long-off. Again, tossed up. That's beautifully driven by Beamish. Work for the sweeper. Well, he has done so eventually.
Brings up his 50. William Blemish, he can acknowledge the dressing room. Bat is raised. Negotiated the tough times, worked through that. Now looks nice and fluent.
Tell you what, he will be the first into the swimming pool later on. Imagine being out there from the word go.
Into the pool and then onto the massage table. Interesting, we made the point earlier in the broadcast about the captains. So Kind has also chosen to take up a position on the boundary right in front of us. So both captains have played that role today.
Oh, nailed him! Oh, can you believe it? Is that the golden arm that was needed? That golden moment for the legends. As Beamish, the man that was well in, well set, misses one, and he's got to trudge back to the hutch there for 50.
Just too full to play that shot. We said that a golden arm was needed. Was too full to play that shot. Went back, missed. It was a situation of you miss, I hit. And is this a potential turning point for Western Legends? 96 for 2 in the 20th over. Eastern Warriors still have the destiny in their own hands. They're currently batting at 5 to the over. They need to bat at 5 to the over. Randy Sice has been there for 25 deliveries. They'll need to restart. Big moment for Olefa Padi and Western Legends.
Maybe just fatigue kicking in there. He should have just hit that down the ground for one. Maybe looking for a little bit too much, I should say. And I think he maybe helped that onto the stumps himself as the light breeze has turned into a little bit of just a little windy. Things flying around, but things cooled down. And that has come at such a good time for Western Legends. 92 for 6. New man to the crease. Corbin Tidbury, man that played so well for the invitation side and forced his way into selection for the Colts team at the Kai Majola, and then also potentially forced his way into the Eastern Warriors team here at Cubs.
Corbin Tidbury, only 15 years old, played his part with the ball earlier today, took a nice catch on the boundary, and now in at 4, crucial position. Needs to stay there for a while, support his captain. Big stage.
Now I'll have a slip.
Absolutely.
Oh dear, you don't want to miss that. You definitely do not want to miss that. And the other thing I will say is, and I'm going to look after your keepers here, the throwing to the keepers have been awful. They have been absolutely terrible. I'm not mincing my words with that.
No, you're quite right. I'm just surprised you haven't seen more teapot approaches from the keepers, staring down their teammates to say, listen, what's going on here?
Well, that's because the likes of you and Johan Smith are sitting on the sideline here, because
We should have a keeping workshop after this.
you should tell him, listen, you must just tell him what it is. Say it how it is.
More verbal.
Oh, again, once again. And this approach of going back here and standing in front of the stumps with both those lime green pads out in front of the stumps, maybe not the right ploy.
I'll be curious to listen to you and Sput continue, because the trigger movement, there's quite a lot of moving parts to Corbin Tidbury from what we've seen in the first 2 deliveries that he's faced. But I'll leave that discussion over to you. 99 for 2, that after 20 overs.
Thanks to Johan Ferreira, taking us all the way, or taking the Eastern Warriors all the way to 99 there, red balloons, as Johan Smith comes in. And
I'm keen for that wicket-keeping workshop as long as it's in the swimming pool.
well, there's a good place to do the diving part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. It's currently 53 degrees Celsius here in Stellenbosch.
Well, I'm going to come to you. I know I raised the point about the wicket keepers, and Johan Ferreira said about how surprised he is that the wicket keeper's not saying anything. And the point I'm going to make, or question I'm going to ask you, because I've had a word with one of the coaches around the sideline, not from the Cubs, but from one of the provinces. And he said that how coaches need to change their approach. Sometimes the hard approach, the harsh approach doesn't go down too well, and maybe the keepers have got that same sort of motto.
I think it's so important for the keeper to be vocal in everything he does. You're the heartbeat of the side behind the stumps. You control the angles. You need to communicate well. But also with your body language. You also communicate with body language. And I've seen a lot of keepers this week sort of go into their shell, in their own little bubble. That's not great. Your teammates need you to, I mentioned the heat. There's no wind today, so it's really hot. It's a tough job keeping wicket for 50 overs in these conditions, especially if you spend some time with the bat as well.
Well, the 100 came up there for the Warriors. 100 coming up in 20.2 overs.
I knew how tough the job was, so I'd never bat it too long. Saved some energy for later. Went in up front.
You
Whirled a bit.
You could have moved down the order if you had to field first. Or wasn't that your... I mean, you wanted to face the hard rock.
Yeah, goes to the boundary quicker that way when it's hard. And I wanted to be part of the game, Gene. Not a great watcher. Tell you the couple of times in my career that I didn't keep wicket. And you don't bowl. So when you get a first baller or a second baller, spending 100 overs at cricket's no fun watching.
There's only so many clouds you can count in the air.
Counting the trees up top there might be an idea. Let's see who gets there first, Eugenia.
No, I'm not going to do that. I mean,
Jan Ferreira sitting here next to us doing nothing. Maybe he can have a go at it.
you must be bored. You keepers are a special bunch.
I think he's got it. Quite sure he's got it. He gets given out. Brilliantly taken by Aidan Dodd. Creating something out of nothing.
I was just about to ask you, what are your thoughts about him coming around the wicket to the right-hander, and then he snaffles one?
It's a great idea. Brilliant thinking from Aidan Dodd. Oh, good catch. Good catch.
Oh. Nod of approval from Johan Smith.
We don't have any more angles, but from that front-on angle, it looked as if he got the hands underneath. Let's see if we can slow it down.
That looks good from our advantage point. That's a big wicket. So just before Spud came on, and then he's on, he's seen 2 wickets fall. Bang, bang, 2 red buses come along.
I left the clubhouse and I told Pat Moroney I need to go take some wickets. And in the 7 minutes that I've been out of the clubhouse, 2 wickets, bang, bang, goes the Western Legends. And now there'll be doubt because they only made 172 yesterday, did the Eastern Warriors. Chasing 246. So they need 247 for a victory.
And now all of a sudden it's going to be a little bit loud. Now we'll have a lot of chatter. This is why I always say you got to stay in it. Can't just go quiet. Now these boys, these legend fellas on this field, they're going to be in the ear of the new batter.
I just want to go back to something Johan mentioned just before going off air. Was the pre-shot movements of Corbin Tidbury. So the trigger movements, if we can just go back slightly further on that replay, just to spot the movements. Look how open he is there in his stance, Eugene. Now he goes and he crouches. There's a lot of moving parts. What I can give him is his head was pretty still at the point of release, and that's the key. But if you just have your timing slightly off on those big trigger movements, you'll be in trouble. A lot of moving parts.
Especially for a slow bowler that's just coming in. And that's a fair point, fair comment.
I think to go take it further back is for the viewers at home is to realize why batsmen use trigger movements. And that's why your point is so valid about the slow bowlers. So a trigger movement was initially developed when guys started bowling 140 and 145 k's an hour. It's to get the hands and the feet moving. But the key to a trigger movement is actually getting the hands moving, Eugene. I'll get back to that. Because when you face a rock at 150 k's an hour and you're dead still at point of release, it's tough to get the hands up and down when somebody's bowling at 150 k's. So on that trigger movement, it's almost as if you set your hands. It's not just about the feet. And obviously, it's not needed as much against the slow
Correct.
Slow bowlers against the spinners, the off spinners and leg spinners and the left arm orthodox. So, yeah, it's maybe something for Mr. Tidbury just to have a look at.
Oh dear. Inside edge, ball racing away to the boundary. Will be stopped, will be two. But all of a sudden, things are changing out here at the Coetzenburg Oval.
What I've picked up in the last couple of overs from a left-up body is that he's sort of deceiving the batters in the length that he hits. They think it's going to be shorter. And it almost just, it continues that foot further than they think. And hence he's rushing them when the ball pitches.
Well, are you a fan of this? They've moved mid-wicket to 45.
No.
Now, there's no one saving one on the onside now.
I know the captain can hear us, but no, I'm not a fan. Need a mid-wicket. But maybe he proves us wrong here, left-up party.
No, that's too easy. There is nobody within sight on the onside saving one.
See, and also here, Eugene, what it's gonna force a left-up party to change his line.
Yeah.
He can't really attack the stumps now, because he's going to get worked in there every ball. There's no massive turn for him at this stage. If there was a lot of turn, and he was tweaking a different story.
It's a total different story.
Different story.
But what we've seen is he's beaten the bat on the inside. Well, Randy Sice has to stay there now. This is the key wicket.
I've got a feeling they're going to bowl a lot of spin, yeah. Left-up party and Aiden Dodd doing a decent job. They've still got FG Botha as well. Leg spinner. 22 overs completed. Wonder if we put a bit of doubt in Christian Khan, the captain's mind here. He was right here in front of us at long on.
Well, while you were talking there, it was Carl Fry that suggested, listen, let's move the mid-wicket to 45.
The big opening bowler. What does he know about leg spinners?
I was like, no.
Just wondering. He's a fantastic bowler, is Gully Fry.
No, he's a good kid.
Good kid from Rustenburg. Eugene Merlion. I'll tell you what, this game is nicely poised.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, that little breeze just helping now.
Still wanting coming around the wicket?
Yeah, I don't mind Aiden Dodd around the wicket that much. He's still a work in progress as an off spinner. A hint of a bit of shape there almost for Dodd from around the wicket. You don't see that often. Mafanga on strike.
Oh,
that's nicely played. My word, that was powerfully struck, Eugene.
hence why I don't like this coming around the wicket, especially now to the new batter. Because if you just go outside, he's seen from the first ball, there's no real turn. And then he's just hit this down the ground. Beautifully put away.
Yeah, important that if you bowl around the wicket, you've got to attack the stumps. You can't leave the stumps there. That's very important. That's a better line.
I'll just change it up slightly. Okay, left-hander will be on strike now.
Nicely bowled. As most off spinners, he'll be very comfortable against the left-handed Randy Sice.
He's quick. He's quick.
Very, very quick. Nice running. Set off immediately. That's the key. If you're going to take mid-on and mid-off one, you set off immediately. It's almost a preconceived knowledge that if I go there, I'm going to set off.
No hesitation. Got there quite comfortably. That's the single. So more changes. Now the sweeper's going to come up from the boundary. Mid-off is going to go back to long off.
Nicely played. That's going to be two, surely. Sice was slow on that first run. It's good from the captain, Christian Kind, out on the boundary.
Yep, ends another over. That's 23 gone. Still think they need to find another couple of wickets before they get to over number 30.
Yeah, they need another bang bang here. They need to have them 5 down. Really put on the squeeze. I'm going to see a bowling change here. No, Alefa Party. With a red brim. Going to hand it to the umpire.
Looks like Fryer's going to now come in our direction here.
Now, let's see.
I think the captain's had enough of him in the ring.
Yeah, I sent the big false bowler here to long on. As Christian Kind, mid-wicket back in. Yeah, I like the mid-wicket in for Party, especially the line he's bowling. He's sort of sliding it on at this stage. Slip goes out, goes to 45 on the leg side. Man well behind square on the offside as well. Then a point, cover, mid-off. Mid-wicket, D-back with square and long on. But a bounce there.
He did, but that comes from the pacey bowl, a little bit slower. Maybe the slowest I've seen Party bowlers bowling through this spell.
Nadia Botha, the man behind the stumps for the Western Legends.
Oh, can't let him off there again. He's challenging that inside half of the batter every time, doesn't he?
He is. He gets nice drift, but then it sort of just slides on. There's no real turn at this stage for a left party. We saw the Eastern Warriors extract some turn, both Gangat and Wiblin getting some good turn. Well struck. Good fielding by Gully Fryer. Can he hit the stumps? Throws off target.
It's good work. Good work. Stopped it. I think he stopped it with the knee and not the arms.
The kneecap. Old Nicky kneecap. Uncomfortable at White Kookaburra. It's quite hard.
Tell you what, with results that's going around here, if the Northern champions don't get over the line there, the Conquerors would be 2 from 2.
They should be 2 from 2. They're well on top of the Northern champions. Firmly struck to mid-off. Party's been bowling better and better as his spells been progressing.
He's almost like you. Just get better and better. Oh, he's the inside edge yet again. And you had him and heave it.
Whoa. What happened there?
Everything happened there.
Everything happened. He just lose grip on the ball when he tried to throw it. There's that auto cross down there.
Well, I know we've seen long stop as seamers when the youngsters bowling. Surely they can bring that fine leg a lot finer, because that's where the ball continually is going here. I mean, who wants to be a coach? Who wants to be a captain?
It's unlucky for Lefa Party. Single out of long on. Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking what they can do about that. Like, it's obviously extremely unlucky. I just think they might be missing a bit of a trick here. And I'll tell you what I'll consider as our Duckworth Lewis papers
All over the place.
All over the place. Probably a sign with this wind that it's not going to rain, so we might not need it. Thank you very much. And
Where's the trick? I'm curious now.
I'm sort of considering a 5-4 field.
Lakeside.
Yeah. You know, if he's really attacking the stumps, sliding it on, I think I might have 2 men in the circle in the leg side. Not just the mid-wicket.
That is one thing I would have said, because I haven't seen the sweep shot, and if he do sweep, and with the way he's actually attacking the stumps, that's a risk.
So I'd encourage him to sweep. You know, I almost want him to, because he's really bowling wicket to wicket. So I wonder if it's not worth a shot just for an over, 3 or 4 balls. See if you can squeeze some dots together.
I will say, Mr. Smith, you probably won't believe me. That's what I thought.
Oh.
And you just saying it. Oh, as always, you just say what's on your mind, unlike me.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, I've been accused of being guilty of that, just saying what I think.
We've been many in a user meeting where you just get the nudge. Efgebota. That's down the leg side. The chase is on. The chase is on. The chase wins. Brilliantly done by Otto Kraus.
Yeah, that's great work by the fast bowler. Chased it right to the line. Worked out with his leg spinners. Might take a few deliveries just to settle. It's a very good limited overs leg spinner, is Efgebota. Very good in T20 cricket as well. Johan Ferreira comes and joins us again. Might bring another wicket for a Western Legend supporter. You can start feeling encouraged.
Glad there's one neutral one amongst the 3 of us here.
Here it comes.
Tomorrow, the Cape Fox is back.
Oh, too short.
It's easily put away. Easily put away. Yeah, he hasn't started too well here. But you got to give him a little bit of time. He's a leg spinner.
Out half track of this. Roll on. You can't afford that. 2 men out on the leg side, but he bisects them. He's a good player, Randy Sice. He's not going to miss out on opportunities like that. And Efgebota under immediate pressure. 3 and 4 of his first 2 deliveries. It's better. Oh, my word.
Leg spinners are like the old Pacman machines.
Yeah, they need time to warm up, man.
They need dots. Every dot gives them a little bit more confidence. Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance. Told you, just needed 1 dot. He literally just needed 1 dot. And that is a massive wicket of Randy Sice. Now then.
He's a wicket taker, is Efgebota. And a big, big one at that. The mainstay of their batting order, Randy Sice. Just rushed onto him. Played back, rushed on. Oh, that's plumb in front. Can't see the height here from behind, but it's as straight as can be.
Peter Maritz raising the finger. The man from Neisner. You could have given that from Neisner.
Yeah, no,
that was so dead.
That was dead. That was dead. The umpiring has been good over the first 2 days.
It has. It's been...
Why you look so surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm saying that they've done a great job out there. It's not easy. They are always the men, the unsung heroes out there.
Well, it's a tough job being an umpire. You know, I think it's the second toughest job in cricket.
What's the first?
Spending 10 overs with you. So I really take my hats off to them. And the thing that's nice about a tournament like this as well, Eugene, we spend all 5 days here at Coetzenburg, at the Oval, but the umpires come in and out. They rotate. There's 6 teams here, so there's 3 matches every day. So 6 umpires standing. Of course, well watched and mentored by Mr. Matruis.
Yeah, he's got the best job in the world, that fella.
Was he ever umpire in a game that you played, Mr. Matruis?
He was. Told you.
Were you nice to him?
As nice as I can be after the third LBW appeal, to which he says not out, and then that just gives me blinkers.
Did you take unkindly to situations like that when decisions don't go your way? Were you grumpy?
Very much. No, it goes without saying. Carry your heart in your sleeve, fella.
I can only imagine that because I've seen how grumpy you get if you miss a meal. So every time we go out for lunch, I want to eat immediately.
That's because you're late, as always.
Another successful over then for the Western Legends. Botha conceded 8, but he got a wicket. He would gladly trade that 8 for a wicket any day of the week.
It's almost like deja vu here. The run rate is not an issue. It's the fact that there's just wickets constantly being lost. Now, 2 right-handers. Surely you got to think about this field now, because you've seen it so many times. Inside edge, down to fine leg for a couple.
So here's my take on it. Currently, there's only one man out on the leg side. There goes the second. So they'll have a deep backward square and a cow corner. Then they've got a man at mid-on in the circle. And now they've got a man at 45. So that gives you 4 fielders on the leg side. I'd bring one of the 4 men in the ring on the offside over to mid-wicket and bowl with a 5-4 leg side field, like I suggested.
But his main fielder is mid-wicket,
yes,
which he doesn't have.
Now he has.
Okay, slippers come out.
So I like this. Not necessarily because they've taken slip out, but I like this field because now he can really attack the stumps. He's just sort of slanting it in. It's not really turning. Brings RBW into play, brings Bold into play. And you're still giving him that option like we discussed. If you want to have a sweep, sweep. If you want to have a sweep, there's a big app for you. Have a sweep. If you miss it, party's going to hit, so you better not. Somebody's listening to us, eh? Somebody's got the little earpiece in there.
They don't always listen.
No, they don't. But they're being good boys today.
Must be festive. All right, let's see how this goes. Mr. Smith loves this field. 4 men in the ring, saving 1, all on the offside.
Yes, please.
Let me tell you, he walked a long, long way across his stumps there.
Why? Because he wanted now to access square leg and not mid-wicket anymore, because mid-wicket was filled. Eugene Molion, I love it when a plan comes together.
Well, we'll have a look at this LBW shot again. But from the naked eye, he walked a long, long way across his stumps.
Party. He's been attacking the stumps. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that is stone dead. There was actually a hint of turn there. It straightened nicely for Party. But I love the field that Christian Kind has come up with, the 5-4 leg side field, the one we've been advocating for.
I go to my point again. Is what are the guys watching when they watch this fella, Party, bowling? What are your plans? This cannot be the plan. Go back.
No, it can't. And, and once again, I think what sat in his mind there after that fielding change was there is no easy option for the one there, because mid-wicket was filled, so the one option was square on the leg side. And that's the only thing that I can be thinking that was going through his mind. But the 5th wicket falls, like you mentioned, before over 30. A long way before over 30 now. In fact, they can have them 6 down before over 30.
But this is what I'm saying about Ames. You look at that, the shout should have been, listen, a little bang, bang. 2 down or get 2 more wickets before 30. Now that's changed. Now it could be, hey, listen, you could bag a 6th here before 30. Then you're back in the game. You're actually more than back in the game because this fella, Party, he is actually bowling a spell here. He's challenged the batters both on their pads as well as that inside edge of the bat because that's where the ball has gone mostly.
Pretty quick from Party there. Deverick Peterson, the new batter.
You have had some exciting games here, haven't you? Yesterday and today. I was watching the finish of the game yesterday on my way back.
This is good. Olefa Party's bowling a really nice spell. His first couple of overs, he searched for that rhythm. The last 3 or 4 overs have been on the money here.
It's drifting down the leg side. Who would you throw the next over to?
Botha. Still Botha. Still FG Botha. He picked you up a wicket. Not quite time for Califryer yet, Eugene. I know what you're hoping for. I'd say 6th wicket. Bang. Bring Califryer in. Let him have a go at numbers 8, 9, 10 and 11.
I'm saying grab the game by the scruff of the neck here. You've just got a couple of wickets here.
You know, it's typical of you fast bowlers sticking together. The spinners are the guys that got you the wickets.
Yeah,
now you want to tell them thanks. Let me bring up my quick Party and Botha to continue up to over 30 or to the loss of the 6th wicket.
Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled him. He's challenged the inside edge. He's challenged the pads, and now he's hit the stumps. 6 gone.
Olefa Party tells Eugene Morley on Cully who. What a delivery. Bowls him through the gate. He's been sliding it on, as we said. And all of a sudden, it's 6 down. Look at that. Straight through the gate. Batsman all at sea. And Deverick Peterson goes without scoring. Now, Eugene Molion, I do agree with you. Bring Cully Fryer from up top because they've picked up the 6th wicket. That's all I was asking for.
You like the chameleon. You just change your color and spots all the time.
No, I think the big problem is you might be deaf and you're right here. You must sit on the other side.
I don't think it's an issue or problem. The thing I'm saying is these batters have seen this all before. They're playing for turn. And it's just beating them on the inside edge all the time.
Yeah, I do agree. I think they're not watching, but also what's the message that the batter that is in, what's he telling the guys coming in? That's very important.
Or the guy going out.
Yeah, but at the rate of knots that they're going out and in now, the one is in and then the one is out and then the other one that was out is in again. I don't know what's going on here. But
I've never been a fan of trying to, you get information, but you got to make up your own mind up because you don't know what that information is going to be. It's ice cream time here. Well, Botha is going to continue. Legends, tail up. Who would have thought this? They gave themselves an opportunity, the Legends, by posting 246. Now, they're in such a good position here.
it's nicely bowled. They are in a very good position. You know, that 6th wicket, that's always the one for me. 5 down, the side is in a bit of bother. 6 down. 6 down, they've got a lot to do. It's only day 2 of the CSA Cubs week, Eugene, and already we're starting to see spin playing a bigger and bigger role.
Spin was always going to play a role. We've seen it all too often. And we've seen it every time we come to this week.
It's nicely played. Will they come back for a second? Party taking on his arm and they get away with it. It's good running. Mafanga now the key for the Eastern Warriors.
Well, Schechter got a good 39 or 56 deliveries yesterday, so he needs to continue with that little form with bat in hand.
Finding a lot of loose deliveries here, if Gebota.
That's what I'm saying. I know he's good at this stage. You've got Party that's doing an exceptional job. I wouldn't change him. And especially from the end, that young Carl Fryer was bowling at with his first bowl, I would give him the ball and say, listen, give me all you got for 12 balls here.
Slip in for the new batter, Schechter. 3 men.
More information being given to the batter.
Yeah, 3 men inside the circle in the offside. Sweep on the offside boundary as well, but then he bowls a bit of a shocker.
I think it's one of those. It's over 27 comes in. Bota, thanks. You've got our wicket. Let us come back. I'll come back to you if needs be, but I just want to sharpen up things here. You don't want to lose that initial momentum that you've just gained.
No, I get you 100%, and like I said in my initial riposte to your statement is I'm happy for them to do so once the 6th wicket goes down. 6th wicket has gone down, so perhaps that's their thinking as well. I'm sure. Oh yeah, Van Wyk, I see he's doing his laps.
He's animated now. He's been sitting quietly under the trees there.
Brady Barnes also on the prowl.
He hasn't moved from his post.
Samuel Schechter, 18-year-old. Another one of the St Andrews men from Makanda. St Andrews College, that is. On the Western Legends side, there's a few players from St Andrews School in Bloemfontein.
Oh, how was that? Let me tell you, if there were any referral system here, that could have gone up.
Was that paired first, you think?
Oh, I think that's paired first. But it's one of those that's very difficult for the umpires to give.
Oh, he's rushing them off the wicket, is Olefa Party. It's going gun barrel straight, but it is sort of skidding along. I think he gets to land it on the shiny side every now and then. Look at that, just rushing him.
The back foot didn't move there. Even the bad balls, they can't capitalize on that now. It's a wide given.
They didn't take the extra run there. Surely there was a single on offer.
Mindset. Different mindset now.
For sure. That's not great fielding by the captain. Results in a couple.
Yeah. Every run is vital for the Warriors.
The one thing, if you're a Western Legends player, you don't want the game to be drifting right now. Can't allow that. Take the initiative.
That's the second one that's down the leg side. Excellent work by 45. And that is just why I keep harping on the point, Mr. Smith, is that you have just seized a great opportunity here. And yeah, you might be taking a little bit of a risk where the batters can use the pace of the quick man, but he has the ability to hit those pegs.
Whooped, but straight to mid-wicket. It is sort of that time in the game, middle over, second innings. You can allow things to drift here very quickly, but you can't. Got to make sure you stay on top of them.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Can you believe it? You said he holds the key. Afanga, he's decided to take the man that has bagged 3 wickets, and he's gifted him a 4th.
Very good catch in the end. It went dipping on mid-wicket, but Olefa Party, he really deserves this. He slowed that one down. It's nicely taken in the end by Caden Seleka. And wicket number 7 is down. Surely Eugene Moleon's going to get his wish, and Kali Fryer will return to the attack. At least that'll quieten Eugene Moleon down for a couple of minutes. He's been very vocal.
Well, we've seen some interesting cricket today.
So what do you make of Olefa Party, Eugene Moleon? He's different, isn't he?
It's just a slower version of Anil Kumble. Anil Kumble was a tall man, bowled with a leg spinning action, but went on straight, and then South Africa were trying to figure out how do we play him, not just play him like an offer, just coming straight on, or play him like an offie. Yes, he had the ability to turn 1 or 2. Party's come in here with the breeze blowing from left to right on the screens as you see it, also into, and he's done exactly the same. He's challenged the pads, he's challenged the stumps, and he challenged the inside edge of the bat. Hence why I'm not sure what the guys are watching.
You know what? You really have your moments, Eugene, because that was brilliantly explained. And I like your analogy of Anil Kumble, because he is very similar to him. He's a tall man, his Party, as was Anil Kumble. The secret to Party is he almost releases the ball out the side. And that's why he gets that sort of slant in. We did see that one grip a little and turn a little. So that makes him even more effective, because there is a chance that he gets it to turn, you know.
Schechter's the new man. Or for Mark is the new man, apologies. Oh, that's in the air again. Oh dear. Hands on heads. Oh, oohs and ahs.
He's got 2 overs left here. 2 overs and 1 ball. No, that's the end of that over. He's got 2 overs left. He's well on his way to a fifer here, is Olefa Party. I'm not going to be too surprised if he gets there. He's been bowling beautifully. 4 for 35 and 8.
This is where I would love to see. Get away from your game plans. Be flexible. Change it up. You're 3 wickets away. You could also get a bonus point, which we haven't spoken about. I mean, that's how far I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I know. You've taken it a long way now. I'm looking around. I'm searching for another spinner. I'd like to see another spinner into the attack.
Well, first and foremost, I don't know what Caden Seleka is going to catch where he's standing there. So you either slip or you're not at slip. Not sure where that position is. But for the Warriors here, these 2 men, they hold the key here because they got 39 and 27 between them yesterday. Vermaak got 27 or 53, which tells me he worked hard at his run. So he's not going to give you his wicket. Schechter was 39 or 56.
Oh, that's nicely played. Will they take on Party again? That's better. That's good fielding from Olefa Party.
This looks like deja vu again. Seeing the same thing over. But I like the fight back. I have to admit that. I like the fight back I see from the legends. Because at one stage, the Warriors were simply cruising.
Jan Ferreira, should I do it? Should I teach Eugene Malian some Afrikaans? It's David Vermaak. D-A-W. David Vermaak. Doesn't sound very crickety. Maybe go with David.
Let me tell you, I've learnt my lesson with you, City of Roses. And beats the bat again.
He's a highly rated player, is David Vermaak. I spoke to Pete Grenier earlier, man who knows most of these boys inside out, and he's a name that came up in the discussion as somebody that Pete believes can do good things in the game.
I did tell you the story about I had to do your job in your absence in Bloem. And I had to introduce the president of Free State Cricket. And obviously not getting the memo too early. I introduced him first and foremost as Xander Snyders.
Xander Snyders.
And as the president was doing his address, he firstly addressed me and said, "Let me rectify you. You might speak English, but the Xander Snyders."
But we all do it, don't we, Johan? I remember I was commentating the Bulls versus Ulster the other evening in studio, and Alan Swanepoel reminded me at halftime that the guy's name stays Afrikaans. And but it's very, very interesting state of affairs here currently. Party's been absolutely brilliant. I don't put it past him to get his FIFA here.
Still, they proceed to play the same way.
I can't stop seeing it now. It's Anil Kumble bowling at Cubs week. It's amazing. It's great to have him here, all the way from India. He's in his early 50s right now, but he's still bowling really nicely.
Well,
what a bowler he was, though, Eugene.
It was brilliant. And he got bounce. That's the bounce as well, because he's so tall. People just kept playing for turn. Beat him on the inside edge.
Another one! There's his FIFA! Western Legends cocker hoop, and Olefa Party's doing it on his own.
My oh my. He has bagged his FIFA. It's another leg before decision.
Yeah, that one needed to straighten. I wonder, it's one that might have clipped leg stump, but it's a decision that's been made. And the 8th wicket's down. Party bags a FIFA. Now I'm going to become a bit technical here, Eugene. Speaking about how to play the likes of Anil Kumble and Olefa Party today, for that matter, the batsmen are looking too square.
Yeah.
They are looking too square because that's what we do against spin. We work the ball through mid-wicket. We work the ball through square leg. We work it square on the offside. But what's happening with Party, you treat him like a medium pacer right now. So you start hitting mid-on, mid-off. And you want one of them to be out so that you just... So you still want to hit the sweepers, but the straight sweepers. Where against orthodox off-spin or leg spin, you'll probably hit the sweeper on the offside boundary, and you'll hit cow corner, or you'll hit square leg, and you'll get your singles there. But right now, your scoring options becomes straight down the ground.
Nothing technical about that. Absolutely tactical, sir. That's where they got to look at that. And I 100% agree. And you can't just go revert to old school. That way, I think what cost for Marcus Wicket, he went old school. Just thrusting the pad out there in front. And what we've seen nowadays, umpires are more often giving those decisions because of the lacks of DRS and the likes that has come into the game. It's not here, but they're more comfortable making decisions like that. I'm not saying it's a right decision, I'm just saying they're more comfortable with making those decisions.
Now he's looking at a 6 for Olefa Party.
You're not greedy at all, are you?
No, just the way he's bowling today, he's threatening different modes of dismissal. And
Yes, sir. I've got no issue with him. He should bowl his 10 through. The thing I have here for the legends, the man standing right in front of us, he should be warming up. He should be bowling the next over.
agreed.
And it's not going to happen while I'm on comms, though.
I hope it happens as soon as you leave. But I hope you don't see it. Go to the bathroom or something. Because you're going to stand here and dance. But no, I do agree. They need to finish this now. Net run rate, bonus points, all of those things come into the equation. Slowed that one down, did Party. He's got a full bag of tricks here today, Eugene Molion. And at the end of 30 overs.
Yeah, the tricks are coming out. But what a spell of bowling that is from the fella. He's literally dragged the legends from just competing in this one to maybe favourites, or they should be favourites here, but still 2 more wickets to go. And I'll leave in the capable hands of the 2 Johans.
Thanks, Eugene Molion. What an entertaining period of play. I've been sitting here and I've been taking it all in.
I want Eugene to hear this before he gets going. I'd left the clubhouse and I told Mr. Maroney I'm just going to go take some wickets for the Western Legends. And it's 7 wickets later.
It's just been fantastic to watch Olefa Party. And you spoke about the variations, the resemblance to Anil Kumble, who bagged over 600 test wickets. What a day for Olefa Party to announce himself on the Cub stage.
He was here last year as well. Johan Ferreira has been sort of on the fringes of Cricket South Africa's radar, Olefa Party. Man out of the Northwest Province in South Africa. I think you're right. He's really announced himself today. Is it better? What's the plans now?
Yeah, so you're looking at this scoreboard. It's not going to come with the 2 wickets in hand chasing 111. You're between a rock and a hard place. Schechter has 5. Gangat did his job with the ball. For me, the bowler of his team's innings. 17 years old.
He was very good with ball in hand.
But this just looks so daunting, this prospect. 111, 2 wickets in hand. It just shows the value of that partnership towards the end. That 103-run partnership. Remember, they found themselves 135 for 5.
It was a fantastic partnership between Kaji and Scott, setting up this 246.
And that's where you use the phrase a game meandering on, where you could have, after Gangat's spell, go back to your strike bowler. Because they had them in a position of weakness, 135 for 5. Gave them an opportunity to settle that partnership that you referenced. They made full use of it. They batted brilliantly. Let's not take anything away. They didn't receive freebies. They had to work really hard, negotiated the threats, made the 103, and then got their team to a position of strength. The bowlers here have done a superb job. Again, it came from the spin department. Remember, it was 47 for 1. How that's just translated into promising foundation. Now it's disaster.
Final over for Olefa Party.
No, I'm with you. I wouldn't put past six past him. He's 6. He's 6.
There you go. He pleaded for it, did Olefa Party, and eventually the finger was raised. They were 95 for 1. They are now 138 for 9. And the players looks to be leaving the field to go have a drink. But what a spell of bowling. Picking up his 6th wicket in his 10th over. Pitches very full, very straight. Pleads for it, gets it. Pure elation for the Western Legends.
It's amazing to see the appeal. Normally it's animated and hands in the air, but he's just standing there, hands next to his side, and he gets the favourable finger from the umpire. 5 for 36. He still has 5 deliveries. Can he make it 7? I've heard of commentators' curse. I've never heard descriptive commentary the way we've seen it today. It's been literally been wicket after wicket.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it. He finishes it in this over. He picks up 7.
I will not. I think it'll be a brave person that banks or goes against you. What I wish we could see on the camera, but you won't see it now. At the first drinks break, the Western Legends took a position away from our commentary towards the further side screen. They were pretty animated. There was a lot of discussion. With this drinks break, they came off briefly to fetch water, moved right back to where the whole storyline changed. At the first drinks break, I think, I'm under correction, I think it was 80 for 1. I'll look at my notes now, but I think it was 80 for 1.
I think you're pretty much spot on there. And that would have been the moment where Arya van Wyk sort of probably read the riot act to his troops. And there you see the scorecard now. William Beamish made a good 50. Reece Wiblin 29 of 32. Olefa Party is the big story. 6 for 36 of 9.1. Otto Kraus bowled nicely at the start as well.
Okay, so 80 for 1 at the drinks break. They got together in a huddle towards the further side away from where we are, had a discussion, came back and changed the course of the ship, changed completely. And here we find ourselves 138 for 9. So you do the math, 58 for the loss of 8.
I want to take you back about an hour in proceedings. Olefa Party's first couple of overs was not great. Christian Kind had the conviction of mind as captain to stick with it. That's what changes cricket matches, because nobody would have blamed Christian Kind to take Olefa Party off after 3 overs. 3 wicketless overs where he went for 15 or 16, didn't really look the part. In the next 6 overs, he's gone and picked up 6 wickets, and it's changed the course of the match, as you say.
I think there's just more than a cricket lesson. I think in life, you need people to back you and to trust you, your ability in whatever you do, business, sport, whatever you do. And when you have trust, it goes a long way to getting the outcome.
100%. 100%. Left-hander, new challenge for Olefa Party. He's been attacking those stumps. He'll continue to do that. He's got 5 deliveries to pick up what might be career-defining figures at the CSA Cubs week. Everybody will be taking notice. You know, people notice a 3-fer or a 4-fer. If you pick up a 7-fer in a limited overs cricket match, everybody sits up straight and notices it.
When we were talking in our previous commentary stint about the platform that social media and online television broadcasts has done to announce someone's career. This goes and plays around and gets shared. Suddenly a scout sees a bit more than potential and finds himself with a couple of calls and a couple of decisions to make, and your life changes dramatically.
For sure. 6 for 36 he is. He's got 4 deliveries left in his spell.
Sanyani also one of the spinners in this team, so spin to spin. There's also a bit of a pride club going on there. You don't want to be dismissed by someone who applies the same art as you do.
Definitely not.
It's just been superb.
Oh, he got an inside edge on that. He can thank his lucky stars for that.
Approaching the end of a match-defining spell. I spoke about the word trust, the backing, the belief. And you just in your own life, it only needs one person to back you. Oh, slow through the air, another huge appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
He's got one ball left to prove me right. I said he's going to finish it in this over. Christian can't get a short leg in there, get a silly mid off.
What's been impressive for me is his control, the way he came back from a difficult position, his variety, the speed. Oh, it's a good one to finish. He can take in the applause, the high fives, the handshakes. This has been his show, undoubtedly the player of the match. Just changed the complexity. What a day out in Stellenbosch for that young man.
Mulefa Party, 6 for 36 in his 10 overs, gets the high fives from Aidan Dodd there. Fazan Kaji came over and congratulated him as well. 138 for the loss of 9. They're teetering here, the Eastern Warriors. They lost yesterday as well against the Northern champions. So will it be 2 losses in 2 days for the Eastern Warriors? It certainly looks that way. Samuel Schechter, the lone man standing here. Will he have a dart? Will he have a dip? See how much he can score.
Now, for me, there's only one approach now. Samuel Schechter scored an unbeaten 39 yesterday, but they were bowled out for 172. Now they're 138 for 9. So from a coaching perspective, that's disappointing. They're more talented. It's a good, talented bunch of youngsters together. 302 games, average of 150. That's not really what you want.
100%, especially on rather flattish wickets here in Stellenbosch. Yes, there's a bit of turn. Yes, there's something in it in the morning. But they're better than the afternoon here. They had the best of the conditions against the new ball. Seko Zinyane, the number 11 left-hander on strike.
But definitely, if you're in the Stellenbosch area, there's still 3 match days to come. And certainly worth looking at the upcoming prospects in South African cricket. There's another one that jumps up, Francois Prince. He's a youngster from Boland Landbou. He scored 77 for the Southern Superstars yesterday. He had an exchange program, opportunity to visit England now recently, and also the runs flew off his bat.
He's a promising player, is Francois Prince. Had an amazing 2025 with bat in hand for Boland Landbou. Was at the Kaya Majola week as well. Oh, that's neatly played.
To go back to what you spoke about, the approach now. For me, it's your last rights that you're writing. So do you go down fighting? A couple of lusty blows, you prod away. That's not going to get you there. It's just too far. The singles aren't going to get you there. It's 106 to be a record last wicket partnership.
I'll tell you what, it's just not in me to just die wondering, and just stand there and prod along. I'll have a dip if I'm Samuel Schechter. Mid on, mid off, both up in the circle. Oh, he plays it.
Gets the edge. Beats the slip that we spoke about as well. It's not in a conventional slip position, and it went into that gap and it raced away for 4. But I'm on your page, Spoot. With the bowling to come, the seamers to come, you're going to have your hands full. You're going to be jumping around in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, so he scores a boundary off the final delivery, does Schechter. That means that Zinyane will be on strike at the start of the new over.
And Schechter, he'll need Zinyane to play his spot. 33 gone, 145 for 9. force change. With Party out of the attack, having completed his 10-over spell. And also get what you were asking for from, give us another spinner.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's Caden Seleka who's going to come into the attack. He was the man chasing after that boundary, so he's nice and warmed up.
Seleka, popular surname in cricket terms, younger brother of Caleb Seleka.
Plays for the Northwest. Caleb, also a leg spinner. Very good limited overs bowler. Holds it quickly. Talented man is Caden Seleka. He was behind the stumps yesterday.
Starts with a full one on leg stump. It's worked away for one. So Zinyani has done his job. Over to you, Schechter.
Now the wind is starting to pump again here in Stellenbosch.
I reckon if Schechter delivers a couple of lusty blows here, I think Fry is coming back.
I know Eugene Molion is sad that he's not back into the attack as of yet. And he bowls with good gas, Cully Fryer.
Wide called by the umpire.
I think the wind is also a big factor. Not a lot of seamers that want to bowl into this wind.
That's too short. He gets away with it. The spin beats that short third. It's in the circle. It's one of those I don't want to see that ever again moments.
Yeah, it's been happening for 100 odd years in cricket. The spin, yet almost in every match you get a situation where it catches somebody out. They don't want to lose their focus here, the Western Legends.
There's a bit full to play that cut shot, Samuel Schechter. So Seleka, it's going through his paces. But you just have a feeling that the opening pair, they're about to be unleashed. There's the shot that we were talking about, and he does find the space, and it will race along for four. I think, Sput, we're going to see the change come.
Yeah, it's close, yeah. With Gully Fryer and perhaps Autocross to come back into the attack. Got a feeling it'll be from the mountain end, opposite us, bowling slightly with the breeze. That's a good shot. Straight over Seleka's head by Samuel Schechter. Brings up the 150, 153 for 9.
Now that mid-off has just pushed back slightly. He's going to put the repeat button in place and will scamper through for 2. Seleka's first over is pretty expensive in the context of what we've seen before him.
One ball remain. Has the Schechter decided enough is enough, and he's going to have a few swings here. We'll give the Legends a chance then.
What he needs now is the single. Towards the run-up. Get the one. Get yourself back towards the other end to face up to whoever bowls the next over. Schechter 19 of 20. Zinyani purely playing the supportive role, 2 of 8. Just feel it's Schechter against Western Legends. Cuts this beautifully. Will beat the man in the inner circle. It's off towards the races. Fielder wins it and then taps it back brilliantly. But won't prevent the 3, and that's the outcome that the Eastern Warriors would have wanted. Schechter on strike for the next over. Expensive Seleka over that cost 13. Don't know if we'll see a second from him.
I don't think so, but just a little word there on match awareness. It was a fantastic chase, but was it a chase that was so needed? Because now with the 3 that they've completed, Schechter is back on strike. 1 run most probably would not have hurt that much. Perhaps that was one of those chases where you run slightly with a handbrake on. Just act as if you are chasing it, but never with the intention of catching up. But be that as it may, good over 13 from it for the Eastern Warriors, 158 for 9. They continue to fight.
So it's that stage of the match where at 34 overs they look at the 2 balls being used and they decide to take one.
Yeah, and it's always so interesting. Depending on how you're going to go about the next 16 overs, it can dictate for a captain which ball he would want. You know, theory says they'll pick the softer one of the 2, make it more difficult for the batters to hit. But if you are going to bring back Cully Fryer, perhaps the harder one of the 2 will do.
Still Buerta, who will start his 6th over, 1 for 21. Definitely played his part with the bat. Was done with a beauty. Would love nothing more than to finish this off.
I have a chance now bowling at Zinyane. Schechter has certainly grown in confidence. He was not out 39 yesterday. He's on 22 now. He's not doing his average any harm.
I'm still to meet a cricketer that doesn't know the numbers. There's no ways. Any cricketer at home, if you have a friend that plays cricket and they tell you they don't know their stats, they're lying. It's a numbers game. We all know the averages. You'll know a little asterisk next to your name for a second day in a row. It's a nice storyline to take back.
The old not out. Wonderful thing. Don't get many of them when you open the batting. Maybe in small chases. Be the man to carry the bat through. Or if you're Dean Alga, you do it quite regularly.
I'll tell you a great story about Dean Alga. So we were doing I go through for a quick single. We were doing a 4-day game in Bloemfontein, and the Dolphins played the Knights. Darren Smith was dressed in his formal wear with his blazer, and Dean Alga raced down the steps in shorts, slops and a t-shirt. It was a non-televised match. And as he got to the pitch, Darren Smith refused to toss. And Cyril Mitchley, who was standing, looked at Darren very surprised, and Darren said, "I'm sorry, I'm not tossing if you're not dressed properly." So Dean ran back, dressed properly, and Cyril Mitchell was playing with his coin. This one is over the top, will bounce once towards the fielder. And as Cyril Mitchell was spinning the coin, it landed heads. Second time landed heads, and Darren looked at him and said, "Please stop doing that. I don't want to see what the coin is going to fall, or the way the coin is going to fall, because now it's playing with my mind." Dean rejoined proceedings. It was overcast. Pitch was exposed to some water the day before. Darren called tails, landed heads. Dean said, "We'll have a bowl." The Knights rolled the Dolphins in 3 days.
Darren Smith should have learned from those first 2. But yeah, Dean Alga, what a character of the game he was. Fortunate enough to have played a bit with him and against him. Not so fortunate to have played against him. The run starting to flow here for Schechter and the Eastern Warriors. Another boundary to the third man area, and they doing what we said they shouldn't. They're letting it drift here, the Western Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no alarm bells just yet, but I would be very aware of Schechter's capability, and I wouldn't take this as a foregone conclusion and say, okay, let's just do the right things now. We've done all the hard work with the ball. Let's bring back our main strike bowler, wrap this up, and let's get into the bus and have some extra time to regroup ahead of tomorrow's fixture.
100% in agreement with you, Johan. Back on Dean Alga for a second. Fierce competitor. One of the fiercest competitors I've ever come across. Competes in everything.
It's a loopy, gentle, full toss. It'll bring to an end another FG Botha over. 35 gone, 167 for 9, so 80 more required for victory. This is the last stand. Schechter on 29, Zinyani on 4.
You get those guys, Jan Ferreira, they just want to win at everything. I used to be one of them, but I think with age comes a bit of wisdom, realizing there's some things you're kind of good at and others not. Now we see Kali Fryer warming up here in front of us. Otto Kraus as well.
Yeah, it's time. This is Saleka is going to get another over. 13 off his first. Oh, beats him again. Would you believe it? I thought he would have learned his lesson from the previous Saleka over. Allowed to go through for 2. Now, another one that jumps to mind that comes from your parts is, or not originally, was actually captain of the then Southeastern Transvaal. I played against him at under 15 level, a certain Johan van der Walt.
Boom, as he's
Boom.
nicknamed. He was originally from Ermelo.
Correct. Played against him in Secunda. That was where the National Week was.
He's a fierce competitor.
Good golfer.
Very good. Tried his hand on the Sunshine Tour for a while, did you?
Correct.
You know, he gets that white line fever. When he crosses over onto the field, he becomes an animal, or a different animal. Johan van der Walt. What a hand he played in that 437 game.
Chance offered to Saleka, just not high enough. Needed another step on the ladder. That day, the most important single from the bat of Makaya Antini to put Mark Boucher on strike.
It was a fantastic stroke from Makaya Antini. I often revisit that moment, and obviously now you know what's going to happen, but he played that sort of off middle and off down a third man of Brett Lee charging in, and Boucher finished the deal.
I just honestly wonder, percentage-wise, how many people got up at the halfway stage and didn't return until they received some phone calls or they heard screams that didn't make sense in the context of us batting and chasing down the score.
There's a couple of great stories from that match. Get to that after this delivery. Hendrik Iman Botha Dippenaar played
Scored one.
made a single, I think he made one.
Scored one.
And he said he needed to get out of the way for the attacking players to come in. And very famously, Jacques Callis walked into the dressing room after the bowling innings and said, all right, guys, the bowlers did their job. I think they're about 20 short. What a wicket that was at the Bullring Wanderers.
I mean, you remember Ponting, but I don't think I've ever seen what Smith and Gibbs did. I don't think I've ever... I could even imagine what they could put together on that day. It was almost television game-like, where you would press buttons on a remote control and you would struggle to replicate that.
That's a great way of describing it. Herschel Gibbs, he was out of this world, but because he made that big 100, people forgot the 90-odd Graham Smith made it lightning speed. That was a quality South African and quality Aussie side. Declines the single, the Schechter. He still feels he's got a chance here, Samuel Schechter, and he should. He should feel that way. He's going to need to probably score 100 for them to get across the line from here. Waft and a miss outside the off stump.
I tell you what would be an interesting discussion after this is Samuel Schechter's role in the batting lineup. He's now delivered a 39 not out, 32 not out. I would put a strong case forward that he's not where he should be.
Agreed. But then, on the other hand, he's betting at 8, I think, and get there after this delivery. It's very well played again by Schechter. This time he does take the single. Thinking of 2 there for a moment.
I tell you why, Sput. You look at his setup and what he's done. He looks very comfortable. He looks at home and at ease, and it's almost out of character for a traditional 8.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's better than where he's batting. But sometimes that bump up the order doesn't always work because he's coming in with a field nicely spread. Zinyana is looking very comfortable against the spinners. He's faced 13 deliveries now, playing his part.
No, that's not a good one from Buerta. Racing towards the boundary and right in front of us. It is picked up, but it is wide. So a bit messy here in the later stages.
Yes, it has become messy. Buerta has been bowling for a while, and it has to be said, he hasn't really been threatening at all. Took the 1 wicket. Oh, that's lucky.
Yeah, that's the inside edge. We've seen that on a number of occasions throughout the course of this innings. This time it is 1. For me, Schechter's, he has one job. Get the single before the end of the over. Get to the other end.
I'd like to see when Kali Fryer comes back, if he's as comfortable against the pace. Schechter, but he's very comfortable against the spin.
Nice wrists into the gap. Do they take 2? Answer is no.
So it'll probably be Otto Kraus into the attack now from the east to the feed end in this next over. And then Kali Fryer from up top. No, it's not. It's still going to be Seleka. Why?
So, yeah, this is interesting.
It is. The only reason I can think is that maybe Seleka has been short of a few overs, you know, and Van Wyk, the coach, and Brady Barnes and Christian Kahn, the captain, feels that this is a good time to get him a few overs.
What's their little edge? They animated, and you see a couple of players with their hands on the caps, on the heads. And that indicates that there was a little faint edge that was dropped. Apology, the hand of apology goes up from the keeper, so definitely an edge.
Yeah, they need to sharpen things up here, the Western Legends.
Reverse sweep, we haven't seen one today. Also goes nowhere in particular. Straight to the fielder. Okay, well, let's look at the boundary options. Straight towards us. Long on is vacant. Goes for the traditional sweep. Again, that illustrates the frustration now that when they sit down and they analyse, they've just been too loose at stages. At the top of the innings, a couple of overthrows, not backing up. Now towards the latter part, misfields, ball spinning, not allowed to field, not really waiting for the spin.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a shambles in the last 3 or 4 overs here for the Western Legends.
Backs away, gives himself room and pierces the gap on the offside. Easy 2 for Schechter again. He'll settle for the 2. Different day, he would have pressed on for 3.
He's batting really nicely here, Samuel Schechter. The more I see of him, the more I tend to agree with my colleague Johan Ferreira that a bump up the batting order might be necessary.
Well, in this over alone, we saw the reverse sweep, the traditional, conventional sweep. Back away towards leg stump. square drive. Little edge that was dropped. That happens. He'll have to be mindful of the over as well. Nicely inside the line of the ball. Taps it onto the leg side to get the one. Yeah, that's well played by Schechter. Game awareness.
Yeah, and they're making it a bit too easy for him, the Western Legends. He's farming the strike really nicely, and will it be Cully Fryer into the attack now? I think so. He's having a chat with his captain, Christian Kind. And he heads over in the direction of the umpire, who's busy with some repairs. I wonder what that chat is about. Samuel Schechter and Leseko Zinyane. Schechter is telling him, listen, I think I can still do this.
And Split, that's the South African DNA, and you would hope that is the chat. No one should ever give up or say, well, let's just play for the sake of playing.
Aiden Dodd comes back. I'm starting to think of the reasons that will be put forward for Fryer not to be in the attack currently. He is definitely warming up, as is Otto Kraus.
Helps us around the corner. Well, definitely a good decision from Schechter. One was an easy option, but he said, no, not the time yet.
Aiden Dodd, the man back into the attack, off spinner. He's batted nicely this tournament, made 60 odd yesterday, 28 this morning.
Just the scorecard, our scorecard is slightly behind, so I'll tell you that it is 175 for 9. Nice flight, and look how he just dabs that into the gap. Can't beat the fielder. 4 deliveries to come. Ignored the single off the first. Second one straight to the fielder. Easy scoring options, because you still have to be mindful of the runs to get. That remains the reality. Well, the wind is really making it difficult for the umpires. Well, how far they are just to take off the bails. We've seen that.
Yeah, they'll probably be having the heavy bails on there already.
Flight and really no speed. You've got to make the play, Mr. Schechter.
So, what do you do now? Do you bring the field in? Try and prevent that single.
It's a reverse sweep coming out. Once again, that's 4 dots.
Surely you bring your left up body, the sweeper, in now.
Yeah, there
Bring long on, long
there
off in.
Called it nicely, Split. They're going to try and protect the one. Tries that dab shot again. That finishes the over. A maiden.
Eugene Balion is going to sit down here with us, and very surprised that he hasn't started throwing things around. I've been now trying, Eugene, to find reasons why Fryer is not bowling. He bowled his 6-over spell early on, so it can't be that he's not allowed back into the attack yet. Otto Kraus is going to be the first of the seamers to return. Cully Fryer will come on surely from the other end. But I've got a feeling that dot over was just to bowl another one. Eugene, what is the amount of time or the amount of overs that needs to pass after a bowler's bowled its 6-over spell before he can bowl again? So it's 12 overs, right?
So that's long gone.
As such as well. So that's long gone. So it'll be an interesting chat to Christian Kind and Oya van Wyk afterwards to hear what the thinking was. Drifting, that's what we call it. The game has just drifted. It happens. It happens often. That's why we warn against it. Pick up the 9th wicket and you think it must happen automatically.
Lovely forward defence from the number 11.
Rock solid.
Out of the coaching manual. So Kraus, this is the way he started as well. Around the wicket to the left-hander. So he's happy with that. That's his approach. He wants to wrap it up now. 3 for 42, his analysis against the Southern Superstars on day 1 in a losing cause.
Yeah, he's been good, Otto Kraus.
Maybe just a little feather onto the pads. That was why it was a stifled appeal.
He's attacking the stumps from around the wicket, so see Samuel Schechter. He's really present. He's still having a chat to Zinyane, working out ways to get himself back on strike. It's neatly played.
Beats backward, more gully region where that field is. Gets the one. So Kraus will switch, accustomed to going over the wicket to the right-hander, round to the left-hander. Zinyane is doing his job. He's hanging around and he's leaving it to Schechter, appreciating that this is your fight. I'll help you. I'll stay here. I'll do what I can.
He's the corner man. I'll look after your cuts and bruises. You throw the punches. Eugene Molion sitting here next to me. He's pulling no punches currently.
Talking about punches, it's interesting. Bloemfontein becoming a bit of a hub for celebrity boxing matches in recent time.
Yeah, we had Ollie LaRue and James Dalton just the other day. Bloemfontein versus Joburg. Obvious who the winner was. And yeah, they've got President Steyn Manahand, where they arrange some celebrity fights.
It's nicely clipped over the top from Schechter. He will take the one.
Now, there's only one ball left now for Zinyane to negotiate. And then surely Eugene Molion gets his wish with Cully Fryer returning from the top end.
And I'll close off the discussion with you about, you were curious to see how Schechter would react against the pace. Plays around his pad, but just slanting down towards the leg side, so no decision from the umpire needed, or a favourable one for the Western Legends. Kraus's return, his first over of his return spell is done.
Our score here on our screen is just frozen at 170 for 9. It is, I'm not even going to try and look all the way to the scoreboard. Johan Ferreira, can you see?
177.
177 for 9. Now, I'm starting to think maybe Cully Fryer has a bit of a niggle. But there he is once again, lying down stretching. He's been stretching for 3 or 4 or 5 overs. Don't know if it's just to pull the attention of the captain, but Aiden Dodd is going to continue.
Lovely cut shot. I Schechter ignores the opportunity of one. At what stage does Schechter say, right, I've got to hit overdrive? You can ask your partner to stay as long as possible, but the reality is the game is drifting, overs decreasing, the threats are coming, the imminent return of Fryer.
Yeah, I think he's in a bit of a catch-22, because if he's going to decline all the singles, then he needs to be in overdrive already. That's the thing. Dodd's bowling nicely, but I mean, it's not threatening. So at what stage does he go, all right, I'm going to hit out at you, Aiden Dodd? See Fryer there getting himself ready.
There's the reverse sweep executed beautifully. Couple of bounces will race away to the boundary for 4.
Good shot. Very good shot. Well thought out. He's been bowling it slowly outside the off stump. So there's no real risk involved there. And he does score a boundary. Now he'll look to get down to the other end again. Samuel Schechter. This is the last over for me for the day. I'll make way for Eugene Molion after this. Hopefully he takes the last wicket.
Well, I think Eugene Molion will be the most surprised person at this venue today, and probably never thought he would get a last commentary gig when he left 10 overs ago, 9 down. Probably going to blame it on the 2 Yuans. Probably going to say it's our fault that we haven't wrapped this up.
He'll blame it on the spinners. But what a game it's been. We're 146 for 9, if my memory serves me correctly. We've had a 24 since, or 30 odd since then.
Yeah, for me, they missed the beat there. Bring that man up into the circle. If he goes over the top, so be it.
Thank you, Johan, for your time and all the chats. Have a wonderful last 10 overs with Eugene, or a last wicket.
Thanks, Put. Lovely sharing the commentary booth with you, or commentary area with you today. Eugene Molion is back with us.
True to form. Johan Smith doing half jobs. Can't see it through for the team. Gets me to come back here, and I'm not sure what's happening out there. And unless he is injured or whatever, even the man bowling now could have come on if he was injured, and Arthur Kraus could have come on from the top end. Just to give you the score line here, 182 for 9. The score at the bottom has frozen a little bit, so we do apologize for that. Busy with a 42nd over. And at some stage, you're going to have to take your singles here and just hope the man on the other end also. You can't do it yourself. It's a long, long way to go.
Well, again, he'll ignore the single. I'm with you, Eugene. It's good and well to see out the deliveries now, but you're there to potentially win a match from a desperate situation. And the only way that's going to come is if Schechter presses the button. And if he's out, he's out. He's tried, he's gone for it, but they're not going to do it any other way.
It's not going to be one person to do it.
100%. But Zinyani's job will purely to feed strike. When you get on strike, your job is to get one. Unless Zinyani has a power game that we haven't seen.
I really don't know what to make of it, to be honest with you. We've seen some good cricket, and then we've seen some not so good cricket. We've seen some good decisions, and then again, not so much good decisions.
Yeah, I must say I'm slightly lost. Just the tactics here in the latter parts. Moves quickly into position, and he claps that over the boundary for 6. That's a huge one off the Schechter bat.
Well, he needs plenty of those. That was cleanly hit. Picked it up sweetly, did Schechter.
That's probably the biggest one for the day. Couple more of those.
188. Still the 42nd over. Target is 247.
Again moves inside out. Huge appeal. The finger is raised. Schicter's resilience is ended, and so too is the match. Brilliant last wicket fight back. In vain, unfortunately, for those in green and black. The Eastern Warriors will suffer their second defeat in a row, and Western Legends bounce back after defeat against Southern Superstars, where they were comprehensively beaten by 85 runs. We called for it for a good part of 5-6 overs. Grass does return, picks up Schechter, having just gone for a huge 6, and that the final rites of this cricket encounter. Your thoughts, Eugene? Last words from you.
Yeah, it's a good win. I have to say that. It's a good win for the Legends. They were in all sorts of strife early on after losing the toss and being inserted. They lost their captain early doors for 4, and then they put on a good partnership. Got a good power play. First one got up to 56, I think, for the loss of that 1 wicket. But then we saw some real iffy cricket, let's call it that. But through a good partnership in the back end of that innings, they managed to get to 246, which we knew was always going to be a challenge. The men from the Warriors, they were in a really good position, Johan, to really take things forward, and then they just lost a clutter of wickets. All thanks due to Party. He's 6 for 36. What a spell of bowling that was, beating the inside edge of the bat on numerous occasions. And I think that will be a very heartwarming victory for the men from the Legends. Could well be a bonus point victory as well. We'll wait and see what those calculations will come up, but they will take the win nonetheless.
Yeah, you go back to 135 for 5. That was the position the Western Legends found themselves in at one stage, with Ifje Botha departing for 38. But a 103-run partnership between Scott and Kaji got them to that 246 for 8. And then the magic of Party, the 6-for, has given them that opportunity to close out the match. It took them a while to take that final wicket, but it is job done for the Western Legends, and they will come back with a bit of momentum. They still have a couple of questions that need to be answered. Some areas not as sharp as they could be, but unfortunately for the opposition, it's back to the drawing board, and they will have to regroup. There's still a lot of cricket to come for them during the course of the week, and hopefully they can find a couple of solutions to be more competitive, the Eastern Warriors team. But from Coetzenburg and from Stellenbosch, on behalf of our production team, Eugene Malion, Johan Smith, Spoot Smith, and myself, Johan Ferreira, thank you for your company. Thank you for watching youth cricket here in Stellenbosch. The Cubs Week continues tomorrow. Johan Spoot Smith will be back with Eugene Malion, and the Silver Fox will be back in commentary as well. We look forward to your company again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. From all of us, it's goodbye.